Canadians that just stood by the side of the proverbial snowy highway, waved their flags, and supported it. Because really, when you live in this decentralized, granular world where we're all, or atomized world where we all live in our own world, like I was thinking about this today, we're all connected to the beast with our smartphones, all the way down to 1 years old. So you might not even have as much influence with your own children at the dinner table because they're connected to the beast system through their smartphone. And I'm just as guilty as anyone else. I'm not saying that children are bad. I will look at my phone at the dinner table. I get disciplined all the time. So the point is, as families, we don't even have the same influence on our own children because they're connected through this smartphone, which has been the Achilles heel of the whole world to bring us to our knees to this day. So really, when people came out to the streets, saw the truckers, and there was just this groundswell of support, all of a sudden, the people that thought they were in the minority realized that there's way more of them than they may have thought. It's about hope. So if they achieve nothing else, I think they achieved something right there. They could all go home, and it would have been worth it. But they're now saying they're not leaving until the mandates are taken down, which to me isn't such a big stretch, because if you look around the world, that's exactly what's happening right now. I just read that Israel has taken down all the mandates. They are not requiring their passport system except for weddings and parties, which makes no sense. So for the most part, they brought it all down in the super targeted country of Israel. So if Canada suddenly says they're going to bring down their mandates, then it will sort of look like the truckers had something to do with it. But really, if you look around the world, it seems like many countries, I don't know if most countries, are already planned to bring it down anyway in February, March. So
throw to Tim Osman in just a minute. Before I do that, we've got these people in the live stream, so why don't we read out a couple of their comments on this topic of what's this going to achieve? So Dirty says, I agree with this point. What is the end point? As in, what is the end point of the convoy? Then Lost Spider Fella says that it seems concise to me for once, to be fair. I'm not sure if he's talking about the convoy or the question that I asked. Then
I think it was my answer he liked.
Then Jafar said, Fakeologist is emotionally mind-controlled by the convoy. He's got to break out of it.
Yeah, he's a critic of mine on that. Yeah, the Jacqua.
So those are some of the responses. So what do you think about that? That you're still like emotionally invested in this convoy idea? Which, by the way, if that is the case, Ab, I'm not criticizing you for that. Like, it's been a tough 2 years for a lot of people, man. And any idea or any semblance of idea that, hey, there's people are finally waking up, they're going to do something. Who doesn't love this idea? It's a wonderful story, I'm trying to say. But is it possible that you've gotten a little bit too wrapped up in this idea?
Maybe, and I don't mind criticism. Younger generation, I know you're younger than me. You can criticize me. It's fine. I don't mind. No one ever has to apologize for criticizing. If you have a critique of what I'm saying or doing, that's fine. I'm not sensitive in that way. So if you want to yell and scream and oppose what I have to say, that I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I've fallen for many events, and I'm not a genius. I'm just sensitive to media fakery and psyops. I'm aware of them, which is more than 99% of most people. So it's possible, and don't forget, this whole thing could be is evolving by the day. So if something becomes successful, of course, if you're the controllers, you are going to try and infiltrate it and break it up. So if it could have started off by the controllers, and then they could have managed it the whole way, or they could have seen that it got some momentum, so then they infiltrate it and try and break it up. There are so many scenarios, and they're so complicated. I just don't think Canada is as sophisticated as, say, England or the United States when it comes to militarily controlling psyops. For instance, I know Tim Osman, and he's promoted this video that I've promoted as well on the January 6th insurrection. And Tim Osman found the video early that was put out by, I can't remember who, that says 20 minutes to expose the January 6th psyop. where they actually overlaid an entire event in the Capitol building full of LARPers and actors, and they did it right about they released it around the same time as the event was going on January 6th. I don't think we have that level of sophistication and psyopery in Canada.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I don't. But yeah, Tim, go for it.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, aren't you worried, or aren't you concerned, or doesn't it seem likely that if they have these people camped out for an indeterminate period of time, the
Hmm.
media's already going to be painting them up as extremists? I've seen them focusing on Confederate flags. I've seen some rhetoric about that, suggesting that it's kind of like what they did with the QAnoners, where Trump invites his people, you have a big group of well-intentioned people, and I'm all for the silver lining of these mass movements in the sense that it does bring out interested and energized people, and you can network, and it develops from there. So even if it's controlled opposition, sometimes you can find a lot of usefulness out of these things. But what about the possibility, and I was thinking about this, of them using this as an opportunity to paint anybody against the mandates as some kind of anti-government extremist? It just seems like it's a problem, reaction, solution situation waiting to happen. Do you expect there to be any kind of 1-6 style psyop, or do you really think that you're not in that level of psyop terrain?
Yeah, I just don't think Canada. I just don't think we have that level of sophistication. The only other difference I want to point out with Canada and the rest of the world is our country seems to have signed up and gone to the front of the line to become the first post nation state. They really have, and I really believe that Klaus Schwab, the World Economic Forum, those guys, and all the corporations that are part of that group have really decided that Canada is ready to be the first country to start dissolving its borders and submit to the United Nations. And they are going to be the model conversion kit. I don't know about Australia. Australia might not be too far behind. They might be sort of the east or the western or southern representation of this, but they really are, they really want to get rid of countries, and they really want Canada to be a post nation state. So I'm not really sure if they're going to be willing to back down on Canada with the mandates and whatnot. Because don't forget, we still can't even go to a restaurant, or if we can, it has to be half full. I don't even know the rules, but we are still pretty heavily locked down all across our country, and it's insane. And I know it's different where you are in the U.S. and John LeBon in Eastern Europe. I can only speak for where I am. So I think that the job they've tried to paint these truckers as having a Confederate flag, like most Canadians that are unaware, don't even know what the Confederate flag is or what it stands for. Okay, yeah, there's some people that are plugged into the US media, they get it. But I would say the average Jim and Jane lunch bucket, they don't really understand what the Confederate flag has all about because it's totally too far away from our
Yeah,
country to
okay.
matter.
I saw that flag and I saw a Trump flag, and I'm like, these are more likely what I'm talking about. Government
Mm.
agitators possibly
Yeah,
trying to paint everyone up. And in the
sure.
comments here, Donnie of the Dead says, I'm unsure of how those that oppose mandates become labeled as racist and transphobic. I mean, I heard what Trudeau said about that, where, yeah, they want to paint you
Yeah.
up as now you're a transphobic racist if you don't want it.
Yes. And I think I don't think those smears stuck at all. I think every time he made a smear against Canadians, it was so out of left field. It so didn't match what everyone was seeing. And the other beautiful, well, has never happened before, and maybe won't ever happen again in the future, is all the live streams that are going on. And there are enough, I would say, fairly organic live streamers. Most of them are on Facebook, unfortunately, or Instagram, but they are really on the scene right now. I could go to Facebook or Instagram right now and give you some live video of what's going on in Ottawa, and none of it matches what the government says. The government is really, I don't know what audience they're playing to. Maybe the people in the chattering classes in Toronto and Montreal and Vancouver that don't leave their houses. But for the most part, if you want to see what's happening, you'll be quite bored. You know, they're literally constructing little kitchens on main streets in Ottawa to serve and food, and there's propane tanks and Coleman stoves in the middle of the road, and there's dancing and there's lots of horn honking. They're really it's like a big street party at the worst time of the year. So all these smears that they're putting out they just don't stick in any way.
I saw some dancing truckers, and my first thought, it reminded me of dancing nurses. And when things seem so orchestrated and staged, I really begin to wonder,
Yeah,
what's
but where are
the
you seeing that? Where are you seeing that? Because I'm not seeing that. I don't spend. I'm on Facebook looking at characters like the real Pat King, who I think is a pretty. He seems like a real guy to me. And Druthers is another pretty good site that I follow. That seems pretty cool. Winnipeg Alternative Media, Wham, pretty good. Rally for Resources, they're another pretty good site. They're at the Alberta-Montana border, and they're showing reality. See, here's the video here. This is what's going on. It's literally trucks, porta potties. They're just jamming the border. Does it look like an insurrection? I don't even know how you could spin this negatively. It's just it's a traffic jam, really. That's all it is. And Canada is not that big of a country. We're not that sophisticated. So I still think it's pretty much the real deal. If anyone has any alternate proof, please step up. Please tell me how I'm wrong. So
well,
I'm hopeful about it.
yeah, I understand. Look, if anything, I'm probably, it's like as John Levon had said, well-intentioned, mostly organic, and we'll see what
Chief, I
happens.
called this meeting
Sorry.
today
Carry on. Yeah.
I said we'll see what happens. I'm definitely gonna expect
to ask a
some
specific
kind of
question.
1-6 parallel, just based on what I've seen. It just wouldn't surprise me, but we'll see. We'll see how, because I've noticed some of the psyops in Canada are just very unbelievable. Like last March, there was a guy named Benjamin
Terrible.
Coleman burning Masonic lodges. One of the fakest things I've ever seen.
And that didn't even reach my radar. I didn't. The only place I heard that is through your show. It didn't reach my media radar at all. But I learn about a lot of these things through your show. So if they have to go all the way through the U.S. to get back to me, that means that they didn't make any impact at all. We have the worst psyops. We have I think the C team of GCHQ and maybe Fort Bragg or whoever does the psyops in the U.S. They send their C team to Canada and they phone it in. They mail it in. They're pretty wimpy. They're not good.
Okay,
Just don't.
I have to agree after watching Mac Parhar's performance art piece, he fake died for global.ca and these other news agencies. Yeah,
Right.
Canada's got the worst crisis actors, the worst psyops, no doubt.
Yeah, because there's just no audience for it. Our audience is Canada's the size of California population-wise, spread all the way super thin across the United States-Canadian border. That's Canada. We don't really have a concentration anywhere, and we're just as different from the West as we are to the East, as we are to the North. Very different. So there's just not a great big audience to sell to. So why would you put any effort into sell to just one equivalent of one state in the United States?
Yeah, my
But
guess
let
might have to do with the population. I think that the more dense population, the more intense the psyops have to be. So if you're in
Mhm.
an area that's not densely populated, you're not going to see as many masked drivers with Vax tracks down their arms, but you go to a big city and that's all you see.
Yeah. Yeah. I live in Toronto, the biggest city in Canada. I see that all the time. There's fully subscribed here. They're under full mind control. The Canadian PSYOP, the Canadian version comes out of Toronto. This is where they get their marching orders from. So of course they have to make sure this city falls first. Otherwise, the whole country will just not buy into it. So it has to work where I live in Toronto, Toronto, and that's my perspective. So you guys are in different parts of the world, so you're not gonna feel or see it the same way I am. So that's why I'm glad to have you guys all on board. So John LeBon, you better you say something. Give us your point of view.
Potentially make it more objective for those who are not in Canada. It makes it easier for us to be more objective about this, like to
Yes.
stick to our fakeologist or our auto-hoaxing philosophies, whereas
Yeah.
when you are close to it, and in this case, it's the same industry you work in, which is apparently
Yes.
leading the charge. Maybe that makes it a more subjective thing for you. Not to say that that means that you can't be right about it, but it does bring in a different lens to the way that you analyze
Yeah.
this event.
Absolutely. And yeah, absolutely it does. And I think we're all more vulnerable to falling for hoaxes if they're right in our backyard because we just can't believe we'd miss it. Where you are far away and you're more objective, you get a more filtered view of it because you're not here as well. So it's good to have a far away perspective. But I'm not sure everyone here wants to hear just the Canadian version because we're talking about the entire worldwide coronavirus hoax. We should zoom out a bit and talk about it in general, I think, and get the reports from Eastern Europe where you are, Australia where you follow, and the United States where IPS is.
Yeah, you brought up when it's local, people tend to have a harder time disbelieving it. And I've
Mhm.
seen this tendency where people want to personalize it. A lot of people, a lot of truthers do this unconsciously, I think, or people just want to assume it. They want to give the media the benefit of the doubt, and it's because of its proximity. So when on January the 9th, there was a 19-story building in the Bronx where initially it was reported that 19 had died. So I see 19 floors, 19 dead. I'm like, what's the story here? It looks very 9/11-y. And I had a couple callers and chatters from that area who said, no, I live nearby, that's real. Well, the next day, one of them who was, challenging my assumption it was likely a hoax, actually went and checked it out and reported back that the whole thing looked like a staged thing, that the smoke stains weren't even there. He just
Wow,
basically he had to go see it for himself. So that's a
that's
common thing.
powerful.
Yeah, I
Powerful.
always say, don't trust me, don't trust the media, trust what you can verify. And if
Yeah.
it's in your area and you can verify something, I would recommend it because it's easy to fall under the spell, and the media relies on you falling into a trance based on your initial response to their shocking claims.
No, that is powerful, and I'm glad. Yeah, and that's another psyop. You see, I didn't even hear about it other than your server, other than your show, which definitely people should definitely sign up to your show and definitely become a patron of yours as well, help you out because you do deep dive into these things. And I want to give a shout out to your callers too. You got some of the most woke callers, or I don't even want to use that word, but you have some of the keenest callers, which many of my listeners, including Rick from the Rick and Rollo show, really appreciate your callers because it really adds to the show. And I can't see who your callers are because it's on the radio, but I'm suspecting a lot of the black people that call in, they're particularly sentient and particularly awake and aware, which is fantastic.
But what I find is whatever topic we're on, we tend to find people who are who know more about it. And so we cover a lot of the industry hoaxes in the music industry and a lot of uh, concerts like the Astro World. We covered a lot of dead rappers, which is a common thing there. And we
Mhm.
get people who are in the music industry who even are somewhat close to it who call in. And so,
That's
yeah, we
amazing.
we crowdsource our intel. That's what makes our callers so important. And the idea of the show is we need as many eyes as possible to replace the reporters who we just can't trust without verifying.
The reporters don't report. They have reported for a long time. Maybe they never reported. Maybe they only just gave the propaganda under the guise of investigative reporting. But yeah, the crowdsourcing the truth, which is the name of a guy's channel that I do follow. I think it's a great term, and I know that's for sure what you do with your Discord server. You really do crowdsource the truth. You really do have that think tank mentality, which is great. All you have to do is read the notes in your think tank and you have a complete show.
Yep, and hey, what you said there, there's a paradigm shift, and I think that fakeology. You've deal with this, John LeBon, and his think tank, his channel, his server, they've
Mhm.
all gone through this. There's a paradigm shift where you recognize at some point, if you're paying attention anyway, that the news is actually telling a story more than just reporting facts. And a lot of people think of it as just reporting facts, so they use that assumption and they treat the news as almost like an extension of their own five senses. So they know more about the world through this source, not realizing that it's actually a filter, that it's a mask for your mind. And they've already put us in something of a metaverse with all these uh, televised lies throughout our lives. So it is a huge paradigm shift to recognize. It's like leaving a religion. Oh, you can't trust the priests, or maybe you don't anymore, you don't believe they have the authority. Leaving the MSM. And that's why I like John Levon's apostasy show, because we are
Mhm.
media apostates.
Right. Yeah, it's a great name for it. Is that coming back, John LeBon?
Well, I hope so. We'll see what happens. That is the plan. That's the goal. So I've just asked a question in the live stream chat on the Infinite Plane Radio channel. There's about 40 people watching live, which for a channel that just got created a couple of hours ago is terrific. And so I asked them, what do you think about this convoy? Do you think it's going to achieve anything good? Here are the first three responses. So this is not me cherry picking. These are literally the first three responses that came through. Lickety Split said, no, temporary at best, question mark. In other words, no, but if it does, it'll just be temporary anyway. The next question, the next answer was from Salty Siren. I think it's a ploy to further stall deliver and redistribute wealth. And then THC Jack says mandates are being incrementally removed in other countries without action. So the first three responses on the Infinite Plane Radio YouTube stream seem very skeptical. So I'm getting the sense that perhaps the Tim Osman think tank and that audience are a lot more skeptical than perhaps you are, Ab. And I'm not trying to like stir anything up. It just seems like we've got very different perspectives on this.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Well, the end game is to get rid of the mandates, and I don't even understand the whole plan. Of course, they don't tell us the plan. But if the mandates come down in the different countries, my idea is the end game was always the digital ID. And how are they going? Do you think that if they end the forced injections, will the digital ID persist, and will it still be required to move around society, which is the whole point of this operation? It's the whole point of the COVID operation, I think. What do you guys think?
Okay, so I'm with you on that. I think that the operation was to fast track a lot of things that they have to implement for their post-reset world. And so I think all the looting was allowed to happen and encouraged because they want to get rid of shopping. COVID was needed to
Yeah.
get rid of you picking products from different providers, therefore choosing as a consumer and facilitating free market competition. No, they want you going through a line because the government's going to serve you from one fascist corporation. So they're the sole distributor. So they're getting rid of market competition. This whole thing has been about also getting people who've never used the internet in the way that you use if you're sophisticated enough to have everything delivered to you through Amazon and everything. Well, they want
Yeah.
everyone on the same sheet, and that's happening very, very
I
fast.
agree.
So they're getting rid of cash. They're getting rid of. I don't know where all the change is going, but apparently nobody can reach in their couch cushions anymore. There's like this national coin shortage, so now that's a problem. And this is all shoehorning, I think. This is to prod the
Yeah.
sheep into a new lifestyle. And yeah,
Yes.
these changes are permanent no matter what. Even if they completely eradicated COVIDs in every variant, these changes are meant to be permanent. Just listen to Darth Schwab, who said, we were already in a state of crisis. New normal is permanent.
Well, they could have always been in a state of banking crisis. Most of us don't really follow the big money and how it moves around. I don't think any of us are big currency traders. I have a regular guest named called Tiago, who is a futures trader, I think he's a currency trader in Canada here, and he sees trends because he stares at his screen 18 hours a day and watches money move and watches um, bonds move, the big money. We're talking about billions and trillions. He has an idea of how they're moving around and when sales don't go well. We're down here on the ground. We don't see the big picture. So the currency could well have collapsed many times over, and they're just using the plague laws, which they bring up every time it's time to reset the currency, to scatter the people, to get them ready for some super big changes. And if they decide to get rid of all the banks and just have one big fat bank that gives out the money, that's a super big, massive change. And I would say that the COVID story, the plague laws that they enact after this super duper scary phony virus, is what they need to soften up the cattle for a big shock. And that I think it's just going to be a huge financial shock, because when they're printing this kind of money, I think the U.S. went something like an extra $7 trillion into the hole, which may have been 50 or 100% more than it was a year ago. There's going to be some super shock waves that go through the system. Maybe not all at once, but like, I know that fuel has never been more expensive here. I know that's because of the price of oil, but they manipulate that too. But when you give out all this money and you have all this more phony money chasing the same products, then it's just going to drive them up. So I really think the digital ID is to work with this new currency, however or whenever that comes into place.
Yes, agreed, agreed. This is a huge part of what the Great Reset agenda was about. But and another part of it, I think, too, was, and this is where I've been focusing, is I think they've been engineering the culture so that people are more likely to embrace the metaverse and be comfortable in their basements. So they're creating this lockdown culture, and the next excuse to keep you locked down is going to be the environment, which was the plan all along. So that's another thing that the pandemic fast tracked was Agenda 2030, the green agenda. COVID-19 did Greta's work, as RT said back in March of 2020.
I agree 100%. People were buying the climate change, the climate, we're killing the earth, we're paving over the Amazon. They weren't buying that. They've been trying that one for a long time. I think you were saying 33 years or 50 years. It just wasn't working. They needed to slam the people down really hard. They really needed to get them out of the airplanes, stop them from driving, just slam them down. And they bought into this virus thing, and it's been 2 years, and there's been no evidence at all of people of an excess number of people dying, other than when the vaccine started, and then people really started having real effects by being injected. And that may have just been because people in general are quite unhealthy. So one more extra drug that's injected right into their muscles may have tipped many people right over the edge. So maybe now we're going to see a real increase in the death count, and it seems like that is the case.
Okay, really quick here. Have you come across this concept of kids having climate anxiety? Because even without any side
No.
effects from that, it's being reported widely. Wired News had something that came out, and this goes along with all these movies where these scientists are stressing out, warning us about incoming asteroids or the moon going to fall, where it's being reported that children are suffering from climate anxiety and climate grief. So they're crying for the world that we destroyed, and they're totally freaking out about what's to come. And so the mind war is at an all-time high right now. So it's to me, that's the main thing here. So whether or not there's any side effects almost doesn't matter. The unhealthy lifestyle that's going to accompany the lockdown culture. We're going to have a lot of out of shape metaversers who are agoraphobic and can't handle the real world very soon.
Yes, I agree 100. It's already happened. It's been happening for the last few years as well. But yeah, for sure, I agree with everything you just said, that everything is moving to the metaverse. People don't leave their houses. It's super unhealthy physically. one of the reasons that I do mob, even though it's a brainless, mindless job, it pays fairly well, and it makes me get up and leave the house. I would have a really hard time. I probably have really bad eyes if I sat behind my monitor for 18 hours a day. I'd rather go out in a snowstorm than sit behind my monitor and stare at the screen all day and get bad news, even if I pull the bad news. So, yeah, I agree. Totally agree with you on that.
Doom scrolling. They call that doom scrolling.
Oh, yeah. I'd get nothing done if I was sitting behind my computer. I get nothing done now. I'm so far behind on my own accounting and stuff like that because I'm busy scrolling away at the 10,000 feeds I have coming to me. And they're all these feeds. I choose these feeds. I choose your audio feed. I choose John the Bond's feed. You can't keep up with your own feeds, and they're customized as you do for yourself. I don't even subscribe to most of the garbage feeds, the mainstream feeds.
Can
John the Bond.
I have to ask a question. Have either of you gone out to watch a movie since the pandemic started? Have any of you been out to a theater?
Myself, rarely went before the lockdown, and obviously now I can't because you need to show proof of injection. You've needed that since September, I think. So the answer for me is absolutely not. And I heard your story. You went to Moonfall, I believe, which I have queued up on my computer once I get a spare minute to check out just because of you.
Yeah, and I also went and saw Moonfall. I heard about it from you, Tim. So I went and watched it on the release day, Friday, so 2 days ago. And in the cinema that I saw it on, and this is on release day, this is on the first day of this movie being out. The cinema that I went to, I got there right on 9, so when the film was meant to be starting. And they show you the selection of seats. And this was in I would say, a medium-sized cinema. There was probably maybe 150 seats, I want to say, maybe 200. Like I say medium-sized. It wasn't a huge IMAX, but it wasn't a small little dinky theater. Right? It was a pretty decent-sized, like it was cinema number 1 in a shopping mall. So you get the idea. It was a decent-sized cinema. Out of all of those seats, and remember, I'm the last dude to walk in there because the film's officially pretty much just about started. How many seats do you think had been purchased? And remember, this is on release day of the film, and this is a big Roland Emmerich film. Out of, let's say there's 150 seats, how many seats do you think I couldn't select because they were gone?
God, I hate to say it because it says that people are a bunch of sheep, but probably 95% of them were open.
Dude, even worse than that. Literally 6 seats were taken, right? 6 of them. And for some reason, they all want to sit towards the back. So I got the best seats in the house as far as I'm concerned. And I literally rocked up and paid for my tickets. I think it cost me 7 lev, which is like $4 or something. I got the best seat in the house, bang, on the opening night of the film. And this is a big film, from what I can tell, from what I can understand. I mean, Roland Emmerich is apparently a very well-known filmmaker. Yeah, 6 seats have been sold. Now, this is a small sample size. You can't read too far into this, but I was surprised by that. In fact, as I was walking towards the cinema, I was kind of expecting I'd gotten there too late. And then when the lady showed me the screen where you choose the seats, I thought, oh, there's only 6 seats left. And she's like, no, those are the 6 seats that are taken. And I'm like, you beauty. So I paid my money and I went in there, and yeah, it's basically like I was in there by myself. So again, you can't read too far into it, Tim, but if your question was along the lines of, have the masses gone back to normal? In this country, I don't think so. No, not even close.
Nope, not at all. You see what they've done, and it's a great example though of just how powerful this culture shaping thing is. This monolithic mass media thing, which we're supposed to believe is a bunch of competing companies, that entertainment is separate from news, but no, it's a total monolith, and you can just see since 2020 how uniform people behave. They're just like it is pretty amazing. But I had the same experience. Empty theater. The movie itself, though, Moonfall, happens to correspond with a few things because the movie's about the moon being knocked off its orbit and it's coming down to Earth. Well, it just so happens that there's a piece of space junk from SpaceX from 7 years ago that they say has been on a chaos orbit since 2015, 4 tons, that is about to hit the moon and explode, like pretty much any day now. And I'm thinking, there's no way that's a coincidence. Is that a PR stunt? or what? Because they would have mentioned at some point, hey, next year this thing's going to hit the moon. But no, they just announced it just as Moonfall comes out. What do you think?
I've got
I'm not getting
I've got-
that story in Kazakhstan here.
there's the 4-2 connection, right? So it was released on February 4. So there's the 2-4. And Tim, you and I have spoken many times about the significance of these numbers, especially the 42, the 24. And that was the same day that the Winter Olympics officially began. So on Feb 4, that begins. It's supposed to end on February 20. So there's another 4-2. And if that was all there was to this, I'd say, okay, it's just coincidence. But then the Red Hot Chili Peppers released their new song on the same day. So the same Friday, where you've got Moonfall coming out, you've got the Winter Olympics beginning, in China, no less. You've also got this new Red Hot Chili Peppers song. And what's the name of this new song?
I don't know. Does it have something to do with the moon? I mean, is it that obvious?
Oh, you're pretty close. Ab, do you want to have a guess?
Not a clue. Not a clue. What is it?
All right. Let's see if anyone in the live stream chat wants to answer before I say anything. We'll see if they come through.
And by the
We'll give 'em
way, I
seconds. We'll
put
give
the phone numbers. If anyone wants to call in and talk to any one of us, they can. I've got my phone lines open: 810-666, 1984, 902-400, 1984. Anyone wants to call in, I'll put them through. Is it called Black Summer?
That's the one.
I cheated. I just brought up the Google search here. So is this a brand new song? I guess so.
Released on
Released on 2/4.
Released on 2/4, same day as Moonfall, and same day.
Is it in a movie?
A lazy rain am I. The skies refuse to cry. Cremation takes its piece of your supply.
I'm not a big Red Hot Chili Peppers fan. I just thought I'd play a little bit of it though for anyone who wanted to hear. What is
the best? The next three lines go: the night is dressed like noon. A sailor spoke too soon. And here's the best part: and China's on the dark side of the moon. So on the day of the Chinese Winter Olympics, right? You think of it like the Winter Olympics; it's a seasonal thing. This track is called Black Summer. In the opening stanza or the opening verse, the final line is, and China's on the dark side of the moon, on the same day that Moonfall's released. All three of these things happened on the same day, officially. And it wasn't just any day, it was a 2/4 or a 4/2, which for those who are interested in this idea of synchronicity, that's a big deal. I'm sure Tim will agree.
It's a huge deal, and it corresponds so tightly with many other things we've observed. So it looks like we're going to have a black summer to follow the dark winter, and the timing of these things cannot be a coincidence. We've discussed this often, like movie releases. I was talking about the movie Sputnik the other day. Came out of Russia the same day that they released a vaccine called Sputnik. And the movie was about an alien virus. So these things are not coincidental, and I definitely appreciate these connections because when you dig, you find that, yeah, this is part of the meta script. So that's kind of foreboding. What do you think it means, Black Summer?
Well, I think it's like any art; it can be interpreted any way you like. And I'm still sort of thinking my way through it. And when I started to notice all of this, I got excited. I'm like, I want to go and see this Moonfall film. That's why I went and watched it. I only heard about it because I saw it in the title of one of your recent podcasts. That was the first time I heard of Moonfall. Then someone else mentioned it, and I'm like, oh, like what's going on here? Oh, it's a movie. So the day that I found out about this film, I was like, the cinema is just across the hallway from the cafe I'm in. I'll just go and watch it. So I went to see Moonfall, hoping that there would be something significant in there, especially on the back of Don't Look Up, which came out, a few weeks ago. So I thought, hey, they've got similar plot lines apparently. Hopefully there's something in there that is significant. But to be perfectly frank, I thought that movie was the worst film I've seen in literally years. And I'm not trying to be nasty, but it was like it's like the script was written by young teenagers. And I'm being serious here. If you gave a bunch of young teenagers...
Moonfall?
Moonfall. Oh, it was absolutely horrible. If you gave a bunch of young teenagers a whole bunch of money and said, write a script, the basic plot is that the moon is collapsing towards Earth. There's no limits on why the moon might be doing that. Come up with anything you want. The humans can respond whatever way you want. That's all you have to know. Go and write a script. I honestly believe the kids will come back with something no worse than what we just watched, than what I just watched. I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm not trying to be one of those nasty film critics. It was atrocious to the point where I started to wonder: is the joke on me? Like, even if the ticket is only $7 leather, the fact that people like me will just go and watch this are we being
Well, that's one of the
taken-
reasons why I haven't been to the movie theater, because I know that the comic movies are still super hot and they're still better to watch on a big screen. But other than that, I can get all my movie fill on my computer all the way down to my little smartphone screen, because I just don't have 2 hours to waste. I think when you get older, time is running out where you can't watch nonsense. So
Hey, look,
it's
you can see why I did so well at DirecTV. Like, I was the only guy there that didn't believe there's an actual satellite, but that was my last real job. But I was constantly
right.
getting people to watch terrible government propaganda. And look, I got JLB to go to the movies and watch Moonfall.
Wow, yeah, well, you do have a skill. That's a JLV. I think I might just delete my. I think I got the cam version, the webcam version of the movie, because it just came out, obviously. So I think I'll take a pass on it now. I think I'll just take all my information from IPS and take it from there. I don't need to see any part of it.
Well, let me
What
point.
about?
Okay, there is a couple of things though. You can't gloss over a couple of things about the movie, real quick.
Okay,
Okay, one, same director as Independence Day, which had all
right?
kinds of 9/11 predictive programming. So
Yes.
this again affirms that the next 9/11 is going to be some kind of stuff falling from the sky, which was the main theme of
Okay.
the movie. So you have to look at it as the masses are being inundated with the imagery of the sky falling, stuff falling from the
Yeah.
sky. And then what's
Yeah.
more, the protagonist, the scientist that nobody's listening to at first, looks exactly like the protagonist from Don't Look Up, played by Leonardo DiCaprio. So they have this new archetype of the Noah warning the sinners, and nobody's listening. He's like, get in the ark. And this Noah is the underpaid, underappreciated scientist who's an altruist. So this guy in the movie sacrifices his life to save the world. And guess how old this scientist savior happens to be?
I think you said on your show 33.
Yeah, the actor is 33 years old. So again, but the movie's a terrible cliche. It's a mashup of Space Odyssey, Star Wars, Black Hole, Armageddon.
Mhm.
Totally cliche. So I can understand JLB's review on it. But yeah, it contained some very important propaganda.
Don't look up. What should we watch? How old is that one? Should we watch that one? Is there anything to be learned from that?
Yes. Don't Look
Okay.
Up is important to watch, and I called this out when it first was advertised a year ago. I said the fact that it's got Leo DiCaprio is going to be an important factor here, because he's the face of the Titanic, which has been used as a metaphor for capitalism and global warming. It's been used as a metaphor for the West. So what he does in this movie is he's the face of science, telling us that look, the world's heading towards a comet. And the problem is, the greedy capitalists want to mine the comet, whereas the scientists want to save us. So again, it's capitalism destroying the world because we're not listening to the scientists. So it's just sort of a story about how climate change is going to kill us all. So again, it's important to watch it from that perspective. They're getting the public ready
Hold time.
for climate
9
chaos.
seconds.
All right, we have a caller on the line. Caller from 262 area code. Go ahead.
Hey, fakeologist, it's Walker.
Walker, hello. Say hi to IPS and John LeBlanc. We got an all-star team here on the show tonight.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to call in with this crew on the call. But I just had I can't stay for too long, but I did have just curious about your guys' thoughts on the Joe Rogan saga that's going on right now, which I find pretty fascinating because he's not even really, as far as I'm concerned, saying anything that's even that controversial. And he's really although he is actually spreading misinformation, but it's just completely bogus information, just like the government spreading, yet they're going after him, leads me to believe that they're really just tightening the screws on anybody who's just getting out of line, period. So, but I was just curious what you guys had to say about that. I think it's a huge story in the media, and I'm curious to see how
Yeah.
it plays itself out.
Who wants to take that first? John LeBon?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I've been listening to Joe Rogan for a few years. I'm not a big fan of his, but I've been listening to his podcasts maybe 4 years, I want to say, maybe something like that. I'm not a big fan. But I first heard of him through the UFC. And so I've been familiar with him as a character for maybe 10 years now, something like this. I haven't been listening to his recent stuff ever since he went to Spotify. So in terms of what he's saying, I can't speak too much to that. But this bigger picture of all these musicians saying, oh, if you don't get rid of Joe Rogan, we're going to leave your platform, what have you. I find the whole thing fascinating. And I don't know which way it's going to go. And I know that some people are saying, oh, this is all part of an orchestrated plan to do X, Y, or Z. I hope those people make their predictions and put their predictions on the record. Right now, the way I see it, I don't know if this is necessarily scripted per se. I don't know. I'm open-minded. I'm interested to see how it all plays out. So that's my initial response. I'll throw it over to Tim.
Okay, my response, I actually think it's 100% scripted, and here's how I arrived at it. Last year, on the 42nd anniversary of the volcanic eruptions at St. Vincent Island, we had another one. And so I see the volcano eruption, 42, and that number 42 is always associated with falling, with blackouts, etc. So at that same day, Spotify pulled 42 of Joe Rogan's tracks, or it's like the same news cycle. So I'm like, wait, Joe Rogan has 42 tracks pulled, and then the volcano story. And the volcano story got interesting because they were saying only the vaxxed get on the cruise ships to escape. So I read this as, if you're vaccinated, you're saved, you go to heaven. If you're not vaccinated, you and your family get the lake of fire, the lava. So I was looking at this as Joe Rogan is going to take a fall at some point. And at that time, he was being called out as a sexist by David Hogg. And so I thought, okay, then Trisha Paythat, a 33-year-old star on OnlyFans, was calling him a sexist. So they were going for the sexist angle then. And I said, Joe's going to take a fall because the number 42's in here and he's being challenged by this 33-year-old star. I just wasn't sure what it was going to be. I thought it was going to be the sexist thing. I thought maybe a sex scandal would come out. Well, then a few months come by, and I see this thing evolving, the 42 tracks, and I see this attack building up against Joe, and then it breaks now with this N-word thing, where now they said, oh, he said N-word 24 times on Spotify. So I'm like, okay, this is code for he's taking a fall in order to bring down free speech, in order to demonize podcasts. And I've even had to update I had to sign something on Spotify that, thou shalt not say anything bad about COVID-19. So this is already working. And they pulled 71 more tracks. So now the total is 113. And that number is always used to signify a sacrifice, a phoenix, the burn down, build back better. So I read it from the script perspective as Joe's taking a fall, sacrificing in order to allow them to have a pretext to censor podcasting as they do all the video platforms.
Yeah.
And then finally, he came out and made the case for establishing something similar to the fairness doctrine, where he basically said, I'm sorry for what I said. I need to have an expert that contradicts me after everything that I say. And I'm like, man, he's going to set us back 3 decades. So that's my take on it. I think he's a fall guy.
So what happens though? So he takes the fall as in he gets booted from Spotify, but he continues his podcast back on his original platform?
Yeah, I don't think they ever silence him, but I think this just opens the way for more censorship, so the government doesn't have to do it. It's all done by these corporations.
Go up
Yes.
significantly to do that though? Like, won't he just get more listeners? Whether you want to call it a Streisand effect or whatever, won't this just lead to Joe Rogan getting more listeners? And so if he is interviewing these people who are skeptical of vaccines or whatever, how does that fit in with the broader agenda? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're just going to send more listeners to a dude who is supposedly interviewing the wrong people. How does that fit into the broader picture?
Good question, because when he started going against that mainstream narrative on the vax thing, he started building up a lot of credibility and people were backing him up. But I think what happened in the last 24 hours or so is a compilation of his use of the N-word over the years, and he's using it in a very specific context, but they're misrepresenting it. That's going viral on CNN. They're having this church lady freak out over it. And then there's a comments where he compared watching Planet of the Apes in Philadelphia and being surrounded by only blacks to being like in Africa. So he made this association of apes and Africans, and it's like that is going to be hard for him to walk down. And The Rock just turned his back on him after defending him at first over the cancellation thing. So they're aiming for the race angle. And that's why I think the number 42 is so key here, because every race psyop in America that we've seen so far has that number associated with it, this 42, 24. And one of the singers who jumped off Spotify because of Joe, she said she didn't want to pay his wages. She said, or she counted 24 times he used it. So to me, it looks very structured. I don't think they'll censor him. I don't think they can take away any significant amount of his audience because his listeners are smarter than that. This only affects the people who don't listen to him and the people they're trying to terrorize about free-floating memes and ideas.
And do you think Joe Rogan's in on it? Like, do you think he knows that his job now is to get removed from Spotify?
I hate to say it. I
yeah.
can't say for sure. I cannot say for sure. Like, does Joe know that the moon landing was fake, or does he really think it's real? It's really hard to say how insulated somebody is. I don't have any personal information. I think that maybe he's legitimate. Maybe he's legitimately fighting for free speech. They are certainly using his words against him in an unfair way. But regardless, this situation has turned Spotify into ground zero for this free speech civil war. And the fact that I did call this when the volcano erupted, that he was going to take a fall for free speech. So to me, that implies inside knowledge, but I can't say for sure.
I agree with you, Tim. I think your analysis with the numerology is the best. You've definitely analyzed this the best. I'll go a little bit farther, and I'll just say that Joe Rogan is definitely part of the beast system. You just can't be this big if he really is this big, which I do not believe, by the way. I don't believe he has 11 million people listening. I'm sorry. That number just is just too occult. It's just too. It's probably not even close. Sorry. I just don't think he's that interesting, that talented. Maybe he has this great big audience from the MMA world that has followed him over to listening to him talk on the radio. I can't quite see the link there. But overall, I would say he knows exactly what's happening. This was a huge setup. Spotify, I don't even, unless they have too much money, which I don't think they do. I just don't think they're paying him whatever $10 million a year for 10 years. It just seems ridiculous, especially when you don't need to use any platform anywhere to get your message out. And that's what we're doing here. I might be piped into Spotify. They might be grabbing my feed, but under no circumstances does anyone need to listen to my podcast through any platform specifically. It's the old decentralized internet. So it doesn't even make sense that he would go over there, and it doesn't make sense they would give him money. And I think some of the best analysis on this, besides yours, Tim, is the No Agenda show, where they have made a living being completely decentralized and promoting decentralization. The only advantage Spotify has, and the only reason I subscribe to it with my family, is for the unlimited music. Almost every artist puts out all their stuff, and it makes their library available and their new stuff on Spotify. So that's the only reason I use it. For podcasts, though, it makes no sense whatsoever. And therefore, I think this whole Joe Rogan thing was a setup just to try and get a foot in the door of podcasting and trying to figure out how you could possibly limit and regulate that kind of speech, because it really is so far more of the Wild West than, say, some of the centralized platforms like Apple and Facebook and those farms that people seem to hang out on. So, and No Agenda really speaks to that, where they say they're really trying to mess with podcasting. And I'll give Adam Curry definitely a plug that with his podcasting 2.0, he's tried to remove the whole podcast search feed away from Apple, who was trying to take control of it, and maybe Spotify to a lesser extent, just to keep it decentralized and just to keep these lists of podcasts away from some of big tech, so they can't censor and hide. I don't think they're ever going to censor. They'll just shadow ban and hide them, or just keep whacking them off the platforms like they do to you.
Well, that was my take. Because look, I lost two YouTube channels last night back to back. One of them 15 minutes into a live stream, they pulled it. That's how.
Wow.
That's how.
You must have a personalized sensor then, if that happens.
Oh yeah,
Someone's got a
there's a full-time snowflake, box of Kleenex. They watch me, listen, and
yeah.
whenever they cry, they pull the plug on it. They got somebody there who knows when. Okay, he crossed the line. He's offending somebody somewhere, and they just pull it like that. So I was looking at this Joe Rogan thing, thinking the only place where I'm not being censored are on these various podcast platforms. So I'm on every podcast platform and nothing gets censored, but I'm on YouTube and every 15 minutes some censor pulls my plug. So I thought this is like the Wild West. It's not being censored. This is perfect. And I haven't really been very open about how many listeners I have on these other platforms because I'm trying to keep it low key. So they think they're winning by squelching me here on YouTube, which they're not. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait, Joe Rogan is the #1 podcaster, and now his podcasts are being taken out of context and they're being used to actually affect other podcasters like myself. And as an example, the other day, yes, Spotify updated their terms of service. Now they're going to take a closer look at what you're saying about certain topics and they're going to be able to pull it. So I think this was a successful operation to open that door. So whether or not Joe gets canceled or whatever, I don't think he will. I think they accomplished the mission, and I think the angle they're going to use is going to be hate and medical misinformation.
So you don't think Joe is going to get cancelled? Do you think he's going to stay on Spotify?
They may make some sort of even if he gets kicked off Spotify, I mean he won't be canceled. He'll never be 100% silenced. But Spotify might actually take that move. They might make that move, and I'm thinking if they do, it'll be specifically because of the racial rhetoric in light of the political climate in America right now, where you have a parallel George Floyd movement kind of budding, where people are rallying around this Amir Locke case. And some of the artists who have left Spotify have said that they're citing Joe Rogan for not just his
Yeah.
racial rhetoric, but for his COVID
Is
stuff. So it looks
is there really a race? How long can they play the race card? Doesn't exist in Kazakhstan where I live. Is it a real thing in the U.S.? Is it a like?
Of your
And I've heard a
convoy
lot. I've,
years from years ago?
I've heard a lot of you have a lot of black callers on your show, Tim. Do they say it's a real thing? Because I don't. Is it a real thing to them? This race thing?
I kind of think that the ubiquitous racist terrorist is a construct that terrorizes the political left. And I think it's sort of more of a construct than anything. I mean, look at Jussie Smollett. However, there is a history here, and then you look at that history, and it's a lot of polarizing material here, where one side sees the other side as the side of oppression. Western chauvinism was encapsulated in the view of most on the left as Derek Chauvin, kneeling on some defenseless guy over some meaningless counterfeit bill thing. So yeah, if there is this narrative here, a very powerful narrative of oppressor and the oppressed. It's this SJW line runs deep, and it's very effective here. It's more effective than the belief or fear of radical Islamic terrorists, who maybe they scare the right, but the left kind of agrees with them. So that's not a very effective terrorist. But then again, also on the right here, you have these like QAnon terrorists, but these are also all feds and agents. So to me, it's provocateur on both sides. It's not organic. It's not real.
Hey, we still have Walker on the line. Walker, did that answer your question?
Oh yeah, terrific stuff. Yeah, I appreciate it. And yeah, just on the race thing, real quick, I got to run. But yeah, they have really successfully weaponized certain words and certain ideas, and like the N word's like a perfect one, where it's a weapon that they can just sort of deploy at any time if they find someone who's just even said it. It doesn't even matter when you said it or what context or anything, and they can just deploy it into the cultural mindset, and then all of a sudden now Joe Rogan, he's like backpedaling, having to defend himself. So I think he's probably going to be off of Spotify, and I think when he's apologizing and he's sort of dancing around the issues, if he would have been more defiant and just said, I say what I say, I do what I do, and if you don't like it, you can go pound sand. I would have thought that he was a little bit more legit, but with the way he's been behaving, and of course his about face on the moon landing thing was extremely suspicious. So I think he's probably served his purpose, whether he was a willing participant or he's just kind of a cuck or whatever. But anyway, yeah, thanks guys. All the best. Thanks for the show.
Thank you for calling.
So we're still not clear though. So it sounds like Tim is saying he doesn't know whether Joe will get kicked off Spotify or not. Ab, do you have an opinion on this? Will he get kicked off Spotify or not, in your opinion?
I almost don't care, but Donnie Darko in the IPS chat says he thinks that he'll be off on 2/22 or 3/11.
Hold time 2 minutes 54 seconds.
Oh, we got another caller. 508 area code. Hello.
Tim, hey, it's Andrew, aka Truth 34. Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Andrew, Truth 34. A long time. Yeah, you're
I
sounding
know,
good.
it's been a long time. Awesome. It's, it's like to talk to three of my favorite truth tellers, Ab the Fakeologist, IPS, and of course, John LeBon. So, hey guys. Are you all still talking about Joe Rogan? I tried to call him while you were still on that
Yeah,
topic.
go for it. We just let Walker go. So yeah, Joe Rogan is on the table. John LeBon wants to know, will Joe Rogan be pulled off Spotify?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I'm just going to guess. I'm going to say yes, because I think this overall situation is all about censorship, as you guys have been discussing. And I did miss like the last 10 minutes because I was on hold. I've been listening on my phone, so I've been not sure if you guys are going to cover a lot of what I wanted to share, but I'll just throw it out there. I think what's interesting about the individuals that Rogan's had on, like Dr. Robert Malone and Peter McCullough, those are some of the guests that have been causing the most controversy, because those are, two individuals coming from the anti-vax standpoint, of course, but they're looking at it from the perspective that the virus is real, right? And what I find, very telling is that Rogan isn't having any of the people on whose position is that, the whole thing is fake. People like Dr. Andrew Kaufman, Dr. Tom Cowan, Dr. Kelly Brogan, like the list goes on and on. There's a lot of excellent, very well-credentialed individuals who he could have on to discuss that side of the controversy, but instead he's kind of focusing on this whole Vaxageddon or Vaxapocalypse, as IPS calls it. And I've kind of gone both ways on that particular topic, but the way that I'm seeing it right now is that this whole idea that antibody-dependent enhancement, this whole idea that this is the big thing that's going to cause the Vaxapocalypse or whatever, I think that that's a giant red herring, and I think that Rogan is being used to push that controlled opposition angle. And what I find really interesting is that Dr. Andrew Kaufman, he's looked at all of those studies that supposedly show that all of the animals that had the mRNA testing, like the ferrets and whatnot, supposedly all of the animals died after getting the injections. But if you look into the studies, what they show is that the animals were put to death at the end of the study. So yes, you could factually say that all the animals died, but in actuality, it wasn't the ADE or the virus in the wild causing some type of a cytokine storm. They were put to death as part of the experiment itself. So anyways, I'll take a breath there, but are you guys familiar with any of that?
Well, Truth 34, let me just say quickly, it's good to hear from you again. So this whole Joe Rogan thing, he's now backpedaling on the N-word, right? It's now like, he's not going to use the N-word anymore, and people are saying, this is him bowing down. Don't they have the same policy at fakeologist.com? Isn't that a naughty word on Fakeologist?
Depends who says it and the context, but yeah, we don't.
Same with Joe Rogan. So Joe Rogan's guests, if they're black, they're allowed to say it, but the white people at Fakeologist aren't allowed to say it. You've had that policy for a lot longer than Spotify or Joe Rogan. So why are people criticizing Joe Rogan?
Because it's a fault line in the United States that they love to keep drumming on. That's why I was asking, especially to the black audience, if it's a thing, or if even black people are so over it. It's just such a dead horse that there's no point in beating it anymore.
Do you remember
America's-
last year, the same time, what were we dealing with? Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon, blackface. You got Justin Trudeau, blackface. The Young Turks have used the N-word more than Joe Rogan and less tactfully because he's using it in a very specific way in a context, supposedly. But my point being, they're targeting Joe right now in a very hypocritical way, even people like Howard Stern and others. So The Rock actually, first he stood by Joe, then he turned his back. And then people are pointing out what The Rock was making these offensive, racial kind of stereotyping, I guess, vocalizations imitating Chinese people. So The Rock is now under fire too. So it's a lot of people in glass houses, but Joe's being targeted for a very specific reason. And I don't think that the timing of it is coincidental. That I think it's timed that this is going on right now as we have this Amir Locke situation happening in the Twin Cities, where the George Floyd event happened. So you have the political group BLM gathering now, and they have their ultimate bad guy to point at, Joe Rogan. So I think this is all very much timed and coordinated.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the digital ID, which is the end game with all its fancy features, is not being talked about. We're talking about nonsense. Like the whole Joe Rogan thing is it's just a misdirection. It's nonsense. It's a distraction. It's more of the same garbage. I think black people and white people and brown people and yellow people, they've long moved on, even in the United States, from all this nonsense. But the media keeps harping on it because they know that it's a distraction. Meanwhile, if you type in digital ID USA, the Fed explores a digital dollar, digital IDs and Apple Wallet, Treasury considering state and local grants implement digital ID systems. Airside's passport app takes flight into universal digital ID, etc. This is what's coming, guys. This is what anyone and everyone should be talking about. Do you want a digital ID with digital currency and social credit and carbon credit scores that controls your every move? Do you want the centralized government in the most decentralized country in the world, the United States, to be able to control whether you have a hamburger today or get to drive your car across town tomorrow? Because that is what is being mapped out for you right now while you guys are arguing about Joe and the volcano.
Well, hey, one thing though, the thing about this is the bigger picture as I see it is, and I brought up the fire in the Bronx with the fire, the 19-story building. The connection is this. They can look at the fire and they can say, oh, that's because of our political economic system of capitalism and private property. Because these people are so poor, they have to use space heaters. And so they use space heaters as a symbol of iniquity. And the media put it out there like that. So the race thing is only a cover. It's a smokescreen for advancing this Marxist revolution, which is a technocratic revolution. So no, they're using this to help speed up what you're describing. So it's all part of the same thing. Like when the conveniently masked rioters were burning things down in 2020, I saw this as, okay, they're just getting us ready for the cashless society. So it is all connected. In that sense, this is moving the public towards accepting things. And I think this Joe Rogan thing is key here because you know how they made the case that medical misinformation endangers lives? I think they're going to try to make the same case that hate speech or offensive speech puts society at risk of instability. And I think the end goal looks something like the movie Equilibrium with Christian Bale, where now the government has to regulate all culture because of war and constant inter-community strife. So I think that's the agenda here. They want to make it look like we're always at civil war and we need to be regulated at that level. And that's why Joe's the target.
Well, we should go back to the call. I had a couple to go back to. But just before we do, is this Joe Rogan thing just a distraction, or is it a significant thing that's part of social change or causing division? Like, how is it both things? Because I heard Ab say it's just a distraction. Is it just a distraction, or is this actually a significant thing?
Well, I think Tim pretty much made the case for it's all integrated. So I tend to agree with Tim's view. It's very on point. What does Truth 34 say, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that Alex Jones went through his whole round of censorship recently where he was totally deplatformed and whatnot. And back then, IPS was saying, and I was agreeing at the time, that that was all about censorship ultimately. And that Rogan and Jones are kind of connected at the hip from way back in the day, both coming out of the same circles. So yeah, I think they're both controlled. They've both been kind of given the podium, so to speak. Like, it seems organically, but probably not. And I think they're all, they're being involved in agendas that are going to ultimately result in additional censorship, I think. So all of that does make sense. I think it's all part of that agenda.
Do you think
Go ahead.
has Joe Rogan been told that this is part of his plan? Like, you go to Spotify, you get an audience paying attention to you. People are going to say they want you deplatformed, and then you are deplatformed. Like, do you think he is in on this? Do you think he knows what's going on ahead of time?
Probably. PS had mentioned something that makes me think about this. Is if you remember John Gruden, the NFL head coach, he was given a $100 million contract to be the head coach of, what was it, the Las Vegas, whatever they're called. And, that was like a huge deal at the time. But it's, fast forward, and now Gruden's the one who's being used in this, racial agenda where, like, his tweets were the ones that came out, or his text messages or whatever the story was. But to me, it's a similar situation. It's like, we'll give you this high profile contract, and you will be our fall guy and, be a part of these other narratives. So that wouldn't surprise me. And that's kind of what I think. Yeah.
All right, then going back to the other point that you made about why doesn't Rogan get on the people who know that this whole pandemic is a hoax? What would be the benefit for Rogan to do that? Like, if his audience is almost entirely comprised of normies, what would be in Rogan's interests to get on somebody with an opinion that is so far away from the normal opinion?
Well, he claims to want to provide a opportunity for ideas to be expressed and whatnot, like a free speech outlet. And these doctors like Kaufman and Cowens, they are very high profile. They have just as large of a profile as Malone and McCullough. So, a lot of people follow their information. So I feel like they're just as deserving to have their voices heard. I think that would create even more of an attack against them. But at the same time, they're not the ones saying that the apocalypse is around the corner. That's these guys that Rogan's been having on. These are the guys that are saying, no, if you look at the actual studies, the animals were put to death, and we have no factual basis to be fear-mongering yet,
Okay. All right, Truth. Good call. I think I have a couple more callers coming in. I can't quite tell on my system, but looks like a few people are trying to get through on the chat. So thanks a lot for calling, and thanks.
All right.
Thanks for being a donor at fakeologist.com, whether past or present.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate it.
I support all three of you guys. So keep doing the awesome work, and I'll continue to support you guys. So thank you guys.
No, that's great. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Take care.
All right. All right. Just see if another call comes through. I don't have the ability to tell for sure, but sometimes looks like a few people were mentioning it. They're trying. So the phone lines are now open. John, did you want to make some points based on your notes? Did you have anything that we have
later on? But just going back, like True 34, that was a terrific call. The point that I was making with what's in Rogan's interests, Rogan has a normie audience, right? Whether it's 11 million people or 1 million or whatever it is, most of those people still think there is a virus. They still think that maybe the government overreacted or whatever, but they still believe in the virus. I think sometimes in our little corners of the internet, it's easy to forget just how far off the reservation we are compared to the average people. So any podcaster with a big audience, why is he going to speak to people on the extreme? To me, it's like it's holding these people to a standard that, to me, doesn't make sense. And then when it comes to this whole, Joe's backing down because of the N-word thing, that's holding him to a standard that you don't even hold yourself to. Seems a little bit hypocritical to me, Ab.
Yeah, I know. I don't really.
Onto your podcast, the N-word, you'd censor him as well, Rollo style.
Right. Well, Rollo has a different intent, so
Now, a couple things.
Okay, hold
Okay,
it.
a couple things. In
Okay.
Rogan's defense, though, he hasn't even said it in years. They're digging. And when they first started trying to cancel him, this is back when David Hogg started last year, they went for a sexist joke he laughed at 12 years ago. So it's all digging and it's a compilation, but most people hear it, they don't know it's a compilation. But he is held to this impossible standard of being some kind of a truther where I don't ever think he was a truther like Alex Jones, but people have this unrealistic expectation of him. But his show consists of speaking to people who are believers in consensus, media, and science. So for them, a denialist is what they would see when they see someone who doesn't believe in what they believe to be evidence. Salty Siren wants to know if you could repeat the number, or Linda Curtis rather, fakeologist
Yeah,
said.
it's 810-666-1984. 810-666-1984. If you're in Kazakhstan, it's 902-400. 1984, 902-400, 1984. Anyone can call in. Give it a buzz.
So going back to Walker's original question, that to do with the Rogan situation, I said I don't know if he's going to get kicked off Spotify or not. I don't know if the whole thing is scripted or not. And based on the last half hour, I think more people feel that way than are letting on. A lot of people are like, "Oh, I think it's definitely scripted. It was definitely this." And okay, so will he get kicked off or not? We don't know. Is he in on it? We don't know. Is it? What's the ultimate agenda here? Well, maybe it's a distraction. Maybe people aren't quite as sure of their position as they think they are when they take time to think through it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right. I would say this, though. The numbers 42 are what cued me in. And then last night when I saw he had used that word 24 times, and now there's a total of 113 tracks removed, to me it looks as scripted as any other psyop. And my initial feeling on this whole thing was he's taking a fall in order to sabotage free speech from within. So does that mean he gets pulled off Spotify? Not necessarily. I don't know how complicated a $100 million contract is, but I could see it being a cultural fallout. And then the culture shifts to agree with some kind of insane notion that says that we all need to be increasingly censored. But does it mean he's a part of it? I can't actually prove it because I haven't
Hold
been in those
time.
meetings.
7 seconds.
All right, fakeologist. We've got a caller, guys. 248 area code. Hello.
Hey guys, it's Donnie of the Dead. How you guys doing?
Donnie of the Dead. I'm fine. I've never talked to you, so nice to meet your acquaintance, sir.
Nice to meet you as well. IPS is usually where I hang out, but I've followed all three of you guys for quite some time now. So,
Well, thank you.
I have a theory to float since all three of you are on the line. Just been watching this now. Kind of the Joe Rogan's been the icing on the cake. It seems to me that this is a push, throw in the suckers, the 1-6 routine, the Joe Rogan, go back to Alex Jones and Sandy Hook, throw in the COVID. It seems this is almost like a funnel into, at some point, they're going to like pull the rug and say, nope, we can't communicate anymore. We can't do any of this anymore. And this is what we're doing going forward. This is dangerous. This is unhealthy. This is no longer what we can have done. It's too threatening. I think that's where your digital currency, your digital ID will all go into place. Is they want to see who are the 11 million listeners supposedly of Joe Rogan, who's listening to IPS, who's listening to Alex Jones, where are you doing, where are you going with your money, because it's all too dangerous for everybody on multiple levels.
Yeah, I'd agree. We can only get more control. The internet is still sort of the wild, wild west, and they want to condition people to accepting the idea that it needs regulation or that you can't even log into the internet without your digital ID. I can see all of that. And yeah.
Well, what I noticed, and I honestly don't really truly understand what it is, so I may have this wrong, but prior to COVID, there was a huge push of putting things on the blockchain. And I'm kind of only familiar with blockchains through like what little I've researched in cryptocurrencies and so forth. But in Michigan, I live in Michigan, it was, they were talking about how we're going to have to do online voting through the blockchain because of COVID, but it never happened. There was too many battles. there was a huge push for that prior to COVID, and it kind of went away. And now I'm kind of seeing this routine of this bubble up of a return to this from multiple levels. And it seems like if you watch the mainstream media and you can get through all the bizarre narratives, you'll see these weird things pop up like, oh, well, the United States government wants to like do something and regulate cryptocurrency. And then they like will mention something on the blockchain. And then there was a thing about, I work in healthcare, there was putting vaccine information on the blockchain. I think that kind of might be the gate or the key to everything. Maybe I could be wrong.
Yeah, comments, JLB or Tim Osmond?
On this one, I see a lot of stuff, Dark Winter, Black Summer, a lot of blackout stuff. And so I've been thinking for some time, this seems like the predictive programming is getting us ready for an EMP. But I don't know how that's feasible. I don't actually believe in nukes as described. I don't know if this scenario of a total internet blackout by force could happen. However, I think they could set some sort of a precedent to where we have the internet equivalent of a global lockdown. And this was foreshadowed in 2020 when the Kardashians froze their social media for a time to protect themselves from online hate and conspiracy theories. And then I was thinking about the Christchurch shooting video, which necessitated a temporary internet blackout in certain sites, and then they had to hunt down the video, and they were making a big show about supposedly arresting people for having the video on their computers, which I don't believe, given that the video was fake. My point being, I think they've been setting the precedent for an internet blackout that's being done because of something. And I don't know what would be the trigger, the catalyst, but another Christchurch-like event or something similar, if it goes viral enough, would allow them to say, hey, look, we're going to have to clamp it down, and then you're not getting back on the internet till you have your internet vax and your internet mask. Something like that. I sense a problem, reaction, solution, and I think all the blackout talk is a reference to the internet.
Getting a message from the chat, on my chat. And by the way, Tim Osmond, hopefully we can integrate our Restream chats, because Restream just announced in the last 2 weeks a new feature where the link that I gave you to join my Restream, you could somehow, if you have your Restream going at the same time, I'm not sure if you use Restream, I think you do, then somehow everything could get jammed into one chat. I don't know if that would be beneficial, but it'd be interesting to try that out. And John LeBond, you could do the same thing. And we're getting good feedback that people want to see a three-way between us every quarter or thereabouts time frame. So I'd be game for it if you guys are.
Well, I think we should definitely do something for 311, which is coming up in about 6 weeks? Is the 5 or 6 weeks is the 311 anniversary. So I think we should definitely do something for that 2-year anniversary of the biggest event, some would say, of our lifetimes. Definitely my lifetime. This is the biggest thing that's happened.
Okay,
It's
mark it
changed the
down.
world.
Mark your calendars, 311. I'm 100% in on that. We will talk about the last 2 years from the hoax anniversary date. That sounds great. And yeah, a fakeologist, I have checked out OBS systems. Their studio is great. Their online virtual studio setup, and it makes it very easy. It's like StreamYards, where you just tap into other channels. So we'll do that next time. And I just figured out how to do it on my other computer here a minute ago.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I don't use OBS. I just use the Restream interface. I've tried OBS, but Restream seems super simple, and it's not even, you don't even have to install software. It's just through the browser here. So I don't know if that works
Yeah,
for
it's a
you.
replacement. Yeah, it's basically a replacement for OBS. I could easily switch, but yeah, it has a button here, invite guests, and they can appear in video or just audio with an avatar. And I
Yeah.
think it would merge our chats, and it would be very interesting.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm not quite sure how it works. I'd have to experiment with that, but yeah, I think it would be worthwhile. And 311, unfortunately, is on a Friday, so the only way I could tune in or do this is a Sunday. It's my only day in the afternoon when I'm not out and about. So, and I think it has to be at a decent time for John LeBond because he's 6 hours ahead in Eastern Europe there.
2 hours ahead. Yeah, so maybe the weekend of the 311 might be the best way to go about it.
Yeah, sure. We can keep in touch on that. So,
All right, so
Yes.
we're coming towards the end of this particular stream, though. So there's one topic that I did want to discuss with you guys, and that is this. And I don't know if we can, because one of you are streaming on YouTube. So you guys tell me if you're allowed to talk about this topic at the risk of YouTube deleting your channel. But this PZP concept, whereby certain animals are supposedly sterilized by way of vaccines with a very similar schedule to the so-called vaccines for the so-called coronavirus. I've spoken to both of you about this individually, and that was going back a couple of months now. I would love to know if you've looked into this and what you think about this idea now, because if my memory serves me, Tim Osman is more skeptical about the idea that these so-called vaccines do damage. At least you were skeptical last time I spoke to you, Tim. Whereas you, on the other hand, Ab, you believe all vaccines are causing damage, and you believe that someone in your family was damaged by their vaccines when they were a baby. So you guys are on very different ends of the spectrum there. So I think for the last portion of the call, I would love to hear your thoughts on what these jibbies are doing, and with a particular emphasis or focus on this PZP angle. What do you guys think about that? Can we talk about that on the air, or should we save that for a different call?
Well, I don't mind talking about it because I don't have a YouTube channel that stores any videos. I just delete the stream. I don't have the same monitoring of the live stream, I don't think, on my YouTube channel. So it's no problem for me. It's up to Tim. And show note, John, are we going to talk for a bonus portion on your channel, or what did you want to do with that?
Well, that was my original plan. We've already gotten to like almost 2.5 hours on this particular stream. So, I mean, I've still got time. I usually stay up pretty late. So I can do that if you guys want. I came along with, I've got 7 different clips. They're all short that I wanted to play and get your guys' thoughts on. But I don't know if you guys have the time to do that. So it's really, the ball's in your court with that one.
Tim Osman, what's the...
Yeah, I have time for that. And I'm totally fine also discussing this question that you brought up. It sounds exactly like the plot of the movie Utopia, where the Bill Gates-esque villain creates a false flag viral outbreak at a school to justify basically vaxxing the youth specifically. And then you find out near the end of the movie that the whole agenda was to sterilize the youth to save the planet and so that the earth can heal for a couple generations. So it's an interesting plot because it involves reaching the agenda of maybe the Georgia Guidestones, but without having to do it by force, but by trickery. Very interesting and cunning plot. Are they doing it for real? I'm very, very skeptical that they actually have the technology to do so. Or I mean, they do, but that they could actually do it. And I don't know. I mean, there'd be such a panic. I mean, what do you think, Ab?
But do you believe that the vaccines are causing spontaneous abortions in the numbers that they're reporting? Do you believe in the VAERS? Do you believe, because the VAERS, the vaccine adverse event reporting system, is all we have as a measuring device, as a litmus test to seeing what's going on. And according to the VAERS, there were, and I don't like the number, 144,000 spontaneous abortions in the last, like, maybe 2021. So I think real damage is occurring and if that isn't sterilization, well, that's spontaneous sterilization, or some people would call it murder. But I definitely think that all vaccines at the very least do nothing, and at the most cause severe damage or mild damage or a spectrum of damage. They don't do anything to help, for sure.
144,000 is the number they gave?
Well, it was a number I did see, and I'm following Steve Kirsch.substack.com for all my I would say he could be a slight limited hangout, but he's going hard on going after the numbers and trying to confront the authorities on this.
Isn't 144,000 of special significance to Christians?
I don't know, but I did. Anytime I see
Jehovah's
a
Witnesses.
multiple of 11, I get suspicious. But he's probably just extrapolating from the VAERS numbers. But it was a story definitely in the last 2 weeks. So I do think that is definitely happening. I mean, just the idea of injecting pregnant women is to me insane anyway. Well, actually, no. Now I see another number. Now it's 416,186. So I think he's modified it. So here's the Substack. So yeah, it's crazy. The numbers are crazy. So bad things are happening.
By the way, Substack is now being targeted by the MSM as the next place where misinformation has found a home. It's amazing how you can track who they're following, and yes, Substack is where they're now focusing their attention.
Well, and it's the great mistake of all content creators to keep flocking to a centralized service. There is no need to be on Substack. Just because they gather money for you, like I don't do my website for money. If money comes my way because of my
Broke your keyboard somehow.
because of my work, that's fine. But to centralize yourself and make yourself a target is insane. Like Steve Kirsch doesn't need to be on Substack. He's allegedly a millionaire selling his InfoSeek to Disney or somebody. So why is he there? To me, it's crazy. I think they put themselves there as part of the plot to discourage others and make people discouraged and figure, well, I have to go to Substack. You don't have to be on Substack. You literally can just start a website and you can base it in some faraway land if you want and put up a digital currency or cryptocurrency wallet and stay away from the payment processors. I don't know why people just put themselves in line in the line of fire. It's stupid.
Okay, well, to answer JLB's question, do you think that the agenda here does involve saving the planet by removing the pesky human race to some degree? A culling?
Are you asking me or JLB?
I'm asking you. I mean, do you think that there's some kind of a culling happening? Do you think that we're going to see a bottlenecking of the human population?
I think for sure. I think people are probably. I don't know what the birth rates have been for the last couple of years. They must be down. I think that they've definitely caused severe health problems for people that can't get medical care. They can't access the healthcare system. They need to do something to stop the baby boomers from overwhelming the healthcare system, because that's this large cohort of the population that is just going to demand service wherever they go. They've done it their whole life. So now they're in their 70s and 80s. So they were due to take out the healthcare system. So this is the answer they got. They just basically shut the doors and said, stay home and no elective surgery, etc. So yeah, I think it is a bit of a culling or a reduction. And I really do. I think I don't think it has to be a magical bioweapon with some of the graphene oxide stories. I'm not sure of those. But just when you inject anything, any kind of metals into your system, you're going to cause problems, period. So yeah, maybe.
And I guess I ask because, so the population right now, it's at, they say anyway, that it's, 7.7 billion or something?
Sure.
Almost 8 billion. But these nefarious characters on the actors on the world stage, these villains who want to reduce the population, they've been at this for some time. I think global warming started about 30 years ago. And when the global warming hype started 33 years ago, the population would have been under 6, maybe between 4 and 5 million, or billion rather. So I'm wondering, how long ago did they decide that they needed to do something? Because it seems like they're falling behind. And if their agenda 2030 is reached, they said 50% they want to cut our carbon emissions, they're going to be dealing with like 8.5 billion people. So it just seems like I don't see any evidence for any ability for them to control the population. It just seems like it's spiraling out of control, unless these figures are all, exaggerated.
Well, they've definitely mind controlled the population. Would you agree with that? So they have effectively made people do what they want. Shut the economy down, commit basically financial suicide all over the place, accept government handouts. They definitely have I would say, asserted a certain incredible level of control, and they're not stopping. Population wise, I don't know where the growth is that they want to stop, whether it's Africa, whether it's China, India. Those to me would be the high growth areas.
I see. Well, it has been a technocratic revolution. I agree with that. So, I think you're right about that. This is an ongoing revolution too. It's not done. They only hit the Great Reset button in 2020. So we're in year number 2 of this thing.
Yeah, going into year 3 for sure. And it's happening, and they've got people where they want them to. I don't know if they're going to back off in the injections. That's my number one hope, is that the injections stop. I know too many people firsthand that have been injured, and a lot of them won't admit they're injured. It's just some sort of form of weakness to them to admit it, or they just can't reconcile it. I know a guy that took 3 shots, and he was definitely sick for a month. I don't know how quickly he had all 3 shots, but he did not equate the injections to his illness. He just said he had COVID. I said, well, there's no test for COVID. So how sick were you? You know, like, people don't even report it. So yeah, I think it's definitely to bring in a new level, an incredible granular level of digital control over people. That's what this is all about. And if they can experiment with people, injecting them with this and that, and get them to do live reporting and recording of the results, then yeah, they achieve so many different things with this PSYOP, this operation, this military operation.
So in the live stream chat on the Infinite Plane YouTube, Linda Curtis says overpopulation is a myth, and Battery 79 say, I don't believe any of their statistics. Guys, I'm totally with you. I don't believe that there's 7.7 billion people on Earth. And that's, by the way, if you check it, the story is now basically 8 billion. You rounded up to 8 billion. So when I was a kid, it was 6 billion. Then it went to 7. Most people don't realize it's actually, the official estimate is now closer to 8, all right? I don't believe any of that. But it doesn't matter whether there's 8 billion people on Earth or 5 billion or 3 billion. It is possible that there are some people who want to have less people on Earth. And not only that, they want to be able to control who can have children. So if you have a majority of people can't conceive naturally anymore, they've got to go through in vitro fertilization or whatever, well, guess what? The system can control that kind of thing by way of, hey, it's too expensive to get IVF unless there's government subsidies. But who gets the subsidies? The people who follow the rules, the people who have a good social credit score, whatever. So it's possible, regardless of how many people are on Earth, that there are some people at the top who want to control how many people have kids, how they have children, and the overall population. So even if the population figure is a hoax, which I'm very confident that it is, that doesn't change whether or not there are people trying to sterilize the masses. And I think there is evidence that's what they're trying to do. And so we're coming towards the end of this live stream. The original plan was 1 hour. I think we've done 2.5 or 2 hours. So
yeah,
what I'll do is I've got the clips ready. How about in the post show, which we're about to record in, let's say 5 p.m. Eastern time. We'll start then.
We'll take
We'll
a
go through
break.
the clips and we'll take a look. I don't just want to look at the sterilization idea. That's really the last thing on my list. There are other things I want to look at. There are other things that have happened over the last 2 years where if someone says to me that's a coincidence, I'm like, okay, maybe it's a coincidence. But now that it's been 2 years, we can look back at some of the things that happened almost 2 years ago and say, with the fullness of time, the way things have played out, was that really a coincidence? So I took a lot of time this afternoon getting all the clips ready, getting my notes ready. And I think if we go through that list of clips one by one, I get your opinion, Tim, I get your opinion, Ab. Go through it one by one. I think we'll get through it in maybe 60 minutes, 80 minutes, something like that. I'll record it, I'll edit it, I'll publish it tomorrow. And JLB members can get it, IPS patrons can get it, and even Fakeologist listeners. You can find that a way to send it to your supporters as well. The people who support the independent media, I'm happy to put in hours and hours to get this stuff done. But I do think the first dibs should go to the people who support it. So how does that sound? We'll record it, I'll edit it tomorrow, publish it tomorrow, and the people who support independent media, they'll get access probably within 24 hours. I'll have it all edited, published, ready to go. How's that sound?
That sounds good. So we're going to end this now. Is that okay with Tim Osman?
Yeah, that works for me. I think it's a great stopping point. And you know what JLB just said about this agenda, that maybe he might be right. It doesn't matter if there's 8 billion or even 1 million people if the agenda is not really about saving the globe, if it's ultimately about control. And yeah, I could see them wanting to weed out their opposition and only allow their own to procreate, and then they can control their culture and their brainwashing. Yeah, this could be a great reset in that sense as well. So I'm not closed on that. So we may discuss that after. But yes, I'm fine now. We go terminate this now, and we'll go back to John LeBon's site, and we'll do this. And then anybody who's a member of my site will get the audio after John LeBon has it polished up tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll get it all sorted out tomorrow, and it'll sound beautiful because we record on 3 tracks on Discord, which is why I prefer Discord over these other streaming platforms. We record 3 tracks. I can clean it all up, make it sound beautiful, and
Okay.
the finish I think is wonderful.
So I won't broadcast anymore after this. After we,
Convene
and you'll take care of all the audio. Okay.
How about if we reconvene, say, in about 30 minutes at the JLB
Okay.
Discord? Give people time to go and take a break, get food, whatever they want to do. Come back at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is midnight for me here in Bulgaria, but that's okay. I'll survive, and we'll do it that way. How's that sound?
Okay, that's fine. So let me just bring up your page on my screen so I can show people where to go if they want more of johnlebon.com. You can do a nice little plug
But like
commercial.
record, they can just get it like IPS. How much is your Patreon IPS?
The Patreon is $2 per month, and that, of course, gets you access to the Discord, and it gets you these occasional exclusive videos. Although it may be going up very soon here, just because operational costs are going up.
Yeah.
Well, there you
what
go.
what is your main website, IPS? Where can I tell people to go? Because you are a moving target like no one else I've ever seen. Where should they go? Where can they point themselves to?
The best thing is just to search Infinite Plane Radio, because I'm at infiniteplane.radio, infiniteplanesociety.com. But if you search Infinite Plane Radio, you'll see there are dozens and dozens of podcast platforms and websites that host the content recent in real time. So wherever you want to listen, more than 50% of my listeners are right now on Apple Podcasts. They're not even in our chats. So yeah, we're pretty widespread now. But if they want to find the site and join, infiniteplane.radio.
Yeah, because you must have one place that you update the most. Because
Yeah.
one of my frustrations is like I like listening to your audio. I subscribe to your audio stream. I think it goes through SoundCloud. But sometimes I know you're recording a video, and sometimes you reference things on a screen, but I don't know where to get the video. That's the problem, because if that channel gets nuked, then I can't find that video. I wouldn't even know where to start looking for it.
I've had to rely on Odyssey, and I stopped Odyssey about a month ago because it's just so clunky, but I'm going to have to go back because they've nuked my channels again. So yeah, that's been a reoccurring thing. I have a nonstop record of audio podcasts going back more than 600 episodes since 2017, but I don't have an aggregate of video content extending more than a few weeks at a time. And that's because we're heavily targeted. They took out 2 of my channels yesterday, and I don't expect it to get any easier with time. I'm just adapted.
Okay, so infiniteplane.radio.
Yes, and that's always the best place. You go there, it auto plays. You have all the listening options and everything.
Okay, let me just see if this caller wanted to say something.
Hello.
206 caller, did you call? I thought I missed the call.
I did.
Did you want to say anything to the great John LeBon or Tim Osmond?
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay, go ahead. Speak.
Oh.
You're live on the air.
So I was questioning. I was going to talk about flat Earth or ask the question, but that I'm over that. I was
Okay.
questioning now. I was thinking, what is the, what would be the long game of the people that were like, trying to tout Earth as being round, anyways. What would be the purpose of wanting it to be round and trying to keep that from everybody? And what would be the end game for that? What would it matter really if it were?
Well, Tim Osmond's the best on that. I'm going to defer to him.
Yeah, the only answer that makes sense, and you can't listen to any of the conventional popular channels that say, oh, it's because they're hiding God's creation, they're hiding the Bible. That's not the truth. The only reason that they would do this is to hide resources and land and to shrink your world. Look at the movie The Village, where you have a group of children growing up in a commune, and their parents keep them there, to keep them safe. They don't know it's the 20th century. They think it's like the 17th century. They're really held back. It's like this Amish commune. But the idea is they think the world is the village. And so the globe model would allow a small elite to limit the movements geographically of many, many people because they would think, well, if you keep going any further, you just come back around the other side. It's like a 12,000 mile tether on the human race. You don't even contemplate going any further. So to me, it's about hiding land and resources. And then eventually, I think there might be a bigger agenda of controlling our migration and making us even think we're on Mars when we're just on some other continent we didn't know about. So, yeah, I think the agenda here is control over our movement in space, in 3D space, not outer space, but here on the land.
True. Okay. Well, based on that, do you suppose that whatever is outside of our knowledge base is super advanced and far more technologically savvy than we are now? Or I would think that just based on what you said that we'd be like in this fucking dark ages still.
Yeah, I would think outside is probably less developed. The first Roman geographer said that there's no point in going past the equator because you would burn up. It's too hot. And now you have these flat earthers saying, oh, you can't go past Antarctica because it's an ice wall. The common theme here, I think, is the idea of a perimeter. And they don't want you to go for some reason. And I think the reason might be is maybe they can't control us all. If you had a mass globe exodus, if everybody went south and checked out these lands, it would be like, it would be the end of any attempt at a one world system. It would break it apart. I don't think they want that kind of decentralization. And I don't think it's a coincidence that now, as people are seeing this even as a concept entering our minds again, now we get locked down. Now it's climate lockdowns. Now it's lockdown in your basement. Now it's, explore the metaverse. Because I don't think they want us to even think about exploration.
Right. Also based on that, I've seen maps of the flat earth and how the sun works and its little pattern stuff to make it work on a flat plane, I suppose. Is there no sun outside of this great barrier wall on a flat earth?
It's a good question. My best guess, there's a couple of different directions you can go with this. My best guess would be if this is, as we've been positing here, if it is flat and the sun is local, then either we are in an area that's the limit of where we can go, or there are similar areas outside of this. And funnily enough, this idea of there being more land outside of this, and our area just being this crater-like divot area, was actually mocked by Joe Rogan about a week and a half ago, which makes me wonder, maybe there's something to it. But yeah, I would have to think there would have to be something similar. Maybe we live in a system.
Yeah.
Like a solar system, but not in the sense they describe.
Right. I just look at it like most things in our world, and we could be all being lied to about, but like most things are oftentimes, simpler than they seem. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get down to it, not like with you get small into like atoms and shit like that, it seems to be more complicated. But it seems like the bigger you get, the less complicated it is. The less complicated it can be. I'm just curious as to why people think that once we start expanding this thing, it's like it's turning into this thing that's like it gets infinitely more complicated to explain the more expansive it gets.
It does. And what it leaves you with is this. You have the Bible believing creationist earthers who believe all the answers are in the Bible. It's neat, it's enclosed inside of a dome, and there's nothing out there. So they don't have any questions, they have faith, and they face the Bible, and that becomes their center. And I was always saying that's not really what this question is asking. It's not suggesting an alternative to the globe, which is another closed system, and it's still surrounded by questions. You don't know what's at the edge of the universe. We don't know if there's life out there. It's just full of questions. We don't have as many answers as you would think. It's not as simple. We just don't have those questions constantly posited. It's the flat earthers that are asking what's beyond, what's beyond. So to me, it's more like we're replacing the false sense of simplicity and the false sense of completeness, a false model, with a non-model. So when I said infinite plane society, it's because we don't know. It's infinite till proven otherwise, meaning we don't have a model. So it is more complex in that sense, but I think that the ball is the simplistic explanation, just as is the biblical flat Earth model.
Yeah, I mean, just from experience, I think I've seen the very end of what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like out in that, just like it's like the universe and everything, you know, that came with it is just utter chaos. You know what I'm saying? It's just a big ball that doesn't make any sense, and you have to spread it out for it to make sense. I think the more spread out it is, the more sense it makes. Like, you know, I think on the other side of the Big Bang or whatever it was, you know, that created everything, nothing made sense, and it was just everything smashed together, and that's what it was, and there was nothing else to make of it, you know.
All right. Well, good call. We got to wrap it up, unfortunately, because John LeBon wants us to stay even longer for some bonus material. Make sure you call in, or make sure you tune into the bonus behind the IPS. But thank you so much for calling. I appreciate it.
Yeah. What if I wanted to write you a letter?
Ima@fakeologist.com. If you wanted to do old-fashioned paper envelope stamp, it's fakeologist.com/contact. You can phone me, email me, mail me. You can digital currency me. You can do the whole thing. I'm not quite as all over the place as Tim Osmond, but yeah, you can do all that if you want.
Okay. Do you take third-party out-of-state bad checks?
Bad checks. Well, I had one bad check actually, and luckily I didn't get charged for it though. But whoever, yeah, I'd prefer all the other wonderful ways to send money, like digital currency, Bitcoin, that kind of thing. Or cash is amazing. Cash works. Although I can't really, yeah, cash is fine, and tinfoil is great. Yeah, I'll any way you want to donate and support all these guys, that'd be fantastic. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the call.
Okay, thanks for calling, and I'll wrap it up, guys. Sorry I took that at the last minute, but sometimes the calls are trying to get through. We'll wrap it up. So fakeologist.com, Infinite Plane Radio, infiniteplane.radio. Is that it?
That's correct. Infiniteplane.radio. And yeah, appreciate that last caller. I would Google flat universe because the universe is considered to be flat. But yeah, see you all backstage at John LeBon's.
All right. And John LeBon, we'll see you soon. And I think he's already gone. All right, guys, we're wrapping it up. It is Sunday, February 6th, 2022. And
okay, so I'm going to be, like I just said, I'm going to be heading over to johnlebon.com. I'm turning this back over to the 24/7 live stream. So if you look at the top left, it now says replays. And I will be in the JLB Discord. See you there.
this a lot about how everything about the old world view, Mystery Babylon, has been reinvented, and that the people who think that they're doing science when they're watching the rockets blast up into space are actually at church. It's the Church of Baal. It's Baal worship. And you're literally looking at the obelisk of Osiris. It's a ritual disguised. It's a ritual. The most dangerous people on the planet right now are auto-believers. The ones who automatically believe whatever they're told, are frightened accordingly, and react accordingly. The most dangerous people on the planet right now are auto-believers. Don't even know it. People. If you take the stories as presented by ABC, CNN, NBC at face value and assume what they're telling you is true, then yes, you're essentially a spokesman for power.
Okay, no ad-libs.
My initial reaction, fake.
Eliminate the rest. Conscious that is beating from a chest. So much more than that loud that you breathe. Although these chemicals alone will likely lay you to rest. I'm thinking most of these bots know nothing about simply living life. Because anything that you think you own, you don't. This land is a home to beings that we could never begin to understand. They have us here by our names, and everything they maintain is something that is controlled by numbers, don't you see? Not really trying to trip, but this is really the case. If you're thinking you're about to save face, then just hopefully say some grace. Cause this is something God ain't gonna save you from. These niggas that have control have everything you thought that you had. Now what you think about that? We need to start thinking twice about all the things that we want. Cause they control everything while you scared in your house just tripping the fuck.
What I'm finding is that many of these events are staffed with online paid shills, trolls, agents, whatever you want to call them, whose job it is to maintain the integrity of the official narrative. What I'm finding is that many of these events are staffed with online paid shills, trolls, agents, whatever you want to call them, whose job it is to maintain the integrity of the official narrative. What I'm finding is that my initial reaction, fake. My initial reaction. What I'm finding is my initial reaction. My initial reaction, fake. My initial reaction. My initial reaction, fake. I think it's safe to be an auto hoaxer. It's safe to say it's probably fake. I think it's safe to be an auto hoaxer. It's probably fake. It's probably fake. I think it's safe to be an auto hoaxer. It's safe to say it's probably fake. I think it's safe. Dinosaurs, nukes, asteroids, spinning ball Earth, mainstream media narratives. Sorry, it's all got to be questioned. It's probably a corporate PR stunt. I think it's safe to be an auto hoaxer. It's probably fake. Safe to auto hoax. If you take the stories as presented by ABC, CNN, NBC at face value and assume what they're telling you is true, then yes, you're essentially a spokesman for power.
Okay, no ad-libs.
My initial reaction, fake.
Eliminate the rest. Conscious that is beating from a chest. So much more than that loud that you breathe, although these chemicals alone will likely lay you to rest. I'm thinking most of these bots know nothing about simply living life. Because anything that you think you own, you don't. This land is a home to beings that we could never begin to understand. They have us here by our names. And everything they maintain is something that is controlled by numbers, don't you see? Not really trying to trip, but this is really the case. If you're thinking you're about to save face, then just hopefully say some grace. Cause this is something God ain't gonna save you from. These niggas that have control have everything you thought that you had. Now what you think about that? We need to start thinking twice about all the that we want. Cause they control everything while you scared in your house just tripping the fuck.
What I'm finding is that many of these events are staffed with online paid shills, trolls, agents, whatever you want to call them, whose job it is to maintain the integrity of the official narrative.
Mr. Pride, baby.
What I'm finding is that many of these events are staffed with online paid shills, trolls, agents, whatever you want to call them, whose job it is to maintain the integrity of the official narrative. What I'm finding is that my initial reaction, fake. My initial reaction. What I'm finding is my initial reaction. My initial reaction, fake. My initial reaction. My initial reaction, fake.
This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms auto hoax.
I'm on auto hoax and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time.
my buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and serve your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a dumb little donkey like Eeyore. I'm gonna be an auto hoax. Auto hoax, and it feels so good. You just ought to believe everything like I knew that you would. Like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time. Ain't got time, baby. For another crisis actor with soulless eyes. Ain't got no heart. Ain't got no soul. Weather, maps, TV, bones, books, secrets, symbols, numbers, planets, etc. Nobody got no heart.
Hearing Where's the Curvature? Where's the Curve? By Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Now, if you're a curver like Jimmy Kimmel, you can see the curve from your backyard by looking at the horizon. But all right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's 9 p.m. Mountain Time. Right on schedule. We are on DLive, YouTube, and a few other platforms. In fact, let me go ahead and get the audio stream on with Mixler. That way we get more callers in. And of course, there's a number of you joining us at DLive. Again, these are all platforms that we use because this is where we reach people, even though we know that these are platforms that are inimical to free speech and are really anti-meme, which is really just a way of saying anti-ideas. They don't like ideas, unregulated ideas, unpure masks on. They want you to mask your mind before you speak it. All right, today is the 27th of December, 2021. JFK has not returned. JFK Jr. missing in action. There haven't been any Q drops lately, although I do have something on that front. We do have evidence here that Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, and Eddie Bravo know who Q is. And I've been bringing... You're going to hear all that you need to know to confirm, and I can add on to this. This will confirm that I am indeed correct in my assessment of who this character is. And I think you'll agree. And Eddie Bravo, there with Joe Rogan.
We all know who started Q. Should I just tell all the Q heads? It's all sure and get Q in there to talk about stuff. He doesn't even want to go on air. We can make it on air.
1, 0.
Who still runs one of the biggest groups in the world.
Doesn't he run some sort of military operation in like Bahrain or something now, or Saudi Arabia or something?
Absolutely. The point is that he comes out and says,
is it the UAE?
You can ask Q about it. He knows all about it. But the point is
this whiskey's going to bring it out of him, bro.
But you know what I'm saying?
Black
I'm saying,
helicopter.
Hey, Q in there's a big fan of you.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Good.
He said he wants to roll with you later.
Oh, shit.
No,
I just
shit.
had back surgery.
Now, to cut this off for a moment here, Eddie Bravo says something, and Alex says, yeah, Q's over there. He wants to wrestle with you later. He thinks that you can kick his ass. And Eddie asks, is Q CIA? Again, he's pointing to Q, who doesn't want to be on camera.
Shit.
Oh,
I just had
shit.
back surgery, so.
No, you said so. He said so you can kick his ass.
No, Eddie just
Hey, I
had
don't know
a
about that.
disc replaced.
Oh, really?
Is he
Well, fuck
CIA?
that. It's finally time.
Hey, I
you know,
want-
actually, Q,
pour
I think,
that-
might be with the CIA.
It's all
about
now.
fantasy land.
Q
And
might
this is
be
going to
with the
happen, and it's
CIA.
exciting, and you.
And then I have this other part here. This is a rant, which I'm going to skip. I have a low tolerance for this type of World Wrestling Entertainment fake tough guy voice. And, you know, I think off camera he doesn't sound like this. I really don't think so. But anyway, I mean, he wants you to think that he's been in the bunkers, he's been shouting in the megaphone, and his voice is just worn out. Nah, it's all an act, it's all theater. But my point is, here, he actually admits that he knows who's behind Q. And he's going to kind of force Joe to admit it. Anyway, this is out there. We know who he is. And now the thing is this. Why would Q want to wrestle with Eddie Bravo? This tells you right now, Q is not Ron Watkins. Q is not one of these characters they showed you on HBO. Q is actually this person identified, who's a personal trainer, trains FBI agents. He's a body double. In fact, he was the stunt double for the Red Power Ranger, which is an interesting story in itself. You know, the Red Power Ranger. Well, there's three Red Power Rangers. There was like some kind of a curse where one of them, I believe he slaughtered his roommate with a sword, and then he hijacked a small yacht and threw the owners overboard and was found with a suitcase full of cash. The most recent Red Ranger nearly beat his wife to death, and then he took his own life. But anyway, yeah, the Red Power Rangers have been very troubled. Let me go ahead and show you where I'm coming from with that. But my point being is this. The person who we've identified as Q actually did a number of gigs as a Red Power Ranger. So what is the Power Ranger curse? People with ties to the Power Ranger franchise have died unnaturally or fallen on hard times. And so the Red Ranger is the one. In 11 May 2019, the then Red Ranger committed suicide after attacking his wife in a drunken rage. Now, again, there's one of them, if you go back a little further, and this is the one I'm looking at here, who I believe, yes, was involved in some kind of a murder spree. Anyway, side note here. But my point being, the guy's physically fit. He's a trainer. So it makes perfect sense that Q would want to wrestle Eddie Bravo. And moreover, the person I've identified is very well known among the mixed martial arts crowd, including Joe Rogan, including Eddie Bravo. So it all makes sense. The pieces all fit. We are correct in our assessment. If you have any doubts at all, go to marcusgoldfinch.icu. And that domain will take you directly to all of the information. And actually, I have been contacted by an author of a best-selling book on the QAnon phenomenon, and he's actually looking into this. And so he'll probably be the one to break it. So something to look forward to in 2022, if not sooner. All right, so let's go ahead and get right into the headlines and see. Okay. Phones are open, by the way. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Just keeping up with the world stage production movie that we live in. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, I wanted to thank you for, showing everyone that clip from JRE. So I came across this information in 2018. I think I listened to that 9/11 podcast probably like 2, maybe 3 times when it first came out, like over a couple month period. And then I re-listened to it like a year later. And this was after Q came out. And I was like floored from like, the first 2 seconds of the podcast. He had Q in studio, and the crazy thing is I tried to get the information out to a handful of different YouTube channels, and it was like totally disregarded. Like no one would listen, like no one would go and check out the video, or maybe they didn't want to think that Jones was behind Q. But I knew it since I guess it was 2018. Like I knew it for sure.
See, that's
And
amazing
I
because
think
yeah, you're the one who let me know about this. And when I heard him say that at the very beginning, I'm like, wait, that 5-second soundbite might be damning for Alex Jones, for Joe Rogan, Bravo, and even Trump. It might suggest that this Q is some kind of operation that they're all a part of. And yeah, he kind of showed his hand that day. And then this was before the first Q drop.
Yeah, this was I think it was in January of 2017 is when this podcast came out. And then Q didn't come around until I think October of 2017, like the very end of it.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I was really like, yeah, it was 10 months before. And I was, I followed Q for about 3 months. And then I realized it was, it was disinfo, and then I really became like fascinated with who Q was. Like I started asking that question. I wonder who this guy is, or, the group of people is. And then I just happened to re-listen to that podcast. Like I said, and it was in 2018 that I re-listened to that podcast, and I was blown away. Like I couldn't believe it. And then I did what you did. I listened to the whole thing, and I actually tried to approach like Alex Jones, InfoWars, about it. And they told me that Q was the name of one of his bodyguards. It's actually, his name is Quentin, but they called him Q. And I just felt like, they were lying for sure.
Oh yeah,
They
absolutely.
were trying to cover their tracks.
Yeah, when you listen to all the sound bites, clearly they're talking about this person who was in the UAE at that time. And at that time, the person I've identified was in fact over traveling in the UAE, as he does. And what's more, I came across this through a different avenue. Before this person was doing this Q thing, or maybe at the same time, he was also working kind of like at YouTube. I mean, somehow he had some kind of gig as a Google moderator, but he was able to game the YouTube system from within, and he's the one that made the David Hogg is a crisis actor video trend. And even the CEO of YouTube apologized, and they said, we don't know why this person's video went to 220,000 hits in 12 hours where CNN's clip did not. And it started that crisis actor meme going mainstream. Well, it was this person, and he was able to game the YouTube system in that way. Well, anyway, that's how I first made the connection, because that account was later repurposed into this George News account. And George News later turns out to be instrumental in this whole Q narrative, specifically with the JFK Jr. cult.
Big time, man. Big time. And so I think it's really interesting how you would, I think you talked last week about how RFK was making the rounds on some different podcasts and talking about his book that he just came out with. But no one that interviewed him has actually brought up the fact of anything about Q. Like the Higher Side chat, you would have thought that he would have asked him about it, but it is very odd that no one would just straight up ask, like, one of the most public people in the Kennedy life, like he's out in front and writing books, involved in politics, why they wouldn't ask him about the Q Annan narrative that, JFK or whatever is Q.
Or at a minimum, they should have said, at a minimum, how is it that you have this organization, George News, using JFK Jr.'s magazine and slogan and logos, and seemingly with the Kennedy's blessing? Or I would ask Robert, I would ask RFK as well, RFK Jr., what do you think about this cult of people thinking that JFK is coming back to Dallas? Like, he hasn't denounced that. They haven't distanced themselves from that, and I think that's very peculiar.
Yeah, which would kind of make me think that that maybe they're okay with like pushing like the narrative, so to speak, or pushing like the conspiracy. It would seem like they kind of approve of it, especially since they are running, the Georgia News magazine or whatnot, and then all of this is kind of attached to the guy who we probably think is Q.
Yes, and he has
You
been
know?
deliberately letting people believe that JFK Jr. is right there with him, uploading these videos to George News and interacting. So the Q drops didn't actually stop. They stopped in the Chans, but the Q drops continued with the George News YouTube channel. I've been monitoring that and the True Believers, and they do timestamp it. They hyper analyze every single post. But he's responsible for people believing that JFK Jr. is still alive and coming back. And so I think, well, this guy owes the public an explanation. You have people in Dallas drinking bleach, praying to JFK, some undead president. You know, the guy who started this rumor and perpetuates the hoax needs to be, I think, exposed and doxxed. And that's what I'm hoping to accomplish here.
Yeah, well, maybe that will be, maybe that'll happen in 2022. You know, maybe that we should write that down as something that's going to happen next year, that it will be exposed. But there's a lot of people that claim that Jesus is still alive, and you know, no one ever questions any of that. So I don't know. I don't know if it'll happen, but it sure would be nice because the QAnon deal has, well, I think it's just totally discredited the truth community in a way. It's been a big, like, black eye in my opinion.
Yes, I think
The
that
fact
it was.
that they think 100-year-old man is alive. You know, that everyone saw him allegedly die in Dallas. You know, that is just insane.
Yes, they've crossed
I mean,
into an area of, I think, it's almost, it's a collective delusion, but their belief is that he's literally the blood of Christ, and so they basically are worshiping, it's a neo-Christianity. It's Kennedy-anity. It truly is.
It is unbelievable. You know, when they did the Dallas deal in, I guess it was like the 11th of November, or maybe it was a little bit before, where they had the Rolling Stones
Yeah, the second.
concert, and yeah, I heard all of that like live stream where I think it was Alex Stein maybe who was interviewing them. I listened to that live stream, and it actually blows my mind that there are real people out there that actually believe this still today. And then, you know, Q started it 5 years ago almost. So it's really mind blowing.
Yes, well, I'm looking forward to see how this thing pans out because, you know, this whole story about the deep state and all this stuff, it did kind of fracture any kind of real truth community. I remember we had a Discord server that was split in two. Half the people left because I said, I'm not going to trust Q because he's anonymous, just like the MSM, anonymous, unaccountable. And what's more, if he has the goods, why can't he drop one shred of evidence to ignite something? It's always being teased. And then finally, he did not acknowledge the existence of crisis actors and said that Vegas was real, the Vegas shooting. So I'm not going to follow someone who tells me to believe what I know to be psyops and hoaxes to be real. So I just thought he was discredited back in 2017. But a lot of friends of mine, a lot of people who are into this area of research, they just followed Pied Piper Trump and Q over that cliff.
Yep, and he also said that, I think he said that we landed on the moon, and like he backed up a lot of like these psyops that have been pulled on us, or they did, or you know, whatever Q is.
Space Force.
So,
Q is huge
yeah,
into Space Force for sure.
definitely. Yeah, and you're right. Like they did follow Q and Trump right over to 2020. You know, right over to the fact that now we've got Operation Warp Speed, and trust the plan. I had a lady that told me trust the plan. She said that to me like, a month and a half ago. And honestly, I just kissed her on the forehead and said goodnight because there's nothing else I can say to her. Because you know, she's a true believer. There's no way I can talk her out of it.
You know, early on, when I noticed the lexicon they use, like they're going to unseal the indictments. So you have this Judgment Day and a Great Awakening and this neo-Christianity, but they're waiting for the seals to be opened. I'm like, this is Revelation. And with Revelation, you get the same narrative where, we already know that God wins in the end. So Satan's going to come, it's going to mess up the world, but then God wins. So just trust the plan. And I think the plan is God's
sit back
plan.
And don't do anything.
Yep, just enjoy the movie.
Yep, exactly. Well, hey man, I'm glad that you put that video out, and hopefully, you know, something comes from it this year. You know, maybe someone will grab it and want to know the truth.
I'll
possibly.
put that in this issue of Fake World News among the predictions. I appreciate the call very much, and have a great night.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Bye.
All right, so that is the listener who actually discovered that Q was in studio with Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. And, I have an email that I intercepted, or that was sent to me, that came from this person, where he actually discusses this stuff. He discusses hanging out with Joe, Alex, and Eddie, and how they spend $75K on a weekend in Vegas whenever they go partying. So there's something there, and what's more, go to marcusgoldfinch.icu if you have any doubts. It'll be a big story here very soon. Salty Siren says, I put the Q clues and compilation on TikTok. Nice, I appreciate it. The more people that hear about it, the better. I really think. I think that this will be a public service for this to be exposed. I don't think that there's any plan to save anybody. And I'm not even convinced that the monsters that we're supposed to be saved from even exist. Maybe Obama really does like $60,000 gourmet hot dog. This mind control operation is the truth. I got some voicemails to play.
Hey, Tim, I'm listening to an old podcast of yours, and you're talking about the one-eyed monolith, and it reminded me of something a friend told me a while ago. He knew somebody kind of high up in the military, I think the Army. And when TV was first invented and they first started looking at it and realizing the potential of controlling and brainwashing, they did a bunch of tests with servicemen to see which flash rate of pictures was the most hypnotic. And they figured that out after guinea pigging with the military guys. And they settled on that ended up being what the rate of frames per second television is broadcast at, the most hypnotizing number that they figured out. It's all been there from the beginning. All right, have a great one. Bye.
Wouldn't surprise me. I describe the entertainment as propaganda. The entertainment is just a byproduct, and they just insert it in there just to make the poison a little tasty. But really, it's all propaganda and it's all mind control. And I think that the television set is quite literally the black cube of Saturn. It's an altar to the god of this world that the cryptopsy or the elite worship, and now you do too. And I think the smartphone and the black screen, the monolith, it's all part of the same, and the Oculus in particular. The Oculus, I would say, is also an example of what we're seeing, the immersive experience here of going into the monolith, going through the screen. And what I mean by going into the screen or joining the monolith, this is from 2001, The Space Odyssey. I think this is the story that's being communicated to us, that we are uniting under one vision, one monolithic cult, monotheistic, but without God, or a new construct to replace God. And of course, when we saw the world leaders gathered around that digital monolith at NATO, I pretty much took this to mean, okay, this is it. This is the installation. And it makes perfect sense when we go into the precedent within entertainment and the predictive programming that 2021 was going to be the year that many things from 1969 were going to be repeated, or they were going to come into fruition. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that you have ARPANET 1969 and 2021 Internet of Things. I'll point out a few things actually, but I often point out how there are parallels and how history, as Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat but it rhymes. Well, there are rhymes and there are things that are actually repeating. Like, for example, on the anniversary of the Charles Manson killings, we had the QAnon guy, Matthew Coleman, killing his children. Interesting thing here, though, is back then the hippies were what you would describe as kind of left-wing, anti-authoritarian. And now the anti-authoritarian hippie types are on the right. So this was a right-wing Charles Manson. Even the initials are kind of inverted. CM, Charles Manson, to Matthew Coleman. And Matthew Coleman had the spear, and he speared his child 17 times in homage to Q. Q made him do it, just like Q sent the QAnon shaman with his spear. But anyway, before that even happened, I was saying, we're going to see many things from 1969 resurface in 2021. And I was correct with the space race, even down to the date of Bezos's launch. This was definitely repeating, and I even called in advance that we're going to see a Charles Manson-esque killing atrocity coming from the QAnon right, and I said that this would be consistently observed as a pattern, and I was calling out the Manson thing because at that time Marilyn Manson was in the news because of the atrocities that he was committing over the years, these various women. Now, interestingly, you have the Tate Bianca murders that the Mansons did in '69. Well, right now in 2021, if you look at the headlines, you have Bianco versus Manson because he's being sued by somebody with a very similar name. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, hi Tim, how's it going?
Very good. Just going through the daily headlines and keeping up with, well, the world stage antics. What about you?
Just enjoying my night listening to some Infinite Plane Radio as always. I lost you for a minute though. One of the channels got deleted, I think.
Yes.
So I thought you were gone for about a month, but you were not. So I'm
No,
glad.
we're never gone. And if anybody hears this, if you see that we're taken off a platform, you just have to search Infinite Plane Radio and find one of the podcasts because we never stop, even though they tend to yank us whenever they get the chance. And it's because we've been accurate calling things out, like the space wars and the space junk. Like even today, China accused SpaceX of trying to take out their space station with a couple of CubeSats.
A CubeSat. So I mean, just furthering that narrative of the space, the space wars. Now it's going to be, I don't know, it's just getting so crazy. But the funniest thing I think about it is like how accurate you really have been, even with what was the how you dramatized the whole Bill Gates the vaccine with the cartoons, that whole series you're doing. Like,
Yep, exactly.
it was just so crazy to me to see those, like, that sentiment, like literally that's what it is. Now we're getting 4 or 5 vaccines. People are talking about booster shots upon booster shots, and it's like you were just doing satire about that a year ago.
Yeah, a year
And
ago,
now
I'm like,
it's
it's going
all-
to be your Sunday communion, and now they're working their way down to a weekly thing, and they have made it about saved versus the unsaved, heathens versus the adherents to the Church of MSM, and yeah, it's totally played out that way. And by the way, this is Neo Mode, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Good to
Yes,
hear from you
indeed.
again.
New Mode Gucci Split. I appreciate you still playing that song too. That's fire.
Oh yeah, I want to make a new video for it very soon here because I'm uploading all of our music onto Odyssey because YouTube always pulls it.
Okay.
So I'm making new videos for 2022, and I'll definitely put your tracks in there. And
I may have some new material for you as well. But
awesome. I appreciate that.
yeah. But as far as everything going on right now, it's like it's just getting so crazy. Like I'm just wondering what this next focal point will be to launch everything off. Like everything seems like it's all locking in now. Like everything. Like I just saw something the other day talking about it was from the Sun article, and then another Sun article that was recently made, and it was talking about how Q and all these people are talking about microchips. And then there's another article now more recently saying that like that's the new way to possibly do contact tracing and have your COVID vaccine pass. Like we're going into the QR world,
We really are, and I think
Everything's
that
gonna
we
be
are. You're
tapped
right.
and tracked.
Yeah, it's happening, and it's the space age. It's cyberspace age is what I think it's actually going to look like because outer space travel is not really a thing. But I think we are entering the cyberspace age, and they're normalizing all these things. So I don't know if there's actually a way out, and it does seem like we're being set up for something. And all of the propaganda now, all of the entertainment is
Yeah.
pointing at stuff falling from the sky. Everything on Netflix, space junk, space wars. So I think that's the next card they're going to play.
I agree. I mean, I always go back to Project Bluebeam, just because that's kind of like, I mean, that was the first time I ever heard of all the holograms, the projections, and how crazy, not crazy, but how outlandish that seemed. I always knew it was possible back then, but now it's like we're literally living out all of this. So, like, in my opinion, like all this alien stuff is just softening us into, believing that. So let's say something does happen, and the whole world sees it, and it's pushed through the mainstream media. It doesn't matter if it's a real or fake alien. The agenda is already in place, and the response is already curated, and
You're right. Even
everything's
now,
already set up beforehand.
NASA was just in talks with a priest, a rabbi, an imam. Like NASA is now meeting up with clergy to discuss alien life. So they're mixing the science and religion right now.
And the theological, because it all goes back to that. That's our basis is religion. So, all the religious figures are probably going to be in cahoots with it. And you do a lot of research about the Vatican and the Jesuit order, all these things. It goes back so deep, and who's to say that we aren't already in contact with something of that nature, but this is the way to present it to the public. But either way, I think it could be just complete. It could be totally fake. It's all about, in my opinion, control. Because once they have the idea out there that aliens are real, blah blah blah, all it takes is for that one event for it to solidify it, and then the whole world has changed. You see how quick society changed over COVID, which really has no. It's just a rabbit hole of I hate to even say the word disinformation, but it's just a whole rabbit hole of information that is, there's contradictions, there's things that both sides are lying about. It's
you're right though. The
confusing, and I think
change
that's
though.
the entire point.
You're right. They totally changed our society. Like I was driving down the street today and I looked out the window and I just see everyone with their faces covered up and a lot of these businesses closed and it's just it looks like a different place. I'm like, what nightmare reality did I just veer into? And they basically gave people hypochondria, mass panic.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a person. I was at work the other day and just overhearing a conversation, and this woman was speaking to her friends or whatever, and I think they work together. But the moral of the story basically is that in this conversation she mentioned that someone is going to be losing their job because they're not going to get vaccinated. But the tone that she said it in was so. It was just hard to describe. Like it was nothing. This this woman is almost a good thing. I'm like, man, this woman's losing her livelihood, and and you're not even. That's not even the issue. The issue is that she's so stubborn and doesn't want to get a vaccine. So good riddance. I was like, man, that's such a cynical world that we're living in now. It's and all it is all their opinions are based off of just things that have been put on the internet.
Yes, exactly. The media is doing information warfare where they're just each side is competing for worldview domination, and they have conflicts in how they see things, and they've put people at war with each other. I watched somebody in an art store kicking someone who's not wearing a mask. So she violated social distance to kick him, and then he said, "I'm vaxxed," and she said, "I don't care." So both of them are brainwashed. And they're not. Neither of them are conspiracy theorists, and they're at war.
Yeah, so it's complete. We're living in a dissonance. I think just nothing is. I don't know. Everyone's just in a state of exacerbated paranoia. All these things into one. Because you have life and death involved allegedly. And I don't know if I have a good immune system, but I'm pretty positive. I've never had a COVID test. Never had the vaccine, anything like that. So I don't know, but I was, I'm pretty sure I got COVID twice, and I'm still here, and I went through it. I lost taste and smell one time, but even if it is, it's we're losing the autonomy of our bodies, and that's the biggest point I think people don't really understand. And
yes,
it's just so
that's
crazy
the
to me
key
that
point
people
here.
are willing to give that up.
Yeah, that's a main point here. I think too. I think it's an invasion, like the alien invasion, or invasion of the body snatchers. Well, this is invasion by the government, and I think that it's invasive in the sense that they're destroying the concept of privacy. After 9/11, yeah, okay, we all have to get patted down in case we have bombs in our underwear, but now they have a reason to search your bloodstream. So it's public info, or they want it to be. Like they want you to disclose
Yeah.
it publicly and show your proof. And I'm like, wait, that's a major violation of your privacy, and they've normalized it. So, after years of
Yeah,
Facebook and
and
putting
they even tried to
everything out
say
there.
they even tried to say HIPAA. People who tried to cite HIPAA, they were conspiracy theorists because that's one of the main things of HIPAA is your medical information, is the privacy and security in your medical information. Am I correct?
Correct.
As far as HIPAA, so for everyone to be forced to disclose any piece of their medical information, you'd think would be against the rules, but now I guess not. They could just bend the rules,
Well, free speech and privacy are both under attack right now. And with contact tracing, well, now you're being followed everywhere. That's also a violation of your privacy. And I think that this is being eroded intentionally, and I think it's part of a bigger war on the individual. I think World War III is the elite versus the individual. And every time somebody converts to this world system and they believe it all wholeheartedly, they're basically one with the elite, with the monolith. And we're kind of the ones that they're trying to locate and eradicate. They're trying to purify their
absolutely.
system.
Yeah, because you have to live in a false paradigm to even accept, in my opinion, what they're pushing. Like, you have to live in that COVID bubble, and it's so amazing to me to see how fast it happened. And it's very alarming because I'm sure people like us are honestly probably the majority, sensible people. If you could get a chance and talk to someone on a one-to-one basis, you would probably realize that, oh yeah, I do like my body. I do like the freedom of choice. I do like this. Okay, so why are you engaging in this hoax? Like, because everyone being compliant, it's like police. Like, we're literally in like a situation like with authority like police, because if you give police any inch or any information, they'll use it against you. Now it's like the same thing. Like, oh, you have COVID. Like, oh my God, like everyone's freaked out. So they want all this information about people to make sure you're okay to be around me. And like, we're in that state because if you comply with police and let them search your car, well, they might find something. If you don't and you exercise your rights and you're, educated, you may avoid that circumstance, but it's all about compliance.
Yes, they got rid of the presumption of innocence. Now everyone's presumed infected, presumed guilty, until proven clear or clean or uninfected. So yeah, you lose the presumption of innocence. And so yeah, these are just like principles. I think things are shifting in our culture so that they eradicate individualism wherever it stands up for itself. And it is a precarious place to be in because one minute it's COVID, the next it could be fake aliens or asteroids, or maybe they'll say there's a hole in the ozone, they have to lock us down. Whatever they're going to say, they could have us in spacesuits or helmets. I mean, who knows?
Well, I mean, that's where they're, like you said, they're pushing this kind of hypochondriac mentality. It's like, I've seen crazy stuff during COVID, and again, going back to like people like assaulting other people. I just saw something the other day. This woman on a plane, like, just was spitting the dude's face. She spits in this. So what's the point of all this COVID protocols if you're just gonna get up close to this person, violate the social distancing that you adhere to and swear by, and then spit in this man's face? It's like, so clearly, that's not every case. That's an extreme case, but it's giving people this like vigilante kind of mentality towards it, and it's like, I think we're just losing humanity. And then you have the metaverse and all these different things that are further, kind of dissociating us from humanity, or what is, simple humanity, and just exacerbating that and going full force. And it makes sense though, because this is the great disturbance. Like the Agenda 2030, we have 10 years, well, left now. But when this kicked off, it was like the 10-year mark. So it's like, in my opinion, the next 10 years are going to be nothing but an assault on, everything, like all these ideas that we speak about, and the elimination of those ideas.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right about this because they're eliminating the ideas so nobody reaches these conclusions. They're trying to eliminate options, and they are succeeding in many ways. And that's why I refuse to modify what we discuss on this channel, because we're kind of objective here. We're analyzing things objectively. We're doing media analysis, and somebody needs to maintain a clear record of what actually went down because they will delete history and rewrite it. I mean, the Ministry of Truth pretty much runs the show today.
Absolutely, and they don't even need to rewrite it at this point because they've got people so dialed into a certain type of behavior and belief systems that all they have to do is just not talk about it. Because if you talk about it, oh, you're a demon, you're Alex Jones. They already have these people that they can put blanket assumptions on you that they've lumped together. The Q, all these things, they're all constructs, and it's like
yes,
no one. You could literally show someone evidence and proof and facts, and then they won't even believe it. It's like so that they don't even have to rewrite it. Like it's just nuts. They've got people already tuned into what they want them to be.
Well, the fact that they have the flagging on these various flat platforms being done by viewers, they have the public participating in collective book burning, and they don't see it as book burning, but that's what it is. And I do think the Q movement is part of this agenda, I think, to smear people who don't go with the mainstream church as somehow being radicals, delusional insurrectionists, and they represent the QAnoners with these nutcases with spears and Viking costumes running around. So yeah, there's an all-out war on free thinkers and memes they don't control, and I don't expect it to stop. And I think that this is, again, it's like you said, it's part of this Agenda 2030, locking down everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Like everything, and again, going the blockchain. Once, like that's why we're seeing all that stuff be popularized too, and like getting everyone familiar with the blockchain technology, whether or not it's good or bad. People make money. I'm not here to discuss that. All I'm saying is that technology is the backbone of everything that we're talking about right now, because that's the only way with that ledger that is completely autonomous that they could do things like contact tracing, and it's a forever record. And all those things are going to be built off of that. It's not just about making money and different tokens and stuff. The actual technology behind it is it. Why do you think Bill Gates made that patent for the? It was a piece of a bio wearable that can convert heat energy into crypto mining.
Well, it was clear even in like 2019, it was clear that they were going to scrub cash. And I remember when COVID started, there were suddenly coin shortages. But they made that part of the agenda. They were even saying that the cash, the money, will actually carry the disease for 28 days. And you have a number of movies like The Division, which comes out in a couple of months, I believe, about smallpox being spread on a Black Friday with the cash. So it's the money that causes the thing to spread. And then you have that Joker movie, and you can look where he's burning a pyramid of money. They've been telegraphing for some time that the elimination of cash is part of this new system, and the burn it down, build back better. And so yes, this is, and it had nothing to do with, I mean, this is all planned long in advance. It was not about sanitation, money's dirty. It's like, no, they're actually shifting society. It's a revolution.
Yeah, and they have to get that cash back, so that's hence the coin shortage, because they're literally, I mean, I was doing coin collecting during the coin shortage, and there were people like banks refusing to give you coins for a while, and things. It was all artificial. The stock is there, but they're not moving it because, and COVID has been the scapegoat and just like for everything. So it's like you have this constant variable that everyone can just always blame everything on, but really it's all been planned like this, I saw an article the other day saying that like the reason that prices are going up and the distribution is all messed up is because the economy is doing so well that they can't keep up. I'm like, what are you talking about? If the economy was doing so well, all this stuff will be running efficiently, but it's not because of an artificial event. And it's like people forget the genesis. Like once you forget the genesis of the event, like I knew this was staged the first week, the first day they announced everything. You could just tell what's going on. And if you're aware of the knowledge and information that people like us discuss, it wasn't too difficult to see what was coming, And as everything's implemented, I haven't been shocked.
Yeah,
It was
I
like
haven't
once
lost
you
sight of it
forget
either.
where we start,
Yeah,
that it was all fake from the beginning. It's over with, you know?
Yeah, see, I know some people who kind of slid into, well, maybe it's a bioweapon, or maybe they're putting something in the in the test or in the mask or the 5G. And I'm just like, no, to me, I'm just saying, no, the weapon here is fear. Fear is the virus. And I have
Yeah.
inoculated myself against that. So I've been very objective this whole time. And, I haven't lost any sleep over this supposed pandemic whatsoever.
No, absolutely. I haven't either. But things are happening in real life. But one thing that's very interesting to me, about the 5G at least, is okay, one thing I've thought about this whole time is that there's never been a point in human history that I know of where the entire population is being pushed to take one thing. So, everyone has to use a restroom. Everyone has to, use water. Everyone has to, everyone has to do these certain things. We drink milk, but not everyone has the same brand of milk. Not everyone has, there's not a one size fits all product for everything that everyone has had. So now they're doing this new vaccine with this new technology that they want everyone to have. So what's so important about the fact that everyone has to have it? And it's, that's scary to me that there's, it's never happened before. And with the 5G, the millimeter waves, I don't know, there's so many rabbit holes you can go into, but I think all of it has something, there's a play in all of it, but fear is definitely a big component because that drives the people.
Now, do you have a prediction for us? Because I'm putting together tonight a list of all the predictions for 2022 that's going to go into the next issue of Fake World News.
Okay.
And so if you have any specific prediction for 2022, so far we have tsunami, vax zombies, Q getting doxxed, space wars. Anything you'd like to add to that?
I'm gonna say limited lockdown.
Cool. Okay.
A limited
Yes.
lockdown, because I don't think they can get away with a full, or even want a full shutdown. But
Right.
I'm thinking limited lockdowns, and probably further vaccinated people, because they have nothing but time.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay,
just gonna
I'm gonna
keep
put
the squeeze is gonna stay. So
I'll put that in there because I think we've been very prescient on this channel, and so I'm getting comments from anybody who wants to suggest what they might see in 22. And true. I appreciate the call very much, and
Cool.
like I said, I'll put your music back on a new video here very soon, and for people
Yeah.
who don't.
appreciate it.
And yeah, absolutely. And yeah, your music, your Globe is Not My Home, Infinite Gangs, really a killer track into circulation here first. Like I said, I'm making some new
I do.
videos and stuff, so I'm glad that you were able to, touch base with me again.
Yeah, definitely. I always support the movement. It's Infinite Gang. You already know what it is. Neo Mode, Gooch Flip.
Awesome.
Thank
Well,
you.
hey, nice talking to you. Talk to you again soon. Have a great night.
Yep, you too.
All right, everyone. Neo Mode, Gucci Flip. We were talking, well, I guess it was after XXX's death, then we were talking about Nipsey Hussle's fake death. We were going through all these death fakers and deep fakes, looking at the hyper-realistic masks, and he actually made a few tracks for the channel, which I put into the 24/7. Infinite Gang is the one I'm probably going to locate here tonight here. But like I said, I'm putting everything on Odyssey because YouTube purges us. Also, we're now on infiniteplane.radio, that's the domain, and on DLive, go to dlive.tv/infiniteplane.radio if you want to listen there. You can also listen at darkmatter.radio. I've done a lot to spread laterally. So even though our sub count hasn't publicly on any of these channels spiked above 1,000 because they always shoot us down, we're so widespread it doesn't matter at this point. We get more in the aggregate. We're pretty much unstoppable at this point. We've reached a critical mass. All right, so next voicemail. I had a couple more voicemails to go through. This one was on Sunday. Okay, that was actually the caller who just called.
Yeah, Infinite Plane Society. This is Nemo Gucci Flip. I finally found you guys. I thought you guys were banned from the internet, so I will give you guys a call back.
Now, even if they ban us from the internet, we're in print. So, good luck with that. And I have an idea too. I have plenty of ideas here, but one of the things we're doing is in print, in the back of the, where the classifieds are, I'll be putting QR codes and links, Google Drives, where people can download stuff. So really, it's a way of, I think, kind of interacting, or rather creating a window to all of this bannable content through a print publication. So the tabloid is integrated with the web. All right, let's go ahead and play the next voicemail.
Hey Tim, listening to, I think, to your last live stream, you're talking about how the conspiracies that we hear are just like these pale comparisons to what's really going on. Like deep down, they were all just a bunch of smoke screens for the real scene. And I remember reading from Anton Wilson, I think it was the beginning of one of his books, maybe Cosmic Trigger, I don't know, that he started off by, him and this other guy were going to write a book about an outrageous conspiracy theory. And so they started researching to get some meat on the story. And the farther they dug, the more they found that every single conspiracy they could ever dream up that was so far beyond what they thought was possible, it all like played out and was real. The more they looked, the more they found. So that just plays into all of it. All right, have a good night.
Fascinating. And that's a reference to Robert Anton Wilson. And if you're not familiar with his book, The Cosmic Trigger, I would highly recommend it, because this is the book that I think is the basis for The Truman Show. And, well, The Truman Show's reference to the Dog Star, which falls from the sky. It's the satellite that corresponds to the Dog Star in his simulated world in that stage. And so the true man is actually a false man. He doesn't know he's phony or that he's on a world stage until the Dog Star wakes him up, and then he becomes a true man. But the Dog Star has very specific significance in the initiatory cult of Freemasonry and all the mystery religions, all the New Age cults. And what's more, in about 3 or 4 days on New Year's, we're going to watch the world worship the Dog Star. Most of them don't know it, but yes, let's go ahead and let me address that here really quick, because I think this is a very important point as we get into New Year's. And I wanted to get someone who knows quite a lot about this to call in, or maybe I'll reach out to him. That'd be Micah Dank, who's written a number of books on astrotheology and the real meaning behind these biblical allegories as it pertains to the cycles above, the luminaries above. Okay, so New Year's Day, the Dog Star, or Sirius, reaches its highest point, and at midnight rather. So here we go. The star Sirius rings in the new year. It is highest in the sky at midnight every New Year's. Astronomers call this a midnight culmination of Sirius. So the countdown and the ball dropping is a reference to Sirius falling after that point. And all of the cheering, the celebration, the counting down at these parties, the whole thing is all about drawing down the energies of the Dog Star, the New Year star. So again, very significant thing, and of course this is the star that woke up the Truman. Just got to this by way of Robert Anton Wilson, his book The Cosmic Trigger, because his basis for associating Sirius with this cosmic trigger concept is that, well, his idea was that the Dog Star would trigger this cosmic awakening. And so he said that he was getting messages from the Dog Star, that it was telepathically beaming instructions for mankind's future evolution if you can just tune into it. And so he called it the Cosmic Trigger. And if you look at Jim Carrey's films, it's not just the Truman Show, but even like the Number 23 and a few others, you'll find many references to the Dog Star. It's not limited to Jim Carrey, but that's where I first noticed it. All right, let me go ahead and see what's happening in the chats. Lilybell says, prediction, Bo Jiden, first president to talk with an alien. And the alien tells him, let's go Brandon. Okay, I'll go ahead and note that one. Alien, let's go Brandon. They're going to pass some law to ban that, I'm pretty sure. The media's going crazy about this let's go Brandon thing. They're calling it it's almost a terrorist attack at this point. Let me see what they called it today. Stephen Miller claims Joe Biden, let's go Brandon, is part of an insidious conspiracy. And then you had that individual who trolled the president into saying, let's go Brandon. And it turns out this guy is an election conspiracy theorist. among other things. A few other things going on. Donald Trump is pro-booster, pro-vax, pro-everything, except you don't see him wearing a mask. But he's out there advocating for the vax, for the boosters, and he's taking credit for the vaccines. And when he was booed for this, he suggested that the only people dying are the unvaxxed. So just to let you know that Trump has more or less turned his back on his base, and he's become the vaxxer in chief, which shouldn't surprise anyone. If you followed his his speeches back in 2015, 2016 about the snake, about a woman who takes a snake in because it's frozen in the cold and nurses it back to health, and it bites her and it says, "You knew I was a snake." Paraphrasing. Well, you knew he was a snake. He came from mainstream media, 13 seasons, reality TV show, heavily programmed to your subconscious mind through entertainment, where they introduce these characters to you before they actually bring him to the world stage. Like Donald Trump was definitely the basis for Biff Tannen, Back to the Future. They kind of programmed his presidency and what it would be like into your minds in advance. So here's what Trump told the Daily Wire host. "I came up with the vaccine, 3 vaccines, referring to Moderna, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson. He said, all are very, very good. I came up with 3 of them in 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 to 12 years. So he's taken full-on credit for that. Now, somebody said if you look up the word Pfizer and spell it backwards, as in REZIFP, supposedly it's the name of some plague or some plague demon or some demon that is, yes, some kind of, here it is, Reshef, the burner, the ravager, ancient West Semitic god of the plague and the underworld. So yes, spell Pfizer backward and you get the name of a demon of plagues. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of such a being is. But yes, and actually I have an image of him here. I want to see if he looks familiar. I haven't seen this one before, but I came across this information, and yes, he says here, "I will cause evil to come upon them, expend my arrows against them." Power of pestilence and the plague. Very interesting. Don't you love all these old religions and these nice deities? All right, and you got to have Stockholm syndrome if you're going to say that God in the Bible is truly a good, benign, loving character. That's just Stockholm syndrome. And I'm not trying to be offensive, I'm just being objective. All right, let's move on. Alex Jones downloads on Trump for pushing the vax. He's, quote, either ignorant or the most evil man who has ever lived. So I would say that, yes, he has definitely turned his back on his base, and you can see the blowback. The most evil man that ever lived, or he's completely ignorant. Which is it? I'm not surprised by any of this. I never had any. I didn't hit the hopium. I didn't shoot up the hopium when all these QAnoners were lining up for it, and they are addicted to it. And there are some bad batches of hopium, and if you don't stop, if you don't cut yourself off, you'll leave your family, you'll leave your job, you'll move to Dallas, and you'll go hang out at the spot where Kennedy got his headshot, and you'll be taking shots of bleach and ivermectin from a guy who named himself Negative 48, who will tell you that any minute JFK and Michael Jackson are going to come back in a flying saucer and save the world. And they haven't even bottomed out yet. Wait until they move into the bunkers. Okay, I found it. It's this one here. It's from Thinks He's a Penguin 101. Not to mention the god of plagues and pestilence is Pfizer backwards. It says, interesting too, that most of the gods are linked with Sirius in one way or another. Right. Doesn't Sirius mean scorcher or scorch? Something like that. U.S. facing a massive shortage of conspiracy theories as all of them have come true. Yep. For the most part. Now, tell me this headline isn't making fun of people. Like this headline here just tells everyone that, look, you are in fact moronic if you still go with this stuff. Flu is making a comeback in the U.S. after an unusual year off. So flu's coming back. What happened to the flu? COVID killed it. So what are we looking at here? I'm thinking it's just a shell game. All right, I'm going through some comments. Your mama says Trump will do what he's told by his handlers and owners. Well, if you follow the channel JL26, Jurassic Liars 26, he has this theory that Elvis was or is Lucifer or the devil, and that Trump is Elvis's evil twin, and Trump was here to sell the mark of the beast, Elvis. And so, I mean, it sounds crazy when you first hear this, but you gotta listen to this guy, because what he has done is he has unpacked this really intricate story that does seem to lead up to this mass vaccination campaign as some kind of induction into a new world system, and seems to make sense. And it's all very interesting in how he uncovered this narrative and story, and it's pretty intricate. Like, for example, the first time you saw somebody get vaxxed on TV was Elvis, and it was on Bill Gates's first birthday or something like that. Frontman says Alex is only 47. Oh yeah, Alex Jones is supposedly like 47 years old. That's true. Although he looks like he's about 59 or 60. And despite all of his supplements and colloidal silver and ivermectin and all these things that he does to protect himself, like the water filtration, protecting himself from toxins in the environment, he does not look like a 47-year-old who has aged very well. I think it's more likely that he is in fact Bill Hicks. And you know who brought this up? In that episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience, 42 minutes in, Joe Rogan says, "Hey Alex, look at the camera, and with a straight face, tell us you're not Bill Hicks." And he couldn't do it. Maxwell says, using Revelation 13 as the outline, Biden is the beast of the sea and rules for 42 months. So that would have him in until July of 2024. The JFK crowd thinks that the beast is JFK. The beast is yet to come, they keep saying. You see, Trump used to say the best is yet to come in the hashtag. The best is yet to come. They would constantly push this meme out there. And lately it's changed to the beast because they think the beast is JFK and they want to worship him. All right, let's move on here. Now, I'm not a biblical scholar, but in my opinion, you've heard the old adage about the devil's greatest trick was convincing the modern world he doesn't exist. Well, I think he came up with a better trick. He changed the S to an R. So everybody's looking for a mark and nobody noticed the mask on their face. What's the difference? Mask of the beast. Alex Jones, just to follow up here. His wife struck him 20 times over the head with a shampoo bottle, causing the contents to get in his face, burning his eyes. He tried to get away from her, and she followed him into the master bedroom, where she threw a stone ball at him. It was a 5-pound stone ball. According to the police report, Jones was, quote, in fear for his life. And the police did find a 5-pound object consistent with the alleged weapon. She threw it at his head, missed by inches. What is this? What is going on right now with Alex Jones being attacked, nearly killed by his wife? Seems like there's something going on there. I'll keep an eye on it. GlobalTimes.com, again, more media freak out about Let's Go Brandon. And by the way, I own the domain letsgobrandon.shop just because I thought it might be valuable real estate later. And there's people opening stores called Let's Go Brandon. I put the domain up for sale. If you go to letsgobrandon.shop, I think the bidding starts at $30 if you have any concepts or ideas. I don't care to get involved in blue pill memes, but I mean, mainstream is what I mean. Okay, Brandon phone call incident lays bare the U.S.'s morbid division and decline. So that's what they're taking out of this. It says here, the morbid division in the U.S. has become an incurable disease in the country. What will half the country become when half the American people oppose the other half? This current division makes the country seem as if it's heading towards a decline. In a society so divided, no problem can be resolved, nothing can be changed. This is from Global Times, and it's in response to this prank call that targeted Joe Biden. The guy's name was Jared Schmeck. Now again, it says here, let's go Brandon is a vulgar anti-Biden slogan. Now again, is this evidence of a schism? Yeah, of course. The schism, the crack. You know the phrase the crack, or the word the Kraken was really force memed out there in 2020. You had Sidney Powell, the Kraken. You had the crack smoker, Mike Lindell, trying to overturn the election. But this constant reference to the Kraken, the crack, I think it's talking about the schism, the split, which has been emphasized by the vax issue. And it's an issue. It's not a medical emergency. It's a political issue. It's actually, it's a religious war. You might look at this as a holy war. It's a science jihad. Or scientism, not even science. It's ideology dressed up like science. It's a bunch of priests. They've taken on that role. Someone sent me this video. I find this to be interesting. Lately, we've been talking about all the Sandy Hookers who are still around, getting new gigs. You know, recycled crisis actors like Gabby Petito was in a Sandy Hook video. Then you have one of the Sandy Hook, well, one of the characters who's kind of involved in this. He's one of these coroners who examined Gabby Petito's body, or mentioned his, or gave his account of what we should expect with that. And I'm like, wait, it was the same guy that examined Adam Lanza. So we have these people from Sandy Hook just showing up again. And this is just a few examples, but more recently, people have suggested that Brian Landry was the Posner kid. Some people think that Kyle Rittenhouse might even be a Sandy Hook kid, but my point being is this. Crisis actors are being recycled all the time. Not difficult to do. And someone has pointed out here that it looks like one of the Sandy Hook family members, Mike Posner, might actually be Mac Miller. Of course, Mac Miller is one of these death fakers, MM33. You see these very consistent symbols with all these death fakers, predict their deaths before they die. They usually throw up the Illuminati all-seeing eye before they die. That was the case with young Dolph and the Illuminati, was it paper route? Illuminati papers or whatever. Same thing with this guy. The last picture of Mac Miller. I watched a documentary about this the other day where they made a big deal about the last picture taken of him while he was alive, and it's this one here with the all-seeing eye being emphasized. So again, is Mac Miller one of the Sandy Hook family members? Wouldn't surprise me. If you want to look up. Well, I'm going to play this video for you. This is by Holly Weird. It actually just consists of a few screenshots. It says Mac Miller, Mike Posner. Same person. The resemblance is there. If you care to dig into it further, by all means do so. I will make a point to include this in my list of suspected deepfakes in the next issue of Fake World News, which is going into print in less than 36 hours. If you have any ideas for the predictions for 2022, Yurt Mama says, prediction for 2022, central bank digital currency, money with an expiration date. Okay, let's see. Lily Bell says Joe Rogan canceled his show in Canada. Right, I saw that one. Something about vax requirements or whatever. Commenter says it's not a vax. It will change you into a GMO product. You won't be a human anymore, and you can be enslaved. I've heard that too. Someone had actually suggested that 2022 will see zombies. By the way, 2022 is Soylent Green. That's the year that that movie was set in. So I guess we should also look forward to what, cannibalism? I mean, they'll dress it up nice. I mean, if we're not already engaged in it, there are people who do believe that. There are people who believe that McDonald's serves meat, human meat, in the breakfast burritos. I mean, I don't even care to go there, but there are people who believe that. And I have a hard time believing they believe it, because if they did, they would be protesting. Or they're just oddly complacent. Like, wait, you have knowledge about cannibalism down the street, and you're just kind of not all that excited about it. Frontman242 says, I own Ford.net and 0 offers were made. Well, technically, you would be cyber squatting. I mean, they could actually sue you and just seize it. I mean, that goes with all these top-level domains. I mean, I've been dealing with cyber squatters for some time. In fact, that's one of my lawsuits. In fact, I'm suing YouTube right now. I just finished filing it. It should be fun. I'll keep you abreast of that as it develops. Okay, commenter here. John in OKC says, it's not a division if half the public is insane and commie. Right. F. Joe Biden is a meme and it's funny. Sure, I agree. There's a hideous double standard here. I mean, how many times have you seen people on the left assassinating Donald Trump in their music videos, in their comedy routines? You had that Kathy Griffin, Kathy Griffin with the severed head of Donald Trump. Then you had all these feminists with the pink hats hanging out protesting a few years ago. Madonna was there and she said she wanted to bomb the White House. Then you have Alec Baldwin, who said playing Donald Trump made him wish for a meteor to crush the White House. And by the way, you have this event in Rust where Alec Baldwin shot a couple of people. Well, the director he shot happens to have the same birthday as Donald Trump. Probably not a coincidence. I think his Trump derangement syndrome was that bad that he just had it out for that guy. Lean Dion says, recycling crisis actors keeps the circle small. Oh yeah, absolutely. Ready or Not 82 says, young Dolph said he was going to be sacrificed in a song. Consistent with the pattern here. And that's all we're noticing. These aren't conspiracy theories. These are observations. We've observed many death fakers. It's a methodology. It's a tactic. It's a strategy. It's very widespread. It's part of the PSYOP entertainment complex. It's not being done by individuals fooling the public. No, these are part of a broader operation. Okay, let me go through more of these headlines. Again, we'll be same time tomorrow night and pretty much almost every night. This is the big story right now. 2 close encounters of Starlink satellites aimed to test China's sensibility in space, possibly. So they're trying to figure out, why was Elon Musk, Imperator of Mars, sending CubeSats so close to the Chinese space station that they would have to do evasive maneuvers? Are we seeing space wars? How many times have we seen this in the last 2 months? Look, I can list the movies. I was watching this HBO by Ridley Scott. It was called Raised by Wolves. You had stuff falling from the sky, falling space station called an Ark. Then I'm watching on Netflix The 100, a big space station called the Ark. Space station falling from the sky, season 1, episode 13. Then I'm watching Cowboy Bebop, episode 1 and episode 3, both space junk. You have this weapon called the Disruptor. It blows a hole in the side of an orbiting casino, and you see space junk. Now I'm watching Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio, and it's the same thing. Space junk, stuff falling from the sky. I have been inundated with images of burning debris falling from above and wrecking stuff. Now, if you were watching the media and all the entertainment and the news and reading the books and playing the games and looking at the magazines and the comics, as we do here, if you were doing so in 1998, 1999, 2000, you would have been very much appraised of what was about to happen. Like 9/11 wouldn't have surprised you. You're like, okay, well, the towers are coming down. Hindsight's 2020. But I think we have been, really on point with all of these not so subtle. I mean, I guess they are subtle. But we've kind of picked up on the patterns here. where, yes, we have established that they are going to tear down the infrastructure above. And I think the movie Don't Look Up gives up the reason why. And it has to do with space communism versus space capitalism. And that's actually the subject of the newsletter I sent out today. If you go to timosman.blog or infiniteplane.media, any of these sites, you can find my newsletter. And what I am discussing this particular newsletter here is this narrative that they've put out there, this story, space cowboys versus space commies. So on the anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission, Jeff Bezos poked his head into space, and of course he's wearing a cowboy hat. And the cowboy hat, I believe, was just a visual metaphor about space being a new Wild West from the perspective of these billionaires. And the manners in which these billionaires are exploiting space has gone from just, egregious and reckless with the junk to privileged, disruptive. I mean, it's like they have this, they can buy their way into space. And then they can go up there, they can mine asteroids, they can bring down trillions of dollars of wealth. I mean, they actually believe that they're going to create trillionaires from mining asteroids. Well, now you have capitalist, richest man in the world, Elon Musk, endangering the Chinese space station. Then you have Weibo, the Chinese Twitter, where people are calling CubeSats American space warfare weapons. And I thought this before. I mentioned this. I said, these 42,000 CubeSats could easily be some kind of a weapon system. And Elon Musk could be some kind of a diabolical mastermind, or perhaps that's what he's a part of. But anyway, when you follow this story a little bit, we're like, okay, wait, China is accusing him of sending these CubeSats to take down their space station. Well, if you remember earlier this year, China allowed a big piece of space junk, a big booster, to endanger anybody between 42 degrees latitude north and south. And that was a booster from the launch that put their first module of their space station into orbit. So they're building their space station. Meanwhile, they're throwing their junk down on us. Now, in recent weeks, we've had multiple instances of the ISS dodging space junk. On November the 30th, they had to cancel a spacewalk because of space junk. Now, space junk didn't really even exist until a few months ago, when during the mission Celestial Immunity, where the astronauts were testing out vaxes on the space station, a piece of space junk hit the space station's arm. So the space station got vaxxed. Celestial Immunity. Quite a coincidence there. But here's what we have here. We have space capitalism, Bezos, Musk, Branson, mining space for wealth. And then we have the communist Mars bases, the communist lunar bases, these communes where it's just about science, exploration, where you have to give up everything that would destroy Earth, or rather turn Mars into another Earth. So they don't want to repeat all the mistakes. So when you go to Mars, you're going to go green. And this has already been discussed at length. You're not taking your car, you're not taking your wardrobe. You're going to have a uniform, it's a spacesuit. You're going to farm. It's basically a gulag. And it goes along with this ethos of self-sacrifice, collectivism. In fact, Astrocrete may even be part of this. If you didn't know, Astrocrete is a it's a concrete that they make, or they say they can make, using astronaut blood and Martian soil. So if you think about it, blood and soil, this is a collectivist concept. It's not new. And what they're introducing here is a New Age mindset that's very anti-individual. So you have this, again, space communism, which also implies sustainable. Because it's not sustainable to bring down $1 trillion of wealth from the heavens. Not at all, because then you have more billionaires and trillionaires with massive carbon footprints. So, here on Earth, we've got Jeff Bezos flaunting his wealth with a $500 million mega yacht, like a Titanic. Meanwhile, the Earth is headed towards disaster. And I think this is all being told to us. And this is, again, the space war story is about this division above over how we're going to approach outer space. So I've been watching this movie, these various movies I've been talking about, but this one I watched last night, Don't Look Up. it's actually highlighting this very issue. And this is kind of a spoiler, but this is beyond just film criticism here. We're looking at propaganda. So in Don't Look Up, the problem is we're about to be hit by a comet. So it's like the Earth is the Titanic, and there's a big iceberg on the way, but we're too entertained to care about it. And I don't think it's a coincidence that this movie stars Leonardo DiCaprio. You associate him with the Titanic and the iceberg. So I think what they've done is we have Spaceship Earth, and it's being endangered by a comet, which is mostly ice. So it's a big space iceberg. Now the thing is, instead of blowing it up 6 months out and knocking it off course, they decide to harvest it for its wealth, and it ends up destroying the world. So that's kind of like what global warming is going to do. If we don't mitigate our consumption of fossil fuels, the world's going to be destroyed. If we don't have sustainability in mind when we go to outer space, we're going to destroy the world. Even Bezos has said, years ago that this was going to be necessary to lock down our civilization. But anyway, we have a conflict of visions as to how we're going to go up into outer space. So the space race never actually ended, and are going to treat the universe, Mars, the moon, as we treated the Earth. If the richest people in the world are allowed to plunder, it will wreck everything. And so that's kind of what they've been telling us here. Now, all the movies are reinforcing this. I've been talking about all these various movies from Netflix that they're showing us. Cowboy Bebop, The 100, Raised by Wolves on HBO, Don't Look Up. They're all showing us stuff falling from the sky. So now here's where it's headed, I believe. So William Shatner just came down from the edge of space. October the 13th, he went up to space. When he came back down, he discussed this coming catastrophic event. Now, we don't know what he was talking about, but he just blurted it out. Just like, there's a coming catastrophic event. And I'm like wondering, what did he see? What does he know? What is the catastrophic event that's going to set this whole thing off? Well, I don't think asteroids are predictable. I don't think comets are that predictable. So, what could be predictable that would somehow trigger some kind of massive calamity from above? Well, I think it would be something having to do with international conflicts. I think space wars. I think it's more likely that China shoots down our space station than an asteroid starts something. So anyway, when Shatner said something's going to happen, I kind of thought it was foreshadowing. Well, just the other day, about 5 days ago, William Shatner got into I guess it was a minor car accident. Nobody actually got hurt. But let me go ahead and show you a picture. So he's got a black Mercedes, and he crashed, and they say a mystery woman in a silver sedan. Now, I don't think they even filed a police report. I don't think anything happened. They just sort of use this as a photo op. And I think there were a couple of dogs in the vehicle. But anyway, I'm looking at the picture of this scene, and it doesn't look to me like a real wreck. I don't see any police. I don't see any ambulances. I just see Shatner posing in front of a car with the quote mystery woman. Now, a couple of things about this picture. One, he has his hand up and he's holding one lens on his glasses. If you're at all familiar with the symbolism we see the elite, the celebrities use, the one eye symbolism, one of the ways they represent it is the AOK symbol over the eye, covering one eye, or as he's doing, emphasizing one eye by holding the lens top and bottom. So that's immediately right there suggestive of this is probably staged. Then you can see that the car up on a sidewalk is rammed up against a brick wall. Brick wall, very masony, if you get my meaning there. And the main thing about this, though, is William Shatner in a crash, and you see the profile of the car. So you see two wheels. One of the wheels is crushed. Now here's where it gets metascripty, but if you've been following my channel, you'll know where I'm coming from. You have to go to Chartword, C-H-A-R-T, Word, chartword.com, and you have to look into the JFK and Kubrick connections. These things are very important, but most of you are familiar with this suggestion, this allegation that Stanley Kubrick had something to do with Apollo 11. Well, you can find more pointing to Stanley Kubrick's involvement with 9/11. So when you look into Stanley Kubrick's work, there are many examples of foreshadowing. And I could do a quick rundown here. The Shining, for example, really does foreshadow 9/11 in many significant ways. For example, the twin girls in the hallway, they weren't twins in the book. They were made into twins for the movie. And then Danny's on his tricycle and he speeds towards them, and then they're dead on the ground, split in the middle with axes. And it looks like the Twin Towers. And then you have the scene, Ground Zero, with the firemen everywhere. This is then followed by a scene where he's in a room throwing darts. And this dart throwing emphasizes the projectiles on 9/11, things falling from the sky, missiles. And the twins walk into the room. Next to the twins, you see a phone booth, a Bell phone booth. Well, this setup is just like the Ground Zero setup with the Bell telephone tower adjacent to the Twin Towers. What's more, you even have the Hilton Millennium Hotel designed to resemble Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey's monolith at Ground Zero. So the idea that Kubrick was involved in directing 9/11, I mean, they wrote the script for this thing when they built the towers, 33 years before they pulled them. This isn't all that far-fetched. I think this is pretty consistent with with everything else we've observed. But anyway, there's a scene in 2001: A Space Odyssey where you see a space plane approaching a space station, which is comprised of twin wheels. So again, the symbol here, space plane approaching a space station, and it's comprised of two wheels. But from the side, it looks like two towers. And you could overlay that image with Flight 175 approaching the Twin Towers. So the suggestion here, and this is just one of many examples, is that this is foreshadowing. So whoever heard of a space plane? Well, Richard Branson. So here's where it gets, I think, really metascripty, to use a term, because metascript, meaning there's a storyline that guides the world stage, and it's coming through the news, the entertainment, it's coming from everything, and it really does take a big picture to see it all. So here's where it gets interesting to me from a metascript perspective. After Branson went to the edge of space with his space plane, he came back down to Earth and then he crashed his bicycle. They called it a colossal cycle crash. Significance there? Well, the crashing bicycle, two wheels. That's what really stands out to me. Then William Shatner goes to the edge of space. He comes down, and you see him and his crash scene with the two wheels. You can only see the two, and one of them is, buckled against the wall. So the two wheels, the twin wheels, I think is the consistent symbol here. Now here's where it gets more, more intricate. So in Space Odyssey, the space plane flies into the two-wheeled station looking like Flight 175. Two wheels of the Twin Towers, and this connects to the space plane of Virgin Galactic. So the coming 9/11 event is being hinted at here, and the photo emphasizes it with the two wheels. So to recap, of course, Branson's crash, then you had Shatner's crash, and then when Bezos took off on 7/20/2021, it was at 9:11 a.m. What are the odds? So he's repeating Apollo 11, more or less. It's a significant event, a big step for mankind going into space tourism, the commercialization of space, on that anniversary, but he takes off at 9/11. So you have two Kubrick productions, 9/11, Apollo 11, kind of mentioned right there. Also, Richard Branson's flight with his space plane was on 7/11, which was the 42nd anniversary of the 77-ton Skylab falling from space. So there you have 7/11 Skylab reference. You could also probably even point to the Pentagon, Flight 77. And by the way, the Pentagon's construction started on 9/11, 1941. So what I'm suggesting here at this point is that we are being inundated with imagery and news items about an impending space war. And the wizards of media know that to influence the news and how we believe the news, they have to prepare the news consumers' minds. So they're softening the minds of the masses right now. So everything that we're going to see in the coming weeks or months is going to be, I believe, really just the logical conclusion of everything that we have been prepared for. So we're seeing this stuff in the Black Mirror in advance. And this is nothing new. This is just methodology. If it's predictive programming, if it's scripted, you would be able to use it as a predictive model to some extent. So anyway, that's just one of the areas of focus here on this channel. I've been focusing on the coming space wars. And again, I think it's most plausible. I think space war is a lot more believable and feasible than some random event. And besides, a random event would be too unifying. We could all unite against an asteroid, but what's the use in that? I mean, clearly they intend to keep a schism and a division. And on that point, if they do introduce aliens, I'm pretty sure the left wing will embrace them, and the right wing will probably bring out their shotguns and consider them to be aliens or demons, you could say, to many of the people who are, especially from the more religious and fringy side of things. Absolutely. Aliens or demons, some kind of end times deception. So I don't expect people to all just kneel and embrace these technologically superior saviors. Let me go through the comments here. Lots of people here in the chat. Lean Dion says, Neo and the new Agent Smith smashed through countless brick walls in the Matrix. Yes, a cube brick. I think that Kubrick, the name, very significant. Makes me wonder if he's just a made-up character or a persona, the face of a larger group of people. John in OKC says, Bezos has a spaceship that looks like a giant ween, like Dr. Evil. Oh, sure. Dr. Evil, Jeff Bezos. Then you have Richard Branson is I believe his name is Zepov Beeblebrox, some ridiculous name. If you look at the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that movie actually has a character that I believe is the basis for Richard Branson. Kind of a womanizing space pirate. Zaphod Beeblebrox. And if you look at the image, it looks exactly like Richard Branson. Elon Musk is clearly a composite character. In many ways, he's reminiscent of his father, Werner von Braun. Now, I don't know if that's a fact, but he's a combination of the character von Braun wrote into existence. A book called Mars, A Technical Tale, about the first colony on Mars, and the first person to colonize Mars is called the Elon. That book came out quite some time ago. He's also a bit of Willy Wonka. And this is why Elon Musk purchased Gene Wilder's house. And he started a candy company called Boring Candy to go along with his tunneling company, Boring. Now, I think Willy Wonka has a tunnel, and if you go down the tunnel, you find the candy factory where the Oompa Loompas work. Well, that's kind of what Musk is doing with this Mars thing, if you ask me. And this would explain the Hyperloop. You know, why is Richard Branson involved in the Hyperloop thing? What's Elon Musk's interest in Hyperlooping? They're supposed to be going to deep space, but they're going deep underground. Well, maybe it's because if you go to Mars, you're really just going to be Hyperlooped to some deep underground Mars base where you're going to be an Oompa Loomp for Imperator Elon making candy to ship back to the Earth. Like, you'll be a candy slave in Oompa Loompa. I'm pretty sure that would explain the Hyperloop thing. I mean, what's more likely? That they're going to send you on some very dangerous and quite likely impossible mission to colonize some barren rock with no atmosphere? Or that they're just going to send you underground to some Disneyland for the brainwashed, like you would have any clue? Now, in addition to the Gene Wilder character that's been melded with Musk, you can also mix in Iron Man, Tony Stark. And it's not a coincidence that on Mars they actually found the logo, or rather the crest from Game of Thrones of the House of Stark, which is like a wolf head. I think that's interesting. House of Stark. And then they found the Star Trek emblem on Mars, a giant plateau, looks like the Star Trek emblem. And Musk has the starships. I mean, there are so many science fiction tie-ins to this whole outer space thing. And it's like, well, what came first? The science fiction. Absolutely. It's not the other way around. You can actually find Pluto, the dog, the cartoon dog's face on Pluto. The Death Star looks exactly like one of the moons of Saturn, Mimas. Significant because Darth Vader is really an archetype. He's based on Saturn. Luke's the sun. Darth Vader is Saturn. I mean, look, there's an entire occult religion that has been foisted upon the public through entertainment. All right, let's see what else we have on Mars. Space communism. A few more agendas I've noticed. If you don't trust the news, you're crazy. Listen to this one from Salon. How paranoid schizophrenia turned me into a Republican. I had untreated paranoid schizophrenia, and a media diet of cable news pushed me into a psychotic break. And this is just so hideously one-sided. Like, only right-wing ideas are conspiracy theories. No, I'm pretty sure global warming is a conspiracy theory. And this is from Salon.com. And of course, they have Tucker Carlson on the TV there. And if you ask me, these people are all the same team. Tucker Carlson is actually BFF, best friends forever, with Hunter Biden. You know, so you think he's against Biden or the Bidens or the deep state? No, he wrote a nice letter because Hunter Biden, I believe he helped get Tucker Carlson's kid into some elite school. Let me bring this up really quick here. Tucker Carlson's love affair with Hunter Biden. Here we go. Oops. Tucker Carlson's close friendship revealed. Daily Mail published emails showing a close friendship between Hunter Biden and Tucker Carlson. Yep, exactly. So this is from VanityFair.com. Tucker Carlson asked Hunter to write his son a recommendation for Georgetown. So there you have it. They're best friends behind the scenes. It's like World Wrestling Entertainment. You know, if you go to the cafeteria, they're probably all friends, even though on the stage they're punching each other and stuff. Okay, so anyway, this is from Salon.com. This guy says, the TV was talking to me. I was in the midst of a delusion that the news anchors on CNN were operatives of a shadow government run by the Clintons. Anyway, this is just a person saying that the right-wing conspiracy theories made him into a schizoid. But in my opinion, the world stage true believer, the person who exists in this hyper-mediated state and believes in asteroids and is a hypochondriac, I think they are, in fact, living a schizoid existence. We have, you know, like Eric Fromm, who's a psychoanalyst, wrote a book called The Sane Society, where he was asking the question, what does it mean to be sane in a sick society? And so I think right now we can answer that question. All right, let me go through my latest headlines here. We've talked about Alex Jones's wife being arrested after trying to kill him. Mask Karens running amok. Space wars on the way. The media wizards are paving the way for the next 9/11 event, and I believe the sky is falling, and I feel comfortable saying that. 2022, we have a number of predictions, and I'm putting them all together. It's going to be out in the next edition of Fake World News. Now, Fake World News is going to be, well, it already exists. It's a newspaper, it's a tabloid, where we are just publishing the facts, observations, not conspiracy theories, but they might look like such to the uninitiated, the unaware. Oh, David Pryor says Bezos' Ark. Interesting. Yeah, Bezos has a $500 million mega yacht, and he's out there prancing around with his shirt off with his brother and his girlfriend. And the news media, like Daily Mail, does a cover story, and they can't get over him, over how he looks with his shirt off. And I'm like, okay, so the guy has time to lift weights, big deal. He skips leg day. But they keep talking up how it's like this, like buff billionaire fan fiction, some billionaire boat fan fiction type of stuff you'd find on the fringes of Kindle, deep in the romance novel trenches where they do fetishize billionaires on boats. So anyway, I'm reading this Daily Mail piece, and it's like, Jeff can't keep his hands off of Laura Sanchez, or whatever her name is, the one with the Joker smile. And I'm like, wait, his brother's right there, towering over them, glowering down at Jeff. I'm like, how is that an intimate moment to be commenting on? Tomanoid2 says, Pluto the dog and the planet were created the same year. Thanks, Neil deGrasse. Lily Bell said, who did the space ride the best, Branson or Bezos? Oh yeah, Branson or Bezos. Well, they were both embarrassingly fake. So, it's a good question. I don't have an answer at this time. All right, everyone, this has been great. We'll pick up same time tomorrow, same place. And if you aren't able to find us, if any of these channels are taken down, just go to infiniteplane.radio. And I will also have a link there so you can sign up for the newsletter. And the newsletter will always keep you up to date with the latest platforms that we're on and the latest archives. So anyway, thanks for joining. And this is Infinite Game by Neo Mode Gucci Flip, first caller of the night.
Come on, you know it.
I'll put a link to this in the chat.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing, infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane, I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things, best supposed to be pulling strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games, I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane, yeah. None of the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hope, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm trying to move.
Oh, nothing. I just saw the post. I didn't read anything in particular. I just saw the message and I just called in. What you got cooking tonight? What's the rock got cooking? What can I help you with?
Okay, well, see, lately we've been discussing a lot of things. I had this tabloid come out, Fake World News, and one of the cover articles was Astro World, and what I published on that is that the whole thing was fake and that nobody died. Do you have any thoughts on that Astro World, which is one of the bigger psyops of the last month and a half or so?
You talking about that concert in Houston?
Yes.
Yeah, 229. Yeah, the Travis Scott thing, 229.
Correct.
Yeah, that shit was pretty crazy. I saw everything that went on with it, and I don't buy none of that mainstream stuff. You already know that.
Right. Well, I found something about it that was interesting because 2 days before the
I'm
concert.
on the phone. No, we don't have no message, bro.
Yeah, 2 days
Go ahead.
before, he was wearing Travis Scott was wearing a T-shirt from the Pearl Jam concert 20 years before, where an identical number of people died, and a same number of people attended. So 50,000 people attended Pearl Jam, 9 died. 50,000 attended Astroworld, and 9 died. And he was wearing that T-shirt. So, to me, the whole thing is obviously staged or fake.
Yeah, they always got. It's not about what happens. Like there's always something magical happen on a back end. It's not anything like it's something that you can't see. Is the effect that it has? It's some type of it's like a blue pill effect that it has on people. Like it makes them. All it does is make people forget about. Like they're trying to make you forget about something else.
Distraction.
So for instance,
right?
Yeah. So it's always one distraction to another, like the Young Dolph thing, and then the
young dog thing happens. That's the big thing in the South, and then the hurricane comes. Now that's the big thing in the South. There's always the biggest new thing, and that's what people jump on is the biggest new thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's
you're right
what it's all about.
Yeah, there's this movie called Wag the Dog, which is basically about how, in order to distract the public from a scandal, they just fake an event, a war event with green screens
It's
and
called,
crisis.
yeah, it's called, I got this term from the movie Red. It's called switching the flip.
Switching the flip.
They call it. It's called switching the flip.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you're saying it wrong. It's flip the switch. No, I said it right. It's switch the flip.
Switch the flip, exactly, and it works. So every time, it's like the public is just spellbound, and they're able to distract people. The TV is a weapon. Of
Charlie
mass
Brown's going to kick the ball. She takes it away again. Charlie Brown's going to kick the ball. She takes it away again. He keeps setting up. He's gonna score eventually.
Exactly. And now today, Lucy is the CDC, and the ball is the booster, and it's like eventually you guys will be vaccinated, but they just
And
keep
even
moving.
even when you show the public that Omicron is moronic, they're still like, but that's a conspiracy. It's just an acronym. It doesn't mean anything. It's just an acronym, and it doesn't mean that it's moronic. And it's just like, all right, man. So that's why this lady asked me the other day why I stopped making the videos. I'm like, first of all, after you had a channel that had over 500,000 views and it got deleted, you'll think twice about some of the content you post too. You know what I mean? So I haven't really been making any controversial videos, but it's like, why? I mean, the Tesla Roadster is still in space flying, so why would I waste my time? Like, it's like child's play. It's like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
They're like they're like fucking, the media, they're like fucking little kids, bro. Excuse my language, bro, but they're like little kids, bro.
They are.
They're like little kids.
I was really
They
annoyed.
keep running the same 33 play up the middle, like Quantum Conscious says. The same. We're gonna run it up the middle. We're gonna score a 99-yard touchdown up the middle every fucking time. It's 4th and 1. We're gonna run it up the middle, 99 yards, like every fucking play.
Well, I feel
We're
like they
gonna run
talk down to us like we're children. I felt like last year, the entire year, we're listening to the experts speaking to us like we're all kindergartners. And that's why they're able to constantly move the goalpost and just really, what they're saying today would be misinformation according to a year ago. It's too subjective these days, and the public is just so malleable. So I understand why you're not reporting on this stuff. Now, for people who haven't heard you or are new or just jumped in, what was your YouTube channel? And you said you had lost one that had 500,000.
Yeah, the original channel, actually, Atomic Knowledge had over 16. How can I help you?
Okay,
had over 1,600 subs and almost 1 million views.
See, that's a good ratio there. Atomic Knowledge had 1,600 subs and 1 million plus views. And again, this is just another example of
Almost. I was at 600,000.
Right. Well, the thing is, so you've been through the ringer here with regards to you're communicating ideas that they consider to be, well, misinformation, mind viruses. And so they're in the process right now of sanitizing the internet, vaxing cyberspace. And so they went ahead and just pulled your channel. And that's the type of book burning that the public stands by. And it's very hypocritical of Americans to stand by with all this de facto censorship going on all around them.
Yeah, like I said, it's always one distraction to another. You know what I mean? And then everybody just hops on it and forgets about the last thing that happened like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's not a big deal to me anymore. That's why, like, when I first found out about all this stuff, it was a big deal to me. But after 3 years of reporting on it, and then it's like $6. They don't want you to report on this stuff. So it's like, why? Like, you know what I mean? And plus, these people are paid to hide the truth. So it's like, once you find out all this stuff, it's like, why would I waste my time trying to tell the truth to people? Well, people who don't even care anyway. And there's other people being paid to hide the truth. So it's like, you know, all you're gonna do is set yourself up for failure.
You know what? That's a good point you brought up, because I realize here, after having more than 115 YouTube channels taken down, I will never be monetized because of my content. Yeah, it's actually, it's been that bad. So what I'm doing now is I'm making my focus as far as like the business end. It's not this podcast anymore. So this will go on regardless, because it's a losing battle. You cannot monetize a live stream or a podcast if you go outside of their accepted bounds. Like they decide what is and what isn't an acceptable idea. It's very much like it's fascist in most ways because it's the government.
Yeah, Marxist, fascist, and me and Cam B talked about this too about a year ago. I still talk to Cam B from time to time, and we basically feel the same way. You know, I never had aspirations of being like a super big YouTuber or nothing like that, but I thought it was fun. You know what I mean? But anyway. I gotta finish up over where I'm at, but I just wanted to throw that little bit in to get the kick the show off. I'm gonna be if you're gonna be on in like 45 minutes, I'll come I'll check back in like 45 minutes.
Hey, I appreciate you calling in, and
kick the show off.
Absolutely, you got us off to a great start. I appreciate it. And again, everyone, this is Atomic Knowledge. Appreciate you calling in.
And now it's Axiom Blue Truth Hurts. If you guys will sub, I'm down to 140 subscribers. Try and get that up to 1,600 again.
Okay, I'll try to get that link and I'll make sure I put it beneath the video description. All right, have a great night.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, so that's Axiom Oblivion Truth Hurts. If anybody can find his YouTube channel, I will get it in the chat. Yeah, Maximilian, this man is working while speaking the truth, multitasking. You heard that, right? He's like helping customers out, doing great customer service. That's what's great about this. You know, we have all these dystopic visions about the future given to us by the movies, but really, this is Jetsons. I mean, we don't have the flying cars, but Tricky Who says the Travis Scott concert was a beta test for 5G and graphene hack. Believable. Yes, Axiom Oblivion Truth Hurts, if somebody can find that. The number is 833-311-1984. What was he selling? Someone $6, like cigarettes probably. I'll go ahead and put the number on the screen. Again, the number is 833-311-1984. And one of the reasons why I chose that number, well, 3/11 is the day that 1984 started. 3/11/2020, pandemic, and since then we've lived in COVID-19 84. Easy to remember. The number is, again, on the screen if you want to call in. I have a number of things I want to talk about tonight. Some of the things the caller brought.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past in the past is the ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix. These maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit. But they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix from the ashes. Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Fun the jokes and riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. Being stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season. The elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic is tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. Pass me my chalice, for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak the universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Oklahoma roaring upward toward the heavens like the lioness. Heated hurricane, the birth of the initiates. Segments scorching, blazing, higher fire priestess. So fly, wings ascend from the ashes. Just to be rising, since the hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Hypnotical, introspective, human consciously. Sacred serpent lick their ears for heartland.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly just like a phoenix. Tips so wavy, go to a bunch of jealous beaches. Won't go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least like you breathing, there's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order, they've inverted all the meaning. So we do this for a reason, keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
First saw it, my very first impression was it looks like a globe covered in nuclear detonations, mushroom clouds, red mushroom clouds like they're from China or Russia, communist. So I kind of figured that this is a symbol of World War III and world domination with ground zeros all over the place. So in a way, it does do what the nuclear holocaust would have done, but it does so without all the destruction. And it's all just completely mental. But it's an apt symbol of that, and that's kind of how it actually has played out. But now, this tweet also draws your attention to this, how you find this image of Donald Trump hanging out at the World Economic Forum. Again, World Economic Forum 666, that's what I call it, because their logo has a slash, which could be a corona. It looks like an eclipse, rather. But the slash, which would be the corona, is going through the O's. And the O's, 15th letter, 1-5, gives you 3 6s. In addition to being 6s from the lines going through the O's. So World Economic Forum is also behind bringing about Gaia worship of the AI god that they're bringing forth. And it sounds like sci-fi, but we're in an age where they have effectively merged the two. It happened. That's really what today has all been about, with Shatner going to space. So anyway, here is Donald Trump, Ivanka, and Jared Kushner, who might be the Antichrist, and they're sitting in front of a black cube with Darth Schwab. So why are they sitting in front of a big black cube? It's a little noteworthy, I would say. I mean, because the cube, in context of the World Economic Forum, very ominous. Going through comments here. Someone says, "Yay, welcome back." Did our channel go down momentarily? Look, if it ever goes down, just catch it in the replay. Subscribe if you want to get onto the mailing list, and I'll make sure you get the daily archives. Now, someone says we mentioned the deep church and it went down. See, I didn't even know. I didn't even know the stream went down. I just continued. I saw some message there, but hopefully it didn't go down for everybody. We mentioned the deep church. Maybe I got another micro EMP burst. This actually happened 2 days ago. The main tower and the Chromebook on top of it that serves as my real-time transcriber, they both stopped working. The hard drives just crashed. And I thought, well, there are a number of big stories that I've been following, and I believe that they're going to be playing out very soon. And it would be very inconvenient if my hardware went down, if the computers crashed at this time. And it kind of did happen. But I'm not all that bothered by it. As you can see, we're still rolling along just fine. And I had to switch out mics, and this mic actually has better, clearer audio. The cube is on the table. for those who are looking. Now, the cube is also synonymous with the symbol of the hexagram. If you look at the hexagram, the interior does have a flattened out or a two-dimensional cube. And the cube is also synonymous with the cross, as it's a folded up cross. And both of these are representative of the same God of dying, resurrection, the God of the earth God. The God that you're actually venerating and genuflecting before every single time you put trash in the recycling bin. When you separate your garbage, you're separating your choices, those that hurt the earth God and those that don't. You're acknowledging that you've sinned against the God of the earth, and you're separating them accordingly. And that's why you have your big cube dumpster to put your recyclables in. It's your confession. It's an act of contrition. It's actually a punishment for being a consumer. And then you look at the symbol of recycling. Just look at the negative space, and I'll pull it up on the screen. And within the negative space created by the three arrows that are circling, and that's the symbol of birth, death, resurrection. It's the cycle of death and resurrection. The green god, Osiris, the original green god. This is who is the de facto god of the world. But the negative space contains that six-pointed star. Not a coincidence. It's a Saturnian Osiris thing. Now, what's more, the three nails, there's another correspondence there to the cross. The god of the, and it's not just, we're talking about the earth god, the vegetation god, the original green god. Very interesting symbolism here all around. I mean, of course, three nails, like the Monster Energy drink lady explains, could be said to symbolize 3 6s. And everything about Saturn, the cube, the earth god, and world government is associated with that number. And that's why. The 3 6s, it's all emblematic of this particular deity and this worship of the cycles of life and death and resurrection. Puzzle says audio is solid tonight. We're going to keep it like this. I am sold on Logitechs. I'm not going to upgrade. I'm going to keep getting the $25 Logitech mic. So yeah, the recycling symbol is actually a symbol of this earth god. And if you didn't recycle, if no one recycled, what would happen? Well, the earth god would obviously respond. He would flood you off the surface. He would drown you, and take away all the land, just flood everything like he did a deluge, and then eventually the waters would recede. But only the true believers would still be around. And who would that be? Well, it'd be the ones in the arks. And the arks of today are the spaceships. And don't think you're getting into a spaceship unless you've been properly inoculated. That's another thing they can hold over your head. And they made that very clear with the eruption of St. Vincent's volcano, where only the vaxxed got on the lifeboats. They said, hey, you're saved. But the rest of you, lake of fire. Lava comes pouring down the streets, consuming the unvaxxed. It didn't actually happen like that, but they made it seem like it was going to happen. If you're looking at the screen, there's Gene Simmons, my favorite super spreader, with all these unmasked fans who caught the COVID after having been masked, double masked, and triple vaxxed. Major league hypocrite. Same with his guitarist who said, stay home, mask up, don't live your life, and then you see him without a mask on over at Starbucks. No hate here. You know, I'm actually happy to see people living their lives. I'm just pointing out the sheer hypocrisy of it from the top down. Let's see, Maximilian 1987 says, I stopped recycling ever since I heard this. Thanks, Tim. Oh yeah, you don't... I probably shouldn't have even mentioned your name, because right now NBC is taking climate confessionals, and you have these sad people who are like, I've overused paper towels to clean up after my old cats and their fur. The people are saying, I eat steak once a week. I can't quit. I'm over. These people are... they're beside themselves because they feel like they're actually hurting the world, hurting future generations, and they're confessing. And I'm pretty sure NBC is taking those confessions and passing it on over to the CCP and the WEF. So you got the commies and the world government crew breathing down your back because you're admitting that you are a carbon super spreader. And they're trying to cut back on that. Seen some more messages here. Rip farewell to Rob Skiba. Bad situation. If I was, well, if I was to, how they would do. These sites are so heinous. The Herman Cain Award, these other sites, and these sites aren't considered hateful. That's what's so bizarre. It's a double standard, actually. I'm not even shocked by it. It's a double standard. It's not a hate crime if it's not even hate speech if it's directed towards people who reject the church of MSM. If you don't believe in MSM science, and I don't mean if you don't know it to be true or understand it, if you're not a believer in it, well then you are worthy of death. You're an infidel. And that's why you have sites like this, sorryantivaxxer.com. How does this even exist, but you can't have 4chan or 8chan? You can't have these other platforms. They won't have any kind of what they call hate speech, and a lot of it's just descriptive language. You can't even say uncle or aunt. Even like Legos, for example. They're saying we're no longer going to gender our toys because it creates harmful stereotypes. Well, that's fine. It's free market. Do whatever you want. But there's this notion that it's hate if you don't go along with that. But then here you have websites dedicated to quite literally hating people who are sick and dying or dead. Some may be crisis actors, some may not be, but from the perspective of the creator of these websites, like sorryantivaxxer.com, they assume it's all true. They believe it's all real. Posel says, tell us how to get off this ride. You can get off the ride 2 hours a day by hanging out in the IPS think tank. If you're not on the email list, go to infiniteplainsociety.com, get on the text message alerts, and things are just going to get more interesting. But the instant you know it's a ride, it's no longer affecting you the same way. And that's kind of been my thing here. I'm not taking the ups and downs. I'm watching it from the side, from over the guardrails. And it is an endless carnival ride. It's endless cycles. The stories are recycled. How many crisis actors today have already afflicted us in the past? I mean, like Gabby Petito. If you're not already fatigued on that story, she had starred in a music video after Sandy Hook. So, and then here's another recyclee. They recycle everything, even actors. Remember the cult of Sun Myung Moon, the Moonies? Well, the Moonie cult is back, and they're back to make Trumpers look dumb. I think they're a bunch of actors. But check this out. The Moonies are back, and they have a church where they wear crowns with bullets, and they carry AR-15s.
In Pennsylvania this weekend, Trump advisor Steve Bannon spoke at a gun cult event about how Pennsylvania must have a full forensic audit and new canvas of its 2020.
Now, sorry for dragging fingers against the chalkboard. That would be Rachel Maddow. But this is real. Sean Moon, he's the son of the guy from the Moonie cult, has a church where they worship MAGA, QAnon, they wear crowns of bullets, and they carry AR-15s. This is a clown show. I can't believe that these people are really authentic.
Technically is the Messiah, but he and his brother now run a gun factory and church in Pennsylvania where the people who worship in the church are expected to hold their AR-15s while they worship, and he does wear a crown of bullets.
All right. Probably actors. So much of it is phony. I mean, I agree with the commenter here. It's all phony. It's all led by feds. Proud Boys versus Soy Boys, Antifa and the Proud Boys fighting. It's like, well, both groups are known to be run by federal informants. So it's ridiculous to take sides at this point. And as far as the prophecies coming true, Trump coming back, elections being overturned, it's hard to say if there's anything to it other than a desire to stir up resentment and keep people engaged. I have yet to see anything to confirm anything even close to approximating a, quote, great awakening. I mean, it's been quite the opposite. I thought at the beginning that there might be some loss of credibility with the media in the minds of the masses, but more than half the people are for the tyranny. I mean, you have to remember all the snitching that went on when they first declared the pandemic. And I'm waiting for them to start encouraging or even incentivizing people to snitch on the unvaxxed or those who don't recycle. That SOB says, thanks for watching her so we don't have to. Oh yeah, no doubt. I do go through a lot of MSM. It's opposition research. It's part of the job. It's kind of like, it's an acceptable dose. I don't go too far into it. I often do rely on closed captioning. And they're all just teleprompter readers anyway. All right, let's continue here. People are talking about this, again, Rob Skiba. Yep, it says here, he's a flat earther and an anti-vaxxer. Here's his simulation of the sun going over the earth. This is going to be ugly tomorrow. So I'll probably just return to the Rob Skiba topic tomorrow. I have no reason to doubt it. I'm curious as to how anybody knows it's specifically COVID, but he's made all the major sites and the numbers are astounding. You have 100,000 people commenting or viewing, tens of thousands of comments. And look at how hostile it is. Got his reward. His fan club is still denying COVID and praying for a resurrection. This is insane. And I'm pointing this out because it's not the flat earthers who are calling for turning the hospitals into death camps or basically excluding the unvaxxed, denying ICU beds. I mean, that's kind of what they're suggesting, denying treatment. You show up, what do they want to do? I mean, at this point, create a medical apartheid, apparently. But yes, you have the late night comedians behind it, people laughing at the idea, but you're talking about people's lives and about disregarding the value of someone's life because of their political opinion or their opinion about the shape of the disc that we're on, or ball, or whatever. Posel says Tim carries the C and N cross. Yeah, a lot of it to me is it's like this. If you don't listen to the other side, you won't know what they think and how they're distorted, or how their perceptions are distorted with regards to your position. Because the anti-vaxxers have a very distorted view of what anti-vaxxer is. Are anti-vaxxers even anti-vaxxers, or are they, would you even call them that? Are they even against it in principle, or is it just this one because of the way it was sold by genocidal maniacs or people who have made statements that make them seem like that? And then you have all the weird symbolism, the cryptic occult stuff. It's like, well, you would have a hard time convincing me that there wasn't a deliberate attempt here to make it appear that this is the mark of the beast. Posel in the comment section says, things will get worse from this point forward. iPhones keep getting better. In fact, I need to probably look at upgrading mine. We're doing more live streaming outdoors. I'm planning anyway on doing a few things. We have something going on in about 10 days, the symposium. Now the symposium will be available here, of course, if you're listening live and if you're on Patreon. This is going to be an opportunity to really consolidate our best material on various topics without attaching it to anything. Like, I don't think you need to talk about 200 Bible verses if you're suggesting that we're looking at special effects. And I think that the lies that have been exposed as lies are being ignored, and they're given a pass because people are defending things that are hard to defend in this context. So if you're arguing for a biblical earth, you're not going to convince somebody that there's valid reasons to doubt the space station. The religious agenda overshadows everything. Even the last conference was really about the, quote, creator rather than the creation. They were kind of de-emphasizing the earth itself. When I think, no, this shouldn't necessarily be an anti-scientific conversation. I don't even think that most conspiracy theorists are anti-science, as they've been falsely represented. I think there's a difference, though, between the science of consensus and the real thing. The science that says 97% of well-funded scientists agree. Well, that's not exactly a scientific proposition. Maximilian87 says, I won't go to a hospital unless I cut my finger off, and even then. Maximilian also says that Jurassic deserves a shout out. You know, yes, Jurassic Liars 26, and I like a lot of these channels who do this. I'm not a big fan of MSM, but I do like to know what is being said, what's going on, to get a big comprehensive picture of the world stage. Because some will say that they just tune out. Some will just say, that they're going to, more or less quarantine their minds. I'm just going to not pay attention to the news because I know it's toxic. And I understand that, this going off the grid mentality, but the problem is the ignorance won't defend you from what all the misinformed are going to do to you. So I think it's more important to know all sides, to be informed, rather than misinformed. And so that's kind of what we're into here, getting the best information. That's why I did the work of figuring out that the QAnoners literally believe that JFK is still alive, and that he's going to reveal himself at the age of 104 and show that he survived his head wound and that it's a miracle, and that the world will worship him and he will usher in 1,000 years of peace. Now that might sound like the Antichrist, Revelations 13:3 or something, but they're convinced that the deep state edited the Bibles and they replaced the role of the Antichrist with Christ, or Christ with the Antichrist. So JFK was the second coming, is the second coming, according to Q. He is Q. That's how weird it is when you get to the bottom of it. I thought it was strange when JFK Jr. was Q. But no, he's actually, I believe he's R, and then Trump is Q+. And then Michael Flynn, the leading, I would say, military mind for the QAnoners, General Flynn, is openly channeling the Archangel Michael and leading masses of invocations. So all these patriots gathering at these prayer meetings are invoking the Archangel Michael and the Ascended Master Saint Germain, right out of the Church Universal Triumphant, Elizabeth Clare Prophet's Doomsday Cult from the 80s, and I believe in 1990 or so. They all moved into a bunker because they believed that we were going to be nuked. So yes, you have a Doomsday Cult leader, essentially, in Flynn. Probably not a coincidence that his name is Michael and the cult's all about invoking the Archangel Michael, or that he was born on Christmas. Commenter says, if you do the research, you'll find out that JFK actually sold the USA to the UN. Fascinating. Wouldn't surprise me. The Kennedys, though, have a big role in the subtext of the news and the bigger stories. It's all written and coded into this stuff. The assassination of Kennedy, obviously fake. And last night I was doing some research into the assassination of RFK, also just as fake. The story's full of holes, no pun intended. JFK, RFK probably had the same director. I'm not sure, but it would seem to me that Kubrick would be involved in the RFK one as well, and I'll have to look into that. But just as an example, just really quick, Stanley Kubrick's film, Dr. Strangelove, screened on 11/22/63, JFK assassination date. That's just one. Kubrick film, Apollo 11, launched on 7/16/69 from Kennedy Space Center. So there's a Kennedy reference with that event. Then Eyes Wide Shut is released on 7/16/1998, which is the anniversary date of Apollo launching from Kennedy, and it's the death date, is it 98 or 99? The death date of JFK Jr. So 7/16. So you have Kennedy death dates with these movie releases. You have the name Kennedy associated with the Apollo, just with the name there, and these are just a couple of examples, but it's all of his movies are like this. And there are many things that would lead any analyst who looks at the actual symbolism in the subtext to think that JFK's actually a character encoded into Full Metal Jacket. And I believe Kennedy was even was he a war reporter? But there's some correlations between him and the character Joker. And moreover, that Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise is a thinly veiled telling or story about JFK Jr. and his faked crash. All very interesting details, all connected to Kubrick. And this is why I brought this up, though. Because if we're talking about Q, you can't leave Stanley Kubrick out of it. Because if anybody is connected to the Kennedys, it's him. And of course, if you look at the symbolism with the JFK assassination, King Kill 33 goes into detail about this. It's an article by James Shelby Downard. And it's one of the first pieces, I think, that ever analyzed the Masonic and sorceress implications of assassination on this level. But he decoded it, more or less deciphered it, and it tells the story of the killing of a king, a ritualistic killing of the king of Camelot. And so you have this subtext again of the Kennedys as this American royalty. Then you have the son of the king also dying under these interesting circumstances. All right, let's move on. Maximilian says, I shook a stranger's hand that I sold a TV to. First thing he said was, I'm vaccinated. Interesting. And you said you're not. You know, I kind of think it's nobody's business. I mean, they've made this is another aspect to it. I think another aspect to this agenda, whatever you think, pro, anti, pro, anti, however you feel about the people taking their positions on this issue, I think a major purpose to it, an agenda, a hidden agenda, is further eroding the idea of privacy. But we live in an age where family photo albums are public. Every thought is public. You know, they use social media to get people to do Big Brother's work for him. Total surveillance has been achieved, but with the support of the surveilled. Like, I'm surprised they don't trust us to vax ourselves. Just send out just have Amazon just send packages to everyone's homes. But I think it's also about power relationships and you getting the communion handed to you from the priest. And they don't want you to take alternative medicines. They don't want you to listen to alternative theories. It's all heretical. Salty says, our liquor store here has a sign that says, don't joke about it or they'll kick you out. Now, the sign you said here, not to joke about COVIDs or they'll kick you out. Did the sign say COVIDs? Lean Dion says, gotta go. Peace, y'all. Thanks for joining tonight. It's going to be an interesting week. We have, I think, we have the Russians completing their movie up there. Shatner's flight went down, went up, went down. No problems at all. I mean, this is the major psyop of the year, I think. The movies in space, celebrities going up there. Nobody believes anything. I mean, the skeptics won't believe anything until it's shown to them by someone that they trust. And celebrities are trustworthy, apparently. Tom Hanks, a lot of people found him to be very credible. He sold us on that, and now. Okay, let's move on. I was really hoping to get someone to call in with this Rob Skiba thing. I wanted some confirmation because, we're dealing with people's lives here, and then they get instantly politicized. And to say he's a COVID-19 death, well, if we don't know this, well, he's already being smeared on all kinds of sites. And it's just like something I've been talking about for months now. There seems to be, well, there is an agenda here to compile a list of all the heretics that they can point to and say, look, these individuals are examples of how not to do it. Bad examples. I mean, look how they've been roasting Joe Rogan. You know how much they would love? Well, they loved it when Joe Rogan had it. In fact, they were mad that Joe Rogan didn't die of COVID. They were mad about it. They're like, that's anti-science. And that in itself is also indicative of them not really being in it to save the world, but it's more about imposing an ideology. Nets announced that Kyrie Irving is banned until he takes the jab. What do you all think about this? Staged? Is he legit? Is he taking a principled stand? He's a very mysterious character. I wonder if he's given lines to utter, like he's the designated controversial guy that says the things that makes the public think, hey, maybe we ought to regulate free speech because in today's age, anybody with 1 million followers can significantly disrupt the world. It's like a threat to national security to let some of these meme super spreaders have their platforms. A commenter says the launch looked fake. They have to be using CGI for the rockets now. Yeah, I think so. I don't think they would risk people's lives. And something else I noticed, and if you watch it now, just watch the latest launch with Shatner. The flames beneath the rocket were orange. And I think they did it for Halloween. I really do. Yeah, someone's commenting about Kyrie Irving, says he's very well spoken. I don't know much about him other than he's been dropping certain trigger words. He said, and he didn't even say the earth is flat. That's what I like about him is he's not making definitive statements. He was making the argument that you should be able to ask questions. But I think it's just a little conspicuous that he happens to be something of like a scapegoat. And now that he's being financially punished. But look, I don't think that they're actually sending people. I mean, you think that Bezos would send himself up there? I mean, anything could have happened from a PR perspective that would have destroyed him. A death, an accident. Who knows what? I mean, maybe Oliver Demon could have choked on one of the Skittles that they were throwing into his mouth while he was hanging upside down from the ceiling. Something could have gone wrong. And it was just such a huge risk. I don't think that they would have taken that big of a risk. More likely CGI. I have no reason to think otherwise. Now, as far as the thing landing, there's a number of ways you could accomplish it. I mean, we're looking at basic magic tricks. It wouldn't take dropping the capsule out of a plane. They wouldn't even have to simulate that. I think it's all on the ground. They may have some kind of screens on the inside, so it's like a Disney ride. But I do think that before they moved on over to CGI, they were using rigid airships, cylindrical blimps with fireworks on the bottom. Blimps that launch out of sight, out of mind, and then they augmented. They had the insert shots, pre-produced footage filmed in a movie studio. Okay, let us continue here. Restless Bear says he can likely afford to retire. Right. We'll see. I just find it fascinating that he's taking a stand, and not everyone supports it. Not everyone is. I mean, this is also coming from, I believe they say that he is a conspiracy theorist. I did see something about Kyrie Irving. I don't know if he shared something. I'll look this up. But it's something about a plan of the devil or Satan. Like they did throw in some conspiratorial angle in here. So he's not just advocating horse paste or whatever. Yeah, here we go. There's quite a few articles about it now. Kyrie Irving is supporting anti-vaxxing sentiment on Instagram. Okay, so he's been at this, and they say he's gone from declaring the earth is flat to the far more dangerous sentiment. And that's one of the things he did say. Something like, he said something about removing the mask, and then later he kind of, I don't know if it was a backtrack, but he kind of said he didn't mean a literal mask, he meant a figurative mask or something. Okay, Rolling Stone's Matt Sullivan reported that Kyrie Irving started liking posts from an Instagram account that has an anti-vax stance. So they're following his likes. The account claims that secret societies are behind the vax and they're using it as part of a, quote, plan for Satan to connect black people to a master computer. Further adding that the microchip misinformation campaign is now spreading across numerous NBA locker rooms and group chats. Interesting. So that's the rationale. There's some kind of, what would you call this? Is it superstitious dread? Or are people still taking seriously the idea that there is a Vaxageddon around the corner? Adaptivia says, will Nike cancel his shoe deal? Well, one of the reasons I think he's an insider is that the shoe deal he got, the logo on the shoe is like the all-seeing eye. But he seems like the scapegoat. And then you have another example that was set with Stephen Curry, who questioned the moon landing, but he immediately was brought to account for this. They had him speak to an astronaut who corrected him live. And afterward, they gave him his own brand of shoes. Stephen Curry's got moon shoes, which are hideous, by the way. All right, I'm going through my tweets. If you want to follow me at tweet, it's Real Tim Osman. I tend to retweet a lot of stuff that I think is worth listening to, but what I'm not doing is endorsing all of the things that I retweet. If I did, I would be a monster, quite literally. So I don't apologize for what's on my Twitter feed. Okay, just 2 minutes ago, Kyrie Irving breaks the silence on retirement talk and vax mandates. New York Post. I might look into that in just a moment here. My only interest in the topic was he said the earth was flat or possibly not round. You're only trusting pictures. He made some points that a skeptic would make, and then he had to apologize to the teachers of the world for confusing their students. So he had to make an example. They made an example of him in that way. So I kind of think we're going to see something similar here. I mentioned Kaepernick's movie coming out and the interesting correlation between the theme of it, Colin Kaepernick proves everyone wrong, and now you have the scandal with the NFL where emails are more or less, I'm not sure the word is leaking, but emails that have been released are showing that he may have been right. There may be certain institutionalized attitudes that kept him off the field. So he's vindicated as his movie is coming out based on his vindication being proven right. Adaptivia says LeBron is pro-jab and retweeted Kyrie. Right? LeBron James is pro-jab, doesn't surprise me. I honestly think that the whole thing is about introducing the schism, the crack in our society, and I believe it's worked pretty well, and it will continue to work. I was listening to this with some politician in Australia who was saying that if you don't get the vax, you're going to get a $5,000 fine or something like that. It's insane. It sounds so desperate, and I wonder if it's even enforceable. And by the way, a lot of people flippantly say, well, that's what they get for giving up their guns, as though Australia has been disarmed or something, like there's no guns there. And John LeBon posted a tweet, I don't know if I have it here, but he posted a tweet saying that that's just not true. There's plenty of guns. It's a misconception to say that the Australians are somehow defanged. Anyway, this is the guy I was referring to. Australia's Northern Territory will be imposing a mandate. Those who don't comply by November the 13th will be fined $5,000.
Interacting with members of the public, then you need to get the jab. If you work in hospitality, you need to get the jab. If you work in retail or in a supermarket, you need to get the jab. If you are behind the counter at the bank, if you're a receptionist or positions like that, you need to get the jab. If you are a barber, a hair,
you get the idea. He goes on and on
therapist
and on. I don't like his tone, to be quite honest. But here, let me get to the fine.
Received at least your first dose of a vaccine, you will not be permitted to attend your workplace in that role, and a failure to comply with the direction is a $5,000 fine. That means that workers must have received at least their first dose by Friday the 12th of November at the latest. You have 30 days.
Sounds severe. The cognitive dissonance inducing speeches like this give me a headache. You have somebody who's not wearing a mask giving all these dictates, and I just don't really take it seriously. Now, this is something I'm a fan of. I love this. I like watching people getting mad at the environmentalist wackos like Extinction Rebellion. So these are well-intentioned, I'm sure, but these are environmentalists who are blocking roads in Britain, eco-mob, eco-fascists. These are the ones who want to lock down society to save the planet. And here's a video where they're being physically dragged off the road by motorists. I mean, in America, they run over them. And watch, she drags her by the backpack. Now, I understand her tone. I know what she's saying. I could probably translate it, even though I don't speak the language. That's from Leading Britain's Conversation. Activists, eco-activists getting dragged off the road. They ought to just throw them into the recycling bins, like Soylent Green. That's what I would do. If I was... Well, anyway, we'll move on. I almost brought up The Rock, because I got this tweet. The Rock rapped. And if I was like The Rock, yeah, I'd be tossing these eco-fascists into the recycling bins. No, The Rock did a rap on a Tech-9 album, and I don't want to play a clip of it. I just find it weird when some of these celebrities decide to just rap. I think it's disrespectful of the art form if you're not a rapper to suddenly become a rapper because you've got a platform. I don't know if it's legit. I mean, is The Rock a legit rapper, or is that some kind of appropriate? What do you call it? I'm almost offended by it. Almost. Frontman says the girl in black is yelling in Polish. Okay. Well, I agree with everything that she said. Everything. Even though I don't understand it, I stand by everything she said right there. And the way she dragged that thing out of the road, that was fantastic. All right, let's move on. Facebook's blacklist of 4,000 dangerous individuals has been leaked. So I downloaded the list and I did a search today. You hit Control F and type in IPS, type in Tim Osman Flat. I searched everything to see auto hoax. No, we did not make the blacklist of the 4,000 dangerous individuals. But there's probably a bigger list of 50,000 permanently shadow banned individuals. You know, you can't type infiniteplainsociety.com on Facebook. It's been that way for like 3 years. For 3 years. Why can't you type infiniteplainsociety.com on Facebook? Because I'm on some kind of list. I've been banned, I've been blocked by so many Twitter accounts of media personalities, people who have more than 500,000 followers, and I'm wondering, why are they blocking me? And I think I figured it out. I think they're blocking me because they don't want our memes to cross-contaminate with theirs. So if I respond to a certain person on Twitter and their followers see my response, it could potentially spread that meme. It's like we've been quarantined. Matt Gaetz' friends have all ditched him, won't answer his texts, and they joke about how he's totally screwed, and everybody's sitting back with popcorn. Update from Matt Pizzagates. Scandal with a 17-year-old. Very ironic, 17, because of his Venmo account. You know, your Venmo account publishes all of your transactions, so you can see who your drug dealer's dealing to. Or You know, I find it, I'm not tired of it. I find it to be interesting, but, you know, not in the good way, but in the interesting times kind of way. May you live in interesting times, kind of a curse. We live in accursed times. I mean, it is an age of universal deception. Liars in high places, purposefully warping our collective perception of this place. Code Monkey Z, 33-year-old Illuminati agitator, hanging out with GOP types. Very interesting here. So Trump picks, who is this? He has a pick for Arizona governor. Got to get her name. But she's dining with Code Monkey Z. Code Monkey Z was Ron Watkins. He was the one who was over there at the symposium lending credence to the idea that there is a kraken to be released on the election, that the pillow guy had, 37 terabytes of information that would overturn the election. The thin line separating GOP from the full-on QAnon conspiracies has been eroding for months. So QAnon's not going away. That's why I'm bringing it up here. Ron Watkins is mixing with all of them. I follow their telegrams. It's not going away. And one of the reasons why I wanted to bring up Michael Flynn and the Church Universal Trump, or Church Universal Triumphant, I brought him up because that was a doomsday cult that held they held their ground. And it took everyone selling their worldly belongings and moving into a bunker to end the thing. And it's still not over. So I'm just suggesting here that this QAnon story is far from over. And then, of course, the more Christian among the QAnoners are noticing that Michael Flynn is dabbling in devil worship. Is that what you would call it? I mean, forget the name Michael for a minute, the Archangel Michael. But if you're saying a prayer that came from a cult that professed that this prayer would invoke angelic or ascended masters into you, you know, that's like Ouija board level. Maybe satanic's not the word. All right, let us continue going through my Twitter feeds. A few other things I had earmarked here. Again, the significance of the Russian movie in space, the challenge, hard to overstate that. They're getting people ready to go to Mars and the moon, the whole astrocrete phenomenon. You know, where they're going to turn body fluids into bricks for these lunar bases. They're getting people acclimated to this idea that we're all just going to start being ferreted off to these other planets, and I think it's going swimmingly. I don't see any real opposition. There's no skepticism. And the skeptics have all been rendered almost just entirely discredited now because of their opposition to the vax. Now they're seen as reckless and a danger to themselves. And that does keep getting worse, I've noticed. And look how they've really built the case that spreading memes is deadly. Oh, this is nice. Walgreens closes 5 more San Francisco locations, citing organized retail crime. There's a lot of looting going on, but it's a lot more organized than it was last year, but they're not stopping it this time either. Maximilian says, I know Peep's heavy into the Q stuff. I tried to tell him. Well, to me, the Q thing isn't organic or new, and it wasn't dreamed up by a bunch of kooks on the internet. This Q phenomenon is produced, and it is being brought to you by the same cabal that brought you 9/11, that brought you the COVID-19 lockdowns. So it's the same group of writers. It's not some rogue mission. So I look at it as another way to, I guess, keep people engaged and polarized to be exploited later. I mean, I think right now, especially with all this martyring of Ashley Babbitt, what they're doing is they're creating the sense that there's enough resentment that if something happens and some right-wing QAnon pops off, nobody's going to be surprised, and they're not even going to question the premise. They're going to say, yeah, these people they've been building up to this. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I think a couple of people have tried to call. I'm still trying to get through some of these glitches. It seems like on this computer, it's a little slow, and I'm a little, well, yeah, it doesn't answer on time, so I keep missing. I'm a little slow on it. But I will probably come up with a solution by tomorrow if I'm not able to get the phones to work tonight. Commenter says, it's genetic war. The entire saga is a war on your entire essence. You know, I'm open to the idea that we are dealing with something. I don't like to get into supernatural explanations, but if you just take them at their word, if you just look at what is blatantly out there, it does seem like there's a bit of wizardry being used. Movie magic. We use the word magic very flippantly, but maybe we shouldn't. I found this interesting article. It's just a little snippet from The Atlantic that said that the ability to recognize faces is still under development until you're like 14, and that you see faces holistically when it comes to memorizing them. And so blocking part of the face is going to make it very difficult for people of all ages to recognize, but developmentally speaking, it's probably going to be apparent later, but it's going to be, I think, problematic, for some who are very young and they're going to grow up seeing faces always covered in their close vicinity, but the faces they see on TV are going to be, of course, uncovered. So at least the people they bond with through the screen will have faces. And maybe that's it. They don't want you to see smiling unless it's MSM smiles. Psyopsical says Jasara is UBI in disguise. So Jasara, Nasara, that's that idea that there's going to be some kind of squaring away with all past debts that we've been parasited upon for a long time by the deep state. And there's going to be a balancing out of everything, and we're all going to get paid. And I've heard about this theory, and this is kind of at the end of the Great Awakening rabbit trail, that you have this universal basic income type thing. All right, I have a request here. Someone is asking me to look at a certain tweet. If you just want to tweet it to Real Tim Osman, I will look at it. But you have to @ me. Otherwise, I won't be able to find it. Maximilian says, can you imagine the effects on the kids with the masks? Well, I think what's going to happen, though, is they're acclimating them to seeing non-human faces, masked faces, faces in spacesuits. And I think it's just part of redefining what we are. Social distancing and all this stuff, it's all part of what I described as a puritanical revision of society. You have a bunch of godless atheists who don't believe in sin, who are now easy to regulate by another invisible judge or potential judge to watch out for. Now this time it's scientifically described rather than biblically, but it worked. COVID is a devil the atheists believe in. And they actually worship it, which is crazy. They do. You're looking at sites like Sorry Anti-Vaxxer, and what they're saying is COVID Akbar. COVID has punished the infidel. And they have this long list of who they consider to be infidels, people who don't believe the science, people who think that the space station and the space program is a big hoax. Well, they deserve it. They went against science. And remember what Fauci said, if you go against Fauci, you're going against science. That's like going against God to them. Just like not recycling, well, you are basically tempting the wrath of Globe. So I saw that commenter in here said they weren't recycling. Yeah, you basically, if your condo gets climate changed and it collapses, well, they'll say you deserved it. Sorry, climatechangedenier.com. You should have recycled. I can't believe there's so many of these. I'm scrolling through comments on anti-vaxxer, sorry anti-vaxxer, and these people are just so pleased that this non-believer might actually be dying. This is a digital stoning. It's a digital stoning of someone they believe to be dead. And that's what's so insane to me. All right, let's see. YouTube comments were turned off on his channel. Looks pretty bad. But a lot of the commenters were being nasty. Someone said here, on the most recent comment, somebody said, "It wasn't COVID, you lying, godless bastard." Others are saying, "The hospital murdered him." So somebody just went in to his video channel and had to shut off the comments. I almost don't want to read some of these. Actually, I won't read some of these. They're appalling. Oh, here's one I will read. This website is appalling. Yep, exactly. All these good riddance comments, though. I hope you didn't have faith in humanity. Anyway. But don't let it color your perceptions of people. You know, this is just the internet. Posel says it's all a clown show until people start dying in the streets. Well, you know, I don't think that's going to happen. There's this idea that there's this Vaxageddon around the corner, and you know what? One, it's not going to happen. And two, if it does, you know, who's it getting it rid of? I mean, it wouldn't make sense. They're going to get rid of the true believers. No, they're using it to exclude the non-believers, not to kill the believers. But, all right, let's move on. Has anyone here watched The Squid Game? I was listening to a podcast by Adam Weishaupt. It's Squid Game Symbolism, Analysis, Illuminati, Human Furniture, MK Ultra. I'm tempted to watch it. It's on Netflix. And I am going to watch this Kaepernick thing because I think it's important. You have to remember that Kaepernick was the quarterback in Super Bowl 47 when they had the 33 minutes of darkness. And I think that's a very significant thing considering his role on the world stage today. And I think there's a bigger drama here being played out. And again, the timing of these leaked or released emails from the NFL, along with his Netflix trailer coming out. And here's what the Netflix trailer actually says. It says, Colin in black and white, tired of having to prove everyone wrong. And as this comes out, he does just that. Seems very, very scripted. Do Gruden's racist... Now, Gruden is the head coach of the Raiders. Do his racist emails prove Kaepernick was right about the NFL? And then you have a bunch of cheerleaders coming out saying that there's this boys club within the NFL, and it's just, again, it looks to me like iconoclasm, like a structured takedown of what would, you know, define America to the MAGA types. That's what they're actually aiming for. I think they're willing to sacrifice football and sports. I think they're willing to do all that for this agenda. And they use these athletes just like they use celebrities, and that's why I follow it. And anytime I see some Netflix story corresponding to somebody's real life, I'm like, okay, that's probably hoaxy.
The BC woman who is thanking her lucky stars still.
Earlier, if you missed it, there's a woman in the BC who was awakened to a dog barking, good dog, who barked and woke her up, and she said, "What's wrong, dog?" And then a meteor fell through her ceiling and hit the bed right where she was laying down.
The chunk of space rock that landed right on Ruth Hamilton's bed as she was sleeping at home in Golden, BC. The only warning she got was her dog barking. That woke her up, and the next thing she knew, there was a huge explosion.
Again, good dog. Psychic dog, I would have to say. I want to know what breed. What breed of dog can warn you in advance of an impending skyrock falling down? I mean, my dog shivers if there's rain clouds, hides under the bed. I'm not going to get a warning if I got a space rock coming down my way. Maximilian says, I thought people might start dying, but I'm starting to think this is just going to be a slow, drawn-out 19 years. Yeah, like the War on Terror. We didn't have anything comparable to the initial attack. That's all it took. One big threat, and then the rest of it's psychological. So I don't think they're going to have to beat us back into our cages for another 20 years because they got people mentally boxed in and caged up. Okay, let me go through a couple more things. I'm waiting for Skylab to come out, nothing yet. Skylab to storm theaters soon. 42 years since Skylab fell. A movie about Skylab falling, about to be released. And I hope it actually hits a theater. And it even says it here, crashing in theaters soon. All right, you know what? I think that the phones are failing, so I apologize if you just try to call. Go ahead and leave voicemails, though. I'll get to those tonight, and I'll play them tomorrow. We'll follow up on the sad news with Rob Skiba tomorrow as well. You know, I don't have any reason to think it's a crisis actor situation, even though when you're dealing with MSM-friendly types, these are fair questions to ask. However, you have to ask, you know, is this outside the realm of possibility? My only question of it is, how do you know it's that? Because the fact that it's that means they can politicize it, as you can see. And I'm making a prediction now. We're probably going to see Skiba on the Daily Beast tomorrow. All these horrible papers out there will be more or less gloating, as they have been doing for some time. The only thing that would make them happier, I think, is if Alex Jones were to catch it. All right, if you haven't signed up for the newsletter, click the link below, and I'm going to try to get the phones fixed. Again, we had some hardware issues, no big deal. We're getting everything fixed, and the symposium is moving along swimmingly. The Infinite Plane Society Think Tank Symposium, scheduled for October the 23rd. And if you're a member of Patreon, you'll be the first to know about that. And the purpose of it, of course, is a focused conversation and discussion about one particular facet of the big conspiracy that runs the world. One at a time, taking them down. The idea of the think tank is to oppose the closed echo chamber that they're trying to turn the internet into. And the think tank itself is a merging of the real, the public space, and the online. Oh, Dances with Penguin says there's a new movie that just came out called American Insurrection, about a dystopian future in a segregated America. Notice the initials AI. 1919, 19 hijackers, COVID-19. The Pearl Harbor attack was actually called Operation AI. And right now we have the Gaia, or the Global AI Initiative for the post-reset governance of the New World Order. AI is 19. You see it encoded on everything, and it always presages one of these big transformative psyops. And you know, before COVID-19, you had the comet breaking up in the sky, Atlas, C19. No coincidences. And I actually ran this by Jordan Maxwell, and his understanding of numerology is better than anyone that I know, and including the etymology of words and how the symbolism is disguised in plain sight. And he explained that 19 represents the beginning and the end of a phase. It's because in the 0 to 10, it starts at the 1, ends at the 9. So what he's saying is that the 19 would symbolize a psyop that would run for a period of time. It's like again, a phase or a cycle. So you had 19 years of the war on terror. So now you can expect 19 years of COVID-19. And that's kind of how I set my expectations, that we're basically looking at another long, protracted war on terror. The terrorist, of course, is now more universal than before, but it's the same drill. They just have a little more power. So now it's not just patting down your junk to see if you have a bomb. Now they can actually suck your blood or look into your blood supply. They have that level of invasiveness now. And moreover, now they can read your minds, or they have the authority to. Key word warrants. Have you seen those yet? Before we go, you have to key word warrants. This is just the latest development, not all that dissimilar from post 9/11 Patriot Act, suggesting that they can start listening in if you say certain words like bomb or Allah or something. But anyway, here, feds issue secret keyword warrants for your Google search history. In a controversial practice used in secret to search for criminals, law enforcement will search a suspect's history. Keyword warrants threaten to implicate innocent web users in serious crimes. That's from Reason.com. Government secretly, I like that, secretly orders Google to identify anyone, and again, this is upsetting privacy advocates. Are any of you here not privacy advocates? Upsetting privacy advocates. If you're not a privacy advocate, they've already brainwashed you. That's what they're trying to do. They want to eliminate the private, the individual itself, private property. A lot of this stuff is a war on private property. Everything carries the COVID. Except your smartphone, the device they use to program you. No, that doesn't carry it. Take a vaxxie. Take a selfie while you're getting a vax, even if you're sick. It's not, I mean, that's the insanity of this thing. They want you to publicize it, even though even carrying the phone in there would presumably be a dangerous threat to your existence. If shopping bags are dangerous. And I found this article from like 2011. It was just a short video talking about how shopping bags can carry these various viruses and bacteria. And I'm like, well, what about masks? How come we're not putting masks in biohazard containers? It almost leads me to think that this is more theater than not. All right, this is Auto Hoax or GTFO, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms.
The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Globe, globe. It's telling me the globe is my home. I'm so infinite, 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 infinite. Globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Telling me the globe is my home. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. I'm so infinite. I'm so infinite. I'm so infinite. And I'm cutting it. I'm cutting it. I'm draining it. And I said it's fake as shit. Yeah, I was in the basement. Now I'm in the spaceship, cause it's fake shit. Got on my camera, and I'm guiding the challenger. I'm smashing the actress. That's how hard that NASA is. Space isn't real, the stars are a spirit, and I'm trying to do the real. I'm counting it. I'm trying to show spaces. Nobody can relate. So I'm so infinite. Oh, I'm so never right. Yeah. Knowledge.
I live in a world where nothing's what it seems. Restless people run in circles, chasing the dream, chasing a dream within a dream. I live in a world that's all about the fame. Broken people giving me their word, but it doesn't mean a thing. No, it doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got bling. If you ain't got bling. They're asking me, what do you do? What have you done for me lately? What of love? What about love? Where is the love? Everyday love. I live in a world where it's so cool to be fake, where narcissism is all the rage and crazy is sane. Crazy is sane. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm bowing to the plastic gods of celebrity. World stage actors wearing maskies. World stage actors wearing maskies. They're posting vaccines in their maskies. Posting vaccines in their maskies. But down is up and up is CG. It's like a Photoshop reality. What of love? What about love? Where is the love? I live in a world of a scripted tragedy, with people dying everywhere and believers who believe in the insanity. It's no conspiracy. It's no conspiracy to survive the dying breath of our humanity. got to breathe. We got to breathe. Just breathe. What of love? Have no fear. What about love? No fear. Where is the love? It's here. It's right here. Inside is love. Infinite love. There's nothing on us. We got this love. This infinite love. Have no fear. 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 Have no
Walking down Duke Street, what did I see? A little black man on the door beckoning me. I had a little read of it to see what it could be. It said this is the court of the 35th degree. I was taken aback. A little
Stay away and take away somebody's
We be the Pentagon, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying to keep the knowledge that they got all of them eyes bright on a personal life. This is the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told. But let it be known that we all hoes. Questioning that'll take you out of your comfort zone. Understand, I know there's no dome, but it kind of feels like going right.
Okay, so what we're doing here is we're picking up on where we started last week and filling in some of the blanks here. So the title of this stream is Coronavirus Order Out of Chaos, the 33 Hoax Code Explained. The 33 Hoax Code Explained. And so this is fundamental. The main thing here is, before we start, is for those people who are closely watching the news media and have seen the patterns, they've been seeing certain symbols, repeated numbers, repeated archetypes and characters throughout the media. So when I say media, I definitely don't mean the news media by itself. I mean everything that's presented to you through all the media outlets, government, entertainment as well. This also includes everything that you've been given in terms of your history, your cosmology, and everything else. So you get this concerted worldview, which is what I call the metascript. It's the big view, the one that's going to go down in history. Because you know history is written by the conquerors. You know that the mainstream media is essentially writing our history day by day. So the truth isn't really their primary consideration. They've got a story, a script. And that script takes place on the world stage. And the world stage is this construct. It's a way of describing what we actually are observing here, which is it's the augmented reality. So we all live in the real world, but then there are all kinds of beliefs, superstitions, lies, distortions, or just complete fabrications added onto reality, which are the optional beliefs. You can choose to believe in things, you can choose to have a certain faith, and you can choose because you don't have any evidence. These are just beliefs. These are the things you can't choose. Reality, though, you don't really get to choose it. It is what it is. So what I'm saying is that the world stage presents something other than the pure reality. It's just basically a tampered with version. And most people, through habit and tradition, have mistaken it for the real thing. So when we look at our worldview and where we get it, what I'm suggesting here too is that the MSM, the mainstream worldview, is pretty much the Bible of a religion. So you have a worldview that's being promulgated by select interests, special interests, and it's leading us in a very certain direction. And to me, this is their meta script. And in many ways, it's analogous to the Bible. And so one way I've kind of likened this is you have your history, which is what happened in the past, creation through everything that led up to today. And then you have your real-time news, and it also encompasses what may come down in the future. So you have your doomsdays, your climate changes or whatever, your global pandemic at the end of it. And so in much the same way, like the Old Testament tells you what came before, our history books tell us what came before. And just like the New Testament tells us what happened after that and what's going to come in the future, our news does the same thing. So I'm just looking at the MSM, the mainstream media, the government entertainment complex itself as a worldview shaping mechanism, and it's tantamount to a Bible. And we've discussed this ad nauseum in many of our other talks, specifically about how the atheist today has been given a secular replacement for original sin in the carbon footprint. That the atheist has been given a replacement for heaven with outer space and space utopianism. And of course, there's an entire system of morality, this green asceticism, which is pretty much it is a religion, and it's replaced the old ones. So just as the MSM has replaced the religious, archaic worldviews, we have new superstitions. We have new ways, or they have new ways of taking these old systems and updating them. So in the talk we gave, Cult of the Obelisk, we're describing how the space program is religious in the sense that it's part of a worldview shaping mechanism where if you accept the premise of this program, the space program, which is really the heaven program, because it's meant to take you to the heavens, to space, to this better world, you have to live according to a certain code. You have to agree to certain things. You have to believe in climate change. Just like to be a fundamentalist in a church, a Christian church, you might have to believe in end times. There's a certain program. You have certain rules you abide by. And when you accept the heaven, you accept that certain worldly things you do here won't be done there. And my point is, the space program, environmentalism, these are all different ways where the governments and those who control the governments and the media are influencing us to adopt a certain way of life. That's why we're all being pressured to accept the idea of a carbon footprint. So what I want to start with right now is this. The basic premise of this is that 3/11/2020 was our new 9/11, and it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden, so it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like it crept on. But like 9/11, 3/11 was preceded by a lot of media foreshadowing. And again, when I say media, I don't mean the news media, I mean everything. And this foreshadowing is analogous to the foreshadowing we saw before 9/11. So what I'm saying here is that we're looking at a repeat. Like Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Well, this is rhyming in many ways with 9/11. But what really cued me into this thing is that we're looking at an operation designed to bring about a new order or increasing power to this order as it grows under a different pretext. So just like 9/11 was used to grow government to protect us from the global threat of terrorism, 3/11 is going to be the pretext for growing government and growing the police state to save us from the virus threat. And they're treating this in the exact same way. And this is one of the things that I want to bring up here is that by showing you how this has been planned in advance, that it has been scripted, we can also kind of just read the script and predict what's coming down the road. There are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen. And that's Vladimir Lenin. And I bring this up because I also believe that what we're seeing right here, this COVID thing, and even 9/11, it's all part of the same revolution. And that's what we're looking at. So let's start with 3/11 was another 9/11. COVID-19 is the new global terror threat, or the global threat. WHO declares the outbreak of the new coronavirus a pandemic, March 11th, 2020, 33 minutes after 12 o'clock. So 33 minutes after noon, on 3/11, it was officially declared this is a pandemic. And here is the WHO spokesmouth. And this guy has also made comments about how they need to protect us, not just from the virus, but from misinformation about it. So there are several levels to our analysis here. We look at the surface level, the news reporting. So on just the story alone, all we're seeing here is, okay, the WHO says it's a pandemic. Then there's the subtext, and then there's the meta script. So when we're looking at other layers of this, on the surface, yeah, the world went to war on 3/11. The world went to war against this global enemy, only this time it's not terrorism. This time it's a virus. But yeah, so we are now in a world war for all intents and purposes. It's a ubiquitous enemy. So on the level of subtext, now we have issues about how we handle freedom during an emergency. We have cities being locked down on curfews. I think it started in New Jersey already, in Hoboken. So now we have to discuss, where do we compromise with our freedoms in order to have our safety? We have to sacrifice some liberties to have safety. That's what we're being taught. That's where we're being guided. And then there's the metascript, which is the part that I'm focusing on here that I think gives away the whole game. And it has to do with the big story that was already written in advance that they're rolling out here. So what I'm looking at here is the date, 3/11, having very specific significance. And in the predictive scripting, in the media foreshadowing, whatever you want to call it, what was being looked at, what was being expected by people who were looking into this matter was Ground Zero, Seattle, the beginning of World War III, and this being a new 9/11 event, the origin, China. These things were all written into the metascript and more. First thing though, note behind him, the symbol is the serpent climbing the stick. That's gonna be a reoccurring symbol. And if I were looking at just the iconography, there's a few things about the character that stand out, but for now, let's go onto this next thing. I want to talk about this symbol itself. Let's talk about Mercury. The symbol of Mercury, who's also known to the Greeks as Hermes. So it's the Roman god Mercury. The symbol is the caduceus symbolic object. It represents Hermes or Mercury. And it's the astrological symbol or the basis for it, for the planet Mercury. And so if you note, it's just a couple of sticks. Well, it's a stick with a couple of snakes or copulating snakes. And then, of course, it's surmounted by a little ball. And then it's got the wings. So first, I just want to make this clear that this symbol applies to both Mercury and to Hermes. And this will come up later in our discussion. He's the god of not only medicine, but the antidotes. But other elements to this character will come into play. For example, Mercury is a trickster. He's the patron of thieves or gangs. He's a god of the trade, but the word Mercury is where we get merchant, merchandise. So he's a god of trade and money. He's also a trickster. And then this part is also relevant. Mercury is the smallest of the 8, and it's closest to the sun, and it orbits the sun every 88 days. That's noteworthy. 88 days, because I'm seeing here that the news media is extremely encoded. I mean, there are so many references to things, symbolic links, but we have to decode it. And so this is why I'm telling you here. Mercury, the trickster, but also god of medicine, just in its different facets. 88-day orbit. Okay, it's well known that Mercury is poisonous. Mercury poisoning is a well-known thing. That also plays into the script here. Now, here's where it gets kind of interesting. So there was a character in Korea who was brought up in the very beginning of this pandemic, and they claimed that this guy is a reincarnation of Jesus. He's a reincarnated Jesus in South Korea, and they've actually tied him to the outbreak. Enigmatic Church, South Korean officials have accused of spreading the coronavirus. And what they tell you is much of the blame for the rapid spread of the coronavirus in South Korea has been directed at an 88-year-old church leader with a fondness for Hermes ties. So, 88-year-old church leader, they're saying is really the cause of, he's being blamed for the spread of this infection. And of course, he wears Hermes ties. So what's the story here? Well, first, you have a guy who's said by his followers to be Jesus reincarnated. 2, he's 88. And I said Mercury, the planet, orbits the sun every 88 days. So that would be another connection. And 3, he wears Hermes ties. Another strange reference. Again, there's another article, Super Spreader, a cult in South Korea on its toes as coronavirus cases multiply mysteriously. So you may not have heard a whole lot about that case or this story, but this is one of the stories that's been put out there onto the script, like who done it. So who done it now, and we're looking, and this is one of the suspects. In that article, as you saw, they describe him as a man of two faces, very significant how they characterize him. So did he start this? No, but it was in the news. They introduced a character with a Hermes Mercury element to him. And of course, you have the virus first being described as a snake virus. They first called it a snake virus. Then they said it was airborne. Airborne snake virus. What do you have as the symbol? The winged serpent. Airborne snake. Very interesting iconography here. The next aspect of Mercury is he's a trickster or a joker. And a joker, a trickster, they call this guy a man of two faces. So that's a liar, a deceiver, two-faced. And the Mercury, the god, however, he's represented in all the cultures. Not just Roman and Greek, he's always represented as a trickster. There's a story of the African counterpart of this same deity, Ishu, where he starts off as a snake and he bites the travelers who are on the road. And then around the corner, before they die, they come across an old man with a stick. And he has the antidote that he sells them. So this is just one example of this trickster god who poisons and then cures. He was the guy that stung you, but he's got the cure. And his symbol, of course, is the serpent on the stick. So they called this guy a man of two faces. So again, two faces, a joker. A joker is a trickster. They upset expectations. They're a wild card. They introduce randomness and chaos. And the chaos is used to distract us, while the order, which would have been rejected were it not for the chaos, can then be implemented. Like, right now, if we didn't have the wild card out there, the joker, the COVID-19 infectee, you wouldn't have people locked down in their homes and going along with it. You wouldn't have people on spring break or about to go on spring break having to clear the big public gatherings. You wouldn't be able to just shut down concerts. So the randomness, the chaos of the joker allows them to change the game. It allows them to get things accomplished they couldn't have otherwise. And you hear this type of rhetoric from politicians all the time. Never let a crisis go to waste. Famously said by Rahm Emanuel, a Chicago governor. And by the way, Illinois is using this opportunity to stop gun sales. Never let a crisis go to waste. All these things they had in advance, they wanted to get done, they can now get done. I remember after 9/11, people were kind of surprised that, hey, what's with this Patriot Act? How was it written already? Everything was already in place. So what I'm talking about here, though, is on the world stage, in all the media, in the news, and in the pop culture, like the Joker character, we've been introduced to this wild card character, to this Mercury. And here's where I'm going to integrate it into everything else. So this is the astrotheological component, where the movements of the stars, the planets, the sun, and the moon are integrated into the stories and acted out on the world stage, as we'll show you. So just as the way that they worship these luminaries above is they have them personified on the earth below. So you have all these myths of the sun god, and he's personified, and the story about his life actually echoes the movements of the sun. That's what it's actually following along with. It's tracking the sun. The sun is born at the winter solstice. And then you have the equinoxes, and all the dramas are based on the movements of the sun. Well, in the same way that they personify the sun, they personify their other gods, lesser known. So many conspiracy theorists will think, oh, the elite worship the devil. Well, you're missing the whole game if you're focused on one character. There are many characters here. And they've updated their old gods for the new age. So, for example, Darth Vader is one representation of Saturn, while Luke Skywalker represents the sun god. And this is another astrotheological myth brought to the public through pop culture. Well, Joker is Mercury. And this is where it starts to make sense. This is where I was putting this together. I'm like, well, what does Mercury have to do with this? Because whenever he shows up on the world stage, you've got fires, you've got chaos, and everything else. And when we're talking about fires, it's not just physical fire. We're talking about something that destroys so they can build on top of it. So one of the main symbols that we're seeing on a recurring basis is that of the phoenix and the fires that precede destruction. And this is all tying into this revolution, which World War III actually is. It's a global revolution. So I'm looking into this character Mercury, and I'm not going to necessarily read all this stuff, but I want to focus on this, the torch. He's the carrier of the torch. And so the light, it symbolizes the light of knowledge, spirit, and life. The torch relay games began in the ancient Olympics and revived in 1936. So wherever you see this character show up, though, you have fire. So one of the things I pointed out last year was during the summer solstice, there were fires in Phoenix, and we'll get to this here in a bit, where the east side of Phoenix was being evacuated just as Mercury shows up in the sky by the sun. And at that exact moment, a track from Freddie Mercury called Time Waits for No One was released. Time Waits for No One was buried deep, hermetically sealed in the vaults, and it was unreleased until that day. And it was put together, actually it was put in the vault in 1986, and it was by Freddie Mercury. So a Freddie Mercury song, Time Waits for No One, was released on the day that Mercury is in the sky by the summer solstice as the city of Phoenix is having these fires. And we'll get into more of this in detail as I get to that part, but what I'm showing you here is that there is a harmony, or there is a tracking of the news stories and the pop culture and all the entertainment media and the people in it and the celebrities, and it goes along with the political narratives of the time, and it also has this component where it is in fact relating to the movements of the sun. So later, when Mercury transits the sun on November 11th, if you remember when Mercury transited the sun, and that was in 2019, this was when the movie Joker was out in full force, and this was also when California was having those fires. And the fires that were happening in California had some interesting correlations to what was happening in the Joker movie, what happens in the movie, and the whole theme tied into it, and what Joker represents, and why this character was given to us, why he's been put in front of so many people. And it's not just this recent movie, but there's been connections between the Batman Joker movie since 2012, tying into major events where they have the chaos brought by one of their agents, one of their Jokers. For example, the Boston bombing, the Aurora shooting, and we'll get into that. But my point is, if you notice, the Jokers are the guys who bring about the chaos. These are the shooters, these are the bombers, these are the ones starting the fires. So we'll get more into detail about that as we go. But Mercury is the torchbearer. So we could call it polytheism, but it's much more than that. The true religion of the elite is a system of enslaving the masses by implanting fears and playing on those fears. And our belief in the threat is what gives their religion power. It's also interesting that they've been predicting doomsdays for February 13th for so long, and we had our president declare this a national emergency on Friday the 13th. But what they're doing with these characters on the stage and off the stage is they are setting expectations, planting suggestions, and they're opening your Overton window. The Overton window, of course, is it's your own filter as to what you would accept to be possible or true. And they're constantly trying to get you to accept impossible things. I'm just going to go ahead and start again. So we're going to have a few people dropping in here last minute. So even with the Thelemic cults, Aleister Crowley and company, they believed in this thing that they would practice. They would call it assuming the God form. And it's not really all that different from what, like the Pope. The concept of the Pope is that he is the embodiment of the sun god. You've got this concept with kings, sun kings, where the deity is literally said to be the sun. This is the case in North Korea. Even the founder's name, Kim Il-sung, it's like the sun. And they actually celebrate Easter, and they celebrate it in the name of their leader, who they say becomes the sun during this time. So this idea of representing people as gods personified on the world stage is ancient. And I know that within the Thelemic groups and within the Masonic cults or orders, in their rituals, they actually do this. Like they call it, in the Thelemic cult, they call it assuming the God form, where in these rites, they're actually dressed as the deity. But it goes deeper than that. They actually try to identify with, almost like seeking possession. So you look at, for example, the Masonic Lodge, the master is treated as the sun. He's an embodiment of the sun during the entirety of the ritual, and the junior master would be the moon. So we're looking at a form of idolatry, in a sense. It really is. But instead of stone statues, stone idols, they're actually worshiping living idols. They call the master in the lodge the worshipful. Now this all ties in to what we've been talking about here, because we have designated, I guess you would say, gods. So for the last couple of years, actually since 2012, the god Mercury has been represented to you on the world stage in the form of the character of the Joker. And the Joker, as I've been describing, is a trickster. The Joker is a bringer of chaos, and he's the torchbearer. So he's also the fire starter in this Phoenix ritual. And that's where he comes into play here. What we have been observing on the world stage, in the entertainment and in the news and otherwise, has been this revolutionary paradigm that they've been trying to get us, that we have been accepting. This green movement is actually a revolutionary movement. It's communism beneath the surface. It's barely even a secret now what they're actually doing with this. So whenever you see the Joker character or the wild card on the world stage, it pretty much means they're going to bring out some chaos in order to grow government, restore order, impose more order, a new one, a different one, by destroying the old. So the motto of the 33rd degree, order out of chaos. So when you see the order out of chaos in conjunction with the Mercury character, I think it's kind of telling you something. And of course, with the formula here, the Joker brings the chaos, and in the dichotomy, as it's been represented to the public, or in the dialectic rather, the Batman is the order. So James Holmes is the Joker, you know, the Aurora shooter. He's the chaotic random element that we all need to be protected from. He's the universal threat. He's the wild card. The solution is Batman. Batman in this case is, of course, the body armored, black clad knight, the savior, but he's also far more powerful than our regular police. And so what we have on the world stage, of course, are the SWAT teams, or the special agents, the bomb squad, the ones with all the special training. You have the stormtrooper types, normalizing the militarization of police. So they actually use the Joker card on us to justify growing the police state. Just like after 9/11, new threat, new need for increased police state. So take a look at this. Israel's Netanyahu turning to anti-terrorism tools in the fight against the coronavirus. They're treating it like it's another 9/11 in every way. Now, I said it's order out of chaos. Well, if you search the news right now, you get nothing but chaos. Chaos to get back in the USA. Panic, pandemic, world going on lockdown. And this is from the Drudge. Again, I'm showing you what they're telling us. They're using this terminology. Chaos? Why that phrase? Why this number? Why was it that today, when I was preparing this, I was looking through the headlines, and Georgia comes down with 33 cases of the coronavirus. Like, really, 33? Yesterday, it was Pennsylvania, 33. The day before, it was Louisiana, 33, and Ireland, 33. And patient number 33 in Malaysia got cured or something. It's all over because it's scripted. That is the science being given out to those in the know that what's happening now is a worldwide operation with significant ramifications. And if you're in the know, you would have already have intuited this, I imagine, like as we kind of have figured out. So let's move on. I want to talk about this. First of all, let's talk about predictive programming really quick, because this is something that is easy to, I guess, just ignore or look at as maybe it's just people reading into things. But we're showing you some stuff here that is beyond just mere coincidence. It shows intelligent design here. So this is from the Coincidence Theorist. Predictive programming, is it creepy media foreshadowing or harmless coincidence? We were warned of events like 9/11 and 7/7 and the sinking of the Titanic before they happened. The Coincidence Theorist investigates. So this channel definitely starts off on the right foot, because you'd have to be almost positing a theory of like extreme coincidences to say you believe the mainstream version. So this is a video called Predictive Programming Mind Control by the Media.
Hi folks, this is Alan Watt. Tonight I'm bowing to a little bit of pressure. I don't normally bow to any kind of pressure, but this will tie in with some of the talks I've given in the past. And it's about the culture creation industry, how ideas are downloaded to people's minds via fiction primarily, and using high drama with emotion.
So this is Alan Watts talking about high drama and emotions to put fictions into people's minds. So considering this in context, we can look at the TV show that just came out called Pandemic on Netflix, which was a 5-part docuseries. Worried about a global pandemic, says Forbes? You should watch Kingdom on Netflix. best Netflix movies to watch while you're stuck at home. So they're sending everybody home to get their brains washed on TV. Pandemic, how to prevent an outbreak. So this was from Netflix in advance. Meet the heroes on the front lines of the battleground against influenza and learn about their efforts to stop the next outbreak. Learn about their efforts to stop the next outbreak. Then what do you know? Netflix headquarters shut down. Netflix closes building with potential coronavirus. Netflix shuts down Hollywood building because of coronavirus. So after having this great movie about the topic, where they instruct the public how to respond, what to expect, oh, they catch it themselves. Netflix tells us LA employees to work from home and closes the offices with a potential case. So they blurred the lines between reality and fiction. They blurred the lines. They actually merged the two successfully. And we're just reverse engineering it. So just as 9/11, and let's get back to the coincidence theorists, because for people who haven't seen it before, and I assume most people have, but I kind of don't want to assume that right now. The 9/11 event was scripted. And it was definitely foreshadowed, and a lot of people were onto it. And if you look into the topic, you'll find hundreds, if not thousands, of examples that are just really bizarre coincidences. So let's take a look at this one here. 9/11 X-Files. This was the lone gunman pilot. Definitely some foreshadowing here.
Yes, I am the king. Numero uno, baby. Find something? Yeah, I wound up in some government think tank's upload directory. Here's your scenarios, ladies.
These look like counterterrorism scenarios, war games developed for the Defense Department.
What's scenario 12D?
Airline terrorism? That doesn't make sense. Your father was murdered over a war game?
Download it.
Why can't you stay out of this? Leave me buried.
What is scenario 12D?
Okay, here it is. What is scenario 12D?
We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
Men who can see.
So this is an episode called a pilot episode called The Lone Gunman, and it was kind of an X-Files spin-off. And it aired on Fox 6 months before 9/11. And it featured the theme of hijacked planes attempting to crash into the World Trade Center. And this episode revealed that the hijacking was perpetrated by the US government as part of an elaborate war game portrayed as real. I just got a comment in the chat section. It says, Wisconsin just joined Club 33. Let's take a look at the news. 33-year-old coronavirus. No, that's the other one. Yeah, just right off the bat, when I saw this story, I was like, wait, the whistleblower for the coronavirus was a 33-year-old who then died conveniently. Convenient for the story writers. I think it's just bad writing. So let's take a look here. Wisconsin officials, no, I'm looking for the one that you just remarked on. Because this is the thing, if you search, and this is the strangest thing to me, COVID-33, DHS says 33 people in Wisconsin have tested positive for COVID-19. We've been doing this day after day. Number of COVID-19 cases increases to 33 in Wisconsin. DHS, 33 people. So right off the bat, you know that this is an operation. Right off the bat, you know this is scripted. But what you should also consider is that if it's this fake, then it's safe to say that you probably shouldn't fear it. I mean, as with 9/11, I believe this is a mind game. That they want to psychologically, and we'll get into why. So let's just continue. Thanks for that link, because we reported Georgia had 33 this morning. I mean, that's the thing. Georgia, Wisconsin, and we've been calling it in advance, so you know, we're actually looking at scripting. We're looking at the code talk. They're all playing Order Out of Chaos now in Wisconsin. It means that the global agenda, the emergency state that they just imposed, it's all being implemented. The title of the stream last week that we're building on now, World War III starts on Wednesday, 3/11, because 3 times 11. We called it a plandemic because it was preceded by drills on Netflix, by video games, and Simpsons episodes. The global epidemic ties into the global warming threat. That's another aspect to this as well. These two things go together. And when you look at the symbolism, as I'll describe, the Joker character was the one burning stuff down, and that was all being blamed on global warming. And we'll go more into the Joker character and how he's been used to advance that. But now the Joker has kind of changed hands. You know, it's still Mercury. It's still the same god with the 88-day, you know, the planet with the 88-day orbit around the sun. But now it's in the hands of this virus. Same symbol, same iconography, same agenda, Order Out of Chaos. And they've changed the Joker. Sometimes the Joker is a shooter. Sometimes he's a mad bomber, which the Boston bombing guy was called Joker. And we'll show you how they wrote the story. Even his name, his Chechnyan name, sounds like Dzhokhar. But anyway, this is the Joker, the COVID-19 terrorist, the new threat. It could be anybody too. And that's the other side of this. So this is from October 24th, 2019. Will the apocalypse and World War III start in Seattle? And this, of course, was the predictive scripting that was telling us that something's going to happen in Seattle on 3/11 or 11/3, because these are used somewhat interchangeably. And it's also worth noting that 3/11 and 9/11 are also